What's up, people? Should be good here to get started, like almost immediately. Because I procrastinated going live. But how y'all doing? Hope you're all doing good. What's up, Michael? Welcome back. Welcome back, of course. Who's Hunter? He's one of the people from the Jubilee video a little bit ago by now. I feel... I guess I could have called him Jubilee guy, but I always feel bad calling them just like the Jubilee guy or whatever. And Hunter's like, and I think we'll talk about this a little bit or whatever. Hunter's like an actual like activist dude. It's like I don't want to just be like the Jubilee guy. Okay, that's because that's all he did or whatever. Yeah, but we should be. I think he's already in the meeting or whatever. But I want to give people a little bit of time to come in here. So, we'll be talking about capitalism, about healthcare, about Patrick David, stuff like that. What's up, Vermi? Welcome back. We'll play one quick round of pick 5, and then we'll be back. Metal laves, okay. You know what? I bet China makes some of those. I bet Germany makes some as well. All right. None of them are number 1. That's interesting. I feel like South Korea wouldn't really. I feel like the U.S. would at least make some of them. I don't think we're number 1, but I bet we're top 5. We're number 7. Okay. Interesting. I really don't know who number 1 would be. Metal laves. Interesting. Oh shit. My Google Meet thing broke, I think. Uh-oh. Bricks. Well, I think it, Bricks is like a whole trading block. I have to do particular countries. Thanks for subbing the sub. 1988 Mando. I don't know the acronym. How much to eat a sea pig fried rice on stream with a side of jellyfish? Like I said, I don't know if I don't know what the fuck a sea pig is, but my understanding is jellyfish like don't have like central nervous systems at all. There's no good reason to believe they're sentient, but I don't know. I could be wrong in that, or there could be some jellyfishes that do have that. Either do sea pigs. I mean, they're like Also, I'm sure you could find dead already dead jellyfish. Okay, it's fine to eat like roadkill. As I explained before, right? So, same principle would probably apply to certain dead jellyfish that you could find out there. I really don't know. I'm going to say, I feel like Spain's a bad guess, but I'm going to say Spain. Okay, yeah, Spain was not a very good guess. I really don't. I don't think South Korea would have it, but that's kind of the only guess I have left. South Korea's actually good. South Korea's number 3. Number 1 is Japan. Oh, I could have guessed. Japan. Rip. Rip. North Korea's gay, that's true. What's wrong with India? What do you do if the R's try to mess with the midterms? I mean, it depends on how big the messing is, right? I mean, one response is obviously kind of what we've seen Newsom try to do, whatever. He tried to do some amount of reciprocal gerrymandering. Is that maybe that's the right term? I don't know. It's just gonna depend on whatever. But I think actually from the stuff I've seen, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure the Democrats would not win like an all-out redistricting war, but I could be wrong. What's up, Hi with Riz? Incredible. Welcome back. You know, I don't know what to call you. Your name is Old Japanese, but I think you're Jack Daniels on Discord, right? So maybe we can just call you that. Jack or me. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because, you know, can't speak Japanese. Dude, I should have guessed Japan for the fucking export thing. It was obvious. Was obvious. Ugh. Should be starting in a second here. Tired of streaming to zero? I gotta add some band terms and kick. Oh, also, by the way, I think this is what we're talking about. We're talking about capitalism and maybe healthcare and stuff like that. Do stop the censorship. The moderation on YouTube should just be off. I don't know. I don't know why it's still doing that then. I thought it should literally just be like at none. How was your trip to Utah? Dude, there were like 2 people that joined a Discord server that were like, I fucking, you're gonna get fucking banned. I'm gonna fucking get you. I don't think I said anything remotely approaching bannable, but you know, apparently we'll see.
But and just
Utah was fun, obviously. Oh, about Kirk? Yeah. Only Destiny versus XQC was funny, dude. I saw like some clips of that, but I didn't see the whole thing. Maybe we'll watch it today. I don't know if I care enough to watch that. When is the debate? It should be any minute now. Sample waiting on him. He says he's having some tech issues or whatever. So just give him a second. I'm gonna call non-fun employer Israel. Real. I saw Destiny was talking to people on the Wiki today about it.
Math on the ground at all.
Yeah, because his base will listen to whatever the fuck he said.
Yeah, I had the. Oh, so you're justifying it, crowd? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I feel like it's.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, I never. I don't know what they were. I don't exactly know what they were even upset about. I don't think I said anything. I think the only thing I think they like could really be upset about. Apparently, there were 2 accusations. One is that like at times I was smiling, okay, mostly because I was talking. You know, I talked to like a unbelievable dumbass on stream, and he just said like funny things, and then at one point I said like, just personally, I don't have much like personal sympathy for him, but that's really all that happened. Anyway, should be they started right about now. So he was so upset it was funny. Yeah, exactly. Actually, let me keep it like this. What's up?
Was trying to set up a different camera setup than normal, and
it turned out that my computer only works with USB-C, and it was a USB-A. You know how those things are.
Yeah. Rip. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
What
like,
do you
oh, I
mean?
did college, and it was like my other computer that doesn't work anymore. So
Yeah. Dude, I need to figure out what's up with my fucking Microsoft Teams, bro. I literally, I don't know what's wrong. Every goddamn time I have to join a meeting for some school stuff, um, I I won't be able to hear Microsoft Teams through my headphones, even though I can hear everything else on my computer fine. And I obviously made sure to set Microsoft Teams to go through, my my headphones, but I don't get it. But yeah, no, I understand. Don't worry. Yeah.
yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Like there's I don't know. My Teams is just the worst. I use it for work. And I don't know. I also need to get like I have a mic for like a camera, but I don't have like a mic. And I should definitely get one. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to get, but then you have to save up. Is
Right.
that a dark oak Biden in the background, or am I crazy?
That is. Yeah, I bought the Biden head a little bit after he dropped out because I knew they would be getting rid of it pretty soon, and I was like, I have to get it. I have to preserve it. Okay.
That is fantastic. I love that.
It is. I appreciate it. I also got
Yeah,
my shrimp costume. Have you been shrimp welfare pilled? Have you heard about that at all?
Oh, is this like the thing that Trump was complaining about, right? Like with the genetic
Oh,
mice and transgenic mice stuff too, right? Like that was like part of the.
no. So that stuff is funny because it coincidentally is affecting the shrimp stuff a little bit, but no, the shrimp welfare project is this. I'm gonna go on my brief pitch here. Okay, it's this charity that's essentially the biggest thing they do is a humane slaughter program for shrimp. So the way most shrimp are killed, they're typically just kind of buried alive in ice and left to freeze to death and suffocate over the course of 20 minutes. Very painful, stressful way for them to die. And the Shrimp Welfare Project will essentially provide farmers these electrical stunning machines to instantly and painlessly kill the shrimp before this process. So, in just a single dollar will prevent about 15,000 shrimp from experiencing this painful death over the course of the next 10 years. So, it's a very, very effective charity. And they also have some other programs, like they try to end other inhumane practices like eye stalk ablation, where like female shrimp have their eyes ripped out to increase their fertility artificially. So
I
that's
mean, on one hand, these are shrimp, but on the other hand, like, we probably shouldn't do some of those things to anything. So
real.
I'm
I mean,
I'm kind of vibing with this concept a little bit,
yeah,
although it's
yeah.
clearly.
Obviously, they are shrimp, but the kind of the reason it's so effective is just because the scale at which we kill shrimp is like massive. So even if you like weight shrimp suffering like really really low, which is very
This is
understandable.
utilitarian. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Trolley
It's like because we kill like 440 billion shrimp every year, and like I said, you can help like 15,000 shrimp per dollar. About it's highly effective, even if you think shrimp suffering like barely matters. But
Yeah,
regardless,
okay. So yeah, that reminds me because I remember being in a philosophy class, and the trolley problem's like one of the most famous like philosophical, midwit thought experiments, I guess, right? Like it's not
yeah,
like the most and I learned that it was actually invented to disprove utilitarianism and consequentialism because only a terrible person would pull the lever.
right,
And every utilitarian to the man was like, of course I pull the lever. Like, what are you talking about?
right.
And like, so it completely failed at its goal, which was to defeat a philosophical theory. And now it's like a meme. So that didn't work. So we need to switch to shrimp to prove a point.
There are people
Okay.
will use that as a reductio, but yeah. So I guess we'll get started here a little bit. So first of all, some of my audience will recognize you from the Jubilee episode. Certainly, just give a brief introduction. Okay, who you are. I know you also do some activism stuff that I saw. So tell my audience briefly who you are, what you do with that stuff.
Yeah, hi, I'm Hunter or Hunter Dunn. I mean, you can probably see it on the meat anyways. I am Well, I was recently debating Patrick Bet David, and he threatened to sue me. Well, said it was defamation and strongly implied he was going to sue me, which he hasn't done. And I've checked my mail, so that hasn't happened. Some people say I did pretty well. Some people say I look like Quentin Tarantino's kid. So it's up to you who's right and who's wrong. I'm also part of the 50-51 movement, which is a pretty large part of the mass mobilization branch of the anti-Trump resistance. So I'm sure most of you, because you're probably politically active, have heard of No King's Day. My group helped coordinate that, and I helped specifically with press. So that's
hell yeah.
what I do.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I wrote a like letter to the editor of my local news recently, just because there were some people defending some of the deportations, and I think they were horribly misleading or whatever. And one of the comments on that, it was like, I would never debate someone who works with the 5101 project or whatever, even though I'm not affiliated with them at all.
They probably misspelled it too, wrote the wrong number. That's great.
Yeah. He was like, but I enjoyed reading this, and it's like, okay, you know what? I guess I'm glad you enjoyed that. But yeah, I've spoken to some of the other people on that episode, so don't tell them I said this. But I think you did the best on there.
I
for
did
sure.
okay. I definitely did better on the healthcare than on the MLM stuff because, and I'm gonna be real, like I was also like, there's a limit to how much I can go into this.
Yeah.
But he straight up started defining a Ponzi scheme and saying it wasn't that, even though a pyramid scheme absolutely does have a product. And I also didn't call it a pyramid scheme. I called it an MLM, which is different. So I remember reading something that said, if you have to explain the difference between an MLM and a pyramid scheme, your business shouldn't exist.
Right.
And like, that's probably the, people claimed he lost subscribers. I don't know, because I wasn't exactly like camping his subscriber count. But I can't imagine that and platforming Benjamin Netanyahu was good for him.
Probably not. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess, to start out, baseline stuff. I think Patrick Bet-David is a demon. Like I don't even think he's like particularly committed to capitalism. I think he's just committed to Trump. And whenever Trump does things that a lot of people would consider not particularly aligned with capitalism, he seems to defend that perfectly fine, like all the tariff shit, like I'm sure he defends the Intel deal, like the stuff with maybe you can claim the Federal Reserve itself isn't pro-capitalist or whatever, but certainly
I'm not playing that game. We don't, I'm not
Sure.
touching the Fed. Destroying that would be bad. I'm not
Right.
super.
Well, no,
I have a longer form, but like, no, not playing that game.
Sure. No, I mean, I'm just giving the example of like, he claims to be so pro-capitalist, but when Trump does things that people would consider anti-capitalist, and I think you can consider not having an independent central bank, but a politicized central bank is, more anti-capitalist than an independent central bank.
That would be objectively speaking less. I mean, it would be something. And I know the word, and it rhymes with fash and ends with ist, right? Or whatever but like it's not. That would not be an improvement.
Right. So I think he did. He's not a particularly good advocate for quote unquote my side or whatever, certainly.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was until midway through the debate. He was not good. I thought it was going to be Dinesh D'Souza, for the record. That was my prediction.
And
which would have been better. Still bad.
I think not only does he have stupid beliefs, a stupid definition of socialism and stuff like that, but he frames some of the things that are horrible. His definition was the percent of government spending spent on entitlement programs. Like, oh my God, bro! Like, what are we doing?
Also,
but
defining entitlements, that's a separate issue. Yeah. Like, I remember walking into it and was like, I can either just make fun of his prompt for 2 minutes, or I can let some people know his company sucks. He might have sold, but he got rich off of a company that sucks. And I was like, making fun of his prompt almost feels ableist with how stupid it was. Right. So I was like, quickly define, I'm just going to move on because he's not even prepared to have that kind of debate. So even though it was his claim.
Yeah. All right. So I guess, to start off there a little bit, I'm not trying to do like a gotcha of your definition of socialism or anything. I just want to know like broadly, like kind of what's the model you advocate for? Like, are we doing kind of sovereign wealth funds? Are we doing co-ops? Are we doing state ownership of stuff? Like, what's the sort of broad model that we're aiming for?
You can probably guess I'm a co-op guy. Like I'm not really coming out here with like a very developed, we need to be doing this specific like anarchist or communist policy, and we need to like have our country or the entire world represent this in the next 50 years. I can do utopian thinking, but I don't think we're anywhere near some sort of like proletarian vanguard revolution style deal. I'm also not a vanguardist. So, like I'm looking at what's the best way that we can improve the conditions of the average person and everyone, if possible, under an oppressive system. And for me, those are things that in some cases are more social democrat, like universal healthcare, child tax credit stuff, which even some right wingers would agree with me on. But we're also looking at things like encouraging worker co-ops, I do like the government run grocery store stuff, although I'll admit I'm not as well versed there, where worker co-ops and healthcare is clearly something I prefer talking about. So, in some sense, I'm just more interested in what's the most effective way to help people. Very Matt Bruning-esque, I guess.
Sure.
So I'm coming into this able to be convinced, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Like certainly, one of my goals, obviously, is not just to epically own, debunk every socialist I talk to, whatever. It's to learn, it's to try to.
That can be fun too. That can be really fun because usually when people go into it with that angle, they tend to open themselves up to attack.
Sure. Listen, I mean, there's some, there's some locales out there. Okay, I'll be meaner to it, whatever. I guess the second thing I guess I would ask is just kind of like, what are the, I mean, I say to make people, make people's lives better, but like, what are kind of the big issues that we think either state ownership or co-ops are like aimed at addressing? Like, are we just super concerned about inequality? Are we super concerned about poverty? Like, what are the biggest things?
Yeah,
there?
I mean, okay, I read that like Mad Libs debate and whatever the new debate, whatever it's called. I don't
the argument
magazine.
Substack.
The argument, that's what it was. Okay, I was like, is it the discourse? Like, what's it called? And like when it comes to poverty, I'm just post cash transfer poverty is what I'm most concerned with. I don't think government programs can do all that much to fix the first part, especially not when we're talking about cash transfers specifically. Obviously, I'm concerned about poverty. I'm concerned about wealth inequality. I'm also just concerned about, human outcomes, right? Like the ability of people to have absolute and concrete freedoms, to borrow a term from some existentialists, and being able to make those choices and to make those decisions that can lead to a better life for them and the people around them. So, for example, I'm generally broadly more in favor of a 32-hour or 4-day work week because most studies I've read, and obviously I haven't read the entirety of the literature, have suggested that people are more productive in that 32-hour period than they are in a 40-hour period. But that's not really a socialist policy. Right. We should encourage companies to switch to that model through tax cuts or through other policy changes that aren't uber restrictive, up until we get to a point where it just makes sense to switch over and make the 32-hour work week mandate the way that the 40-hour work week is. And obviously companies can go over, but then there'd be overtime pay. We're not a pure laissez-faire capitalist system. We're not a pure socialist system. I think it should be either. Not right now. Right. Maybe in 100 years when we're in space, we fully automated luxury. You know where I'm going with that.
So me either. I'm not entirely laissez-faire, and like I think so I think we share a lot of these same goals. I just kind of think that typically, I guess I would say, one, I probably don't think these things are as big as a concern as you think they are, and certainly we'll get into that. For example, I think the sort of best evidence on wealth and income inequality doesn't suggest that it's gone up, that meaningfully. If you look at sort of post-tax income and post-tax income, including government transfers, that just has not gone up meaningfully in the past 50 years or so or whatever. And I'm going to sort of favor what I would call more redistributive policies, as opposed to the sort of predistributive policies that we talk about a lot of times, like, unions and or co-ops, things like that. So I guess we'll start off with co-ops, I guess, if you're okay with that. I think with co-ops, you run into a few issues. So one, this is kind of a broad theme with redistributive policies. Sure. I think you could, with co-ops, certainly sometimes they can help the workers in them, but typically, a lot of people in poverty are not the people who are working. They are people who are disabled. They are students. They are children. In a redistributive policy, where we sort of have tax and transfers, is going to be able to help a wider net of people than just helping the workers in this co-op or whatever. But with co-ops, I think you run into bigger issues with things like, for example, allocative efficiency. So if you tell firms that they essentially have to take on labor and capital together, you're going to see firms employ a suboptimal amount of labor or a suboptimal amount of capital, because there are firms that are going to be very capital intensive. They would need a lot of capital but don't necessarily need labor, and it's going to be hard for them to raise that capital. And there are going to be firms with the opposite that need a lot of labor but don't necessarily need capital, and they're essentially restricted in how much labor they can hire without also taking on capital. Essentially, I think you also run into problems with it's sort of this is a problem for unions too, to some extent. The egalitarian wage schedule, the more compressed wages that we see in co-ops and unionized workplaces, do have benefits for the workers who see that, but probably have negatives overall, because for one, you can see, for example, brain drain, where productive employees who would otherwise be more highly compensated if it weren't for the union or the co-op schedule, they leave to another company who doesn't have that wage schedule. And I think you're gonna how do I phrase this? I think you would see kind of more broadly the transaction costs. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. You would see broadly, because workers have to either buy in or there's some mechanism by which equity has to be transferred to them, you're going to see broadly the transaction costs in the labor market go up and labor mobility go down. So it's going to be harder for people to switch jobs. It's going to be harder for people to get jobs, and you're probably going to see just a higher unemployment rate overall. So those are some issues I would have there.
Yeah, the brain drain one's one that commonly comes up. There's a great study in 2015 by Burden about it that really elucidates the level of danger, and I believe I want to say it was in Italy. I tried to sort studies by which country they're in, but I could totally be wrong about which one it was. Let me grab it. Yeah, I think it was Italy. But the issue there, of course, is you're talking about wage compression issues, and not all worker co-ops have the same level of wage compression. I'm not necessarily advocating for a co-op model wherein everyone gets paid the exact same. My philosophy from it comes almost, I guess, straight out of alienation of labor, just obviously taking it to very different conclusions. Where, I see one of the basic issues with capitalism as we currently have it is just a simple economic one, wherein you're paying someone for their labor, right? You're the CEO, you're the boss, you own stocks in the company, right? Shares, sorry, not stocks. Yeah. And you're paying someone's labor, and then you're selling the result. And the way that you make money, the way that you make profit, is if you pay the person less than the value that they produce. Now, obviously, that's complicated, and we're leaving out a lot of variables there, which a lot of people tend to leave out of. Like, for example, you did one way or another acquire the money to buy the tractor for the farmer to use. And I think it's not inherently unfair for you to make some level of the money from owning the tractor or having the company wearing that. But fundamentally, you do have to pay someone less than the value they produce to make a profit, even if that person makes enough to live on or make a ton of money, like a NFL quarterback. There's a salary cap in the NFL for a reason. It's because if they actually paid people what they were worth, they wouldn't make as much money. And by they, I mean the owners. So worker co-ops are one way to get around that, because if people collectively own the company to different degrees, it also wouldn't have to be the same level of ownership. It wouldn't have to be exclusively worker co-op owned. It could be like majority owned by the workers and partially owned by capital. There's a lot of ways to do this. You're looking at a situation wherein people have more of a say in what their compensation looks like, what decisions the company makes, an increased level of localized knowledge, to quote a term from Hayek. I like some of the right-wing economists, at least when they say, than you get in a traditional firm. But when we're talking about like specific effects and specific policies that we're talking about, because again, you raised some good objections. I think something that I think is really useful is something like the Marcoer law. Are you familiar with that?
I don't think so. I feel like
this isn't a gotcha. This is like, I'm bringing up a thing you probably haven't heard before. I'm not the what's quality of earnings,
Yeah. I don't think I've heard of it.
I also might be mispronouncing it. It's I believe it's also an Italian law which lets employees use unemployment and severance benefits to recover a failing business and turn it into a worker co-op. Yes.
Yeah. So I've heard stuff broadly along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I think that's a better use. Allowing that option is just increasing the flexibility, increasing the options in the market. Because instead of it being necessarily sold off for parts in a bankruptcy sale, the workers who didn't get a chance to have a say in how the company was run can collectively use their unemployment and severance benefits to purchase the company, and let's see how they do. And there are a good number of companies in Italy that are the result of the Marcora law, and they're still running. So there's people that would have lost their jobs otherwise, that would have had to go find somewhere else for work. And instead of private equity coming in and slashing the whole thing, or it being sold off for parts of different companies, those people got to keep their jobs, and we got to see in real time how effective they were at keeping their business afloat. And honestly, like, I don't really care how successful or how much of a failure it was, because if it fails, well, the company was bad. And if it succeeds, the problem was the ownership or the structure.
Yeah.
So I just like,
with regards to the sort of, I think there's various countries that have some legislation, kind of like workers, sort of broad, like general, like first right of refusal or whatever, and like they have the right to, buy company stuff or whatever. I guess I don't, I don't think co-ops are like that bad or anything. I don't think we're gonna cooperatize companies and see Chairman Mao 100 million debt or anything. So sort of just some general protections or some like small incentives for co-ops, I don't like take a big issue with. I guess I would say there probably is kind of an opportunity cost on the other side. So we say like, oh, there are people who kept their jobs and wouldn't have otherwise because they were able to, use their pension benefits to, buy the company or whatever. I mean, I don't know exactly what the net effect would be. I guess I don't have reason to believe that net effect would be super positive or negative one way or the other. But there's also probably people who. What's
It's not their pension benefit. This is actually an important distinction. It's not their pension benefits. It's their unemployment and severance benefits.
Okay, sure.
So it's money that would either come out of the company already or come out of the government. So it's kind of semi-speaking saving money, at least on the government end.
Well, the incidence is probably. I mean,
it's quite small. It's not. It's marginal. The whole thing's it's marginal, right? Like, this is a company about to go bankrupt, right? Like, this is not. We're not talking a ton of money here. This is very small.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that. I mean, some of the incidents for unemployment insurance is probably on the workers still or whatever. That probably comes out of workers' wages at the end of the day, because firms care about the total cost of hiring an employee. But
it comes out of it the same way that the payroll taxes come out of it. That's a nebulous effect on the back end due to other unrelated government policy that if we're talking, but looking at the law in the vacuum, living in a modern state where an unemployment benefits exist, that is the result of both company policy and government policy, that's the world. Whether or not we should have unemployment benefits is a totally different discussion. Yeah.
I mean, I think we should probably have unemployment benefits, but I mean, my point would just be like, depending on, I don't know how exactly unemployment stuff is financed in Italy or whatever, but a lot of times unemployment insurance is kind of financed, via certain payroll taxes or whatever, that ultimately the incidence of that, meaning who actually pays it, falls on the workers. So you are still in effect taking away from the workers when you have unemployment insurance. Even obviously there are benefits to that, and one benefit can be allowing them to use it to buy out the firm or whatever.
Well, I would say that I will dispute this, at least conceptually, slightly. At least talking about the United States, this might be different than other companies. When you have stock buybacks and stuff, I disagree with some of the conclusions about about whether or not the burden falls on the workers or falls on something else, because you can't convince me that if unemployment was just like removed off the board, suddenly everyone's wages would rise. A lot of that money would go into stock buybacks. We could talk about if you're putting something into effect that might come out of the worker's salary, but if we removed it later, I don't think that it would necessarily flow back to the worker.
I guess this is gonna. So I'll mention
neoliberalism.
Yeah, so I want to mention this one thing before I address that. Like, I do think there probably would be an opportunity cost sort of on the other side of the like bankruptcy bailout, right? Like, there are companies who would have bought resources from that, cheaply from whatever bankruptcy stuff, that probably wouldn't have been able to hire people And because the workers now own that firm because they bought out the company when it went bankrupt, that company that otherwise would have bought it is not going to be able to have those resources, not going to be able to hire those people. So it could be the case that the net effect on employment or workers' outcomes more broadly is essentially zero or potentially negative or potentially, very slightly positive. But I think, sort of what you mentioned too is going to tie into the kind of, stuff you mentioned earlier about, paying workers what they're worth or whatever. I think the sort of, in general, a competitive labor market is going to essentially bid workers' wages up close to, if not at their marginal revenue product, essentially what they contribute to the company, based on being employed there. Now, you're right in that, you're not going to pay someone essentially above what they contribute to the company. You're not going to pay someone who it's unprofitable to hire. But
Actually, that's not that technically speaking isn't true. There are certainly circumstances where someone does no work and gets paid. So like,
well, sure. Well, so
you're
they're
talking
kind
about
of
the rational. Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, there are all
there's
sorts of
edge cases.
things like information asymmetries, right? Like obviously employers can think someone's profitable, but they don't realize that he actually isn't because he's not really actually doing any work or whatever. But certainly, in expectation.
If you're trying to make a profit, you do have to pay people less than the value of the labor mixed with whatever the materials were results.
Yeah, I mean, you pay them their marginal revenue. I guess sort of my broad point would be, competitive markets in general are going to convert, even in the cases where there's like information asymmetry is not exactly perfect competition or whatever.
Sure.
You're going to see compensation be right. There's gonna be compensation very close to sort of the equilibrium price we would expect out of efficient markets, and for workers, that's going to be their marginal revenue product, the additional revenue that they contribute to the company by being employed there. So, like, certainly, we might, for whatever moral qualms we might even have with workers, quote unquote, like not being paid exactly, everything they contribute to the company or whatever. I mean, I think just in general, the market system is going to be best for allocating labor. And you're still going to see some of this under a co-op system because it sort of is going to bid workers' wages up close to, if not at, their marginal revenue product. And that kind of aligns usually sort of individuals' goals with a sort of more social benefit or whatever, because workers are going to be employed in the industries where their wages are highest, and those are typically going to be the industries that consumers sort of want that product the most. There's going to be a lot.
I think hold on. I do want to be, broadly speaking, in many cases, you're not exactly wrong, but I do want to push back on some of the point. Wages aren't just a factor of like looking at to what degree this person's labor directly is worth to the company, like the value it produces, because labor markets are competition in both directions. So you're going to get circumstances, and often do. I think the classic example is at a very high-priced restaurant, right? Again, tips here make it complicated, but generally speaking, and that money, again, that's, but someone who is a waiter at a very, very high-end restaurant is going to be paid a certain amount of money, and that money is the result of both the value they produce, but also the level of competition, right? Because what's the lowest willing to do this job for? And then the lowest amount of money someone's going to do a job for, I would contest, is often lower than the value that person produces to a company. Again, this depends.
Sure, I agree with that. So obviously, like people
live in a world, but
so people are compensated, based on how much value they contribute, as well as sort of how easily they can be replaced, as well as what their next best alternative is. All those are factors that play a role or whatever. My point is just that generally, because due to those factors, generally there are complications. Obviously, in the real world, this is never going to be exact. You're going to see workers be paid close to their marginal revenue product. Most of the data that I've seen suggests workers are paid rather close to their marginal revenue product. It's actually the higher paid employees actually tend to be paid, like CEOs actually tend to be paid like a lower percentage of their marginal revenue product than the average worker does. The average worker probably gets roughly 85% of their marginal revenue product.
Yeah. I will admit I don't think of it in schools recently as used, so I want to make sure I'm understanding a term properly. But when we're talking about marginal product, right, we're referring to the amount of money that we produced. I'm probably using the wrong term here. Revenue. That would be the result of employing one more unit of labor, right?
Yeah, just the amount of revenue the firm gets from employing one more employee.
Yeah. I don't think that's in many cases the best way to measure that because, like there is a difference between employing 0 and 1 person. At a certain point, like we're doing a curve, right? You employ more people, there's less and less of a benefit. But when I'm talking about the value of the labor produced, I'm talking about the value that, in a very classical liberal sense, the value that is created when a guy mixes his hands with the soil and produces a wooden fence. I'm just, I'm going full Adam Smith, John Locke, mixed labor, soil, get property. That's not how I think things should work. Mainly because I'm kind of a geo-libertarian or a Georgist. Or I don't know. I think it's Georgist, right? On that issue, I think land value tax would solve a lot of problems, but that's not a socialist idea. That is completely separate. But when it comes to that angle, right? Like when I'm talking about labor value, when obviously Marx and many socialist economists, and even many free market economists too, are talking about the value of a person's labor, I'm talking about the value from going from 0 to 1 and 1 to 2 and then on, right? Not just 10 to 11. And I think that there's a difference when we're talking about that.
Well, I mean, sort of the marginal. I mean, typically, just diminishing marginal returns. Like you said, there's a curve, and at some point, you actually see negative marginal returns. That the kitchen becomes too crowded, so workers actually contribute less. But I guess,
but you have 10 people doing a job, and that produces $1 million, right? Maybe you'd make more from having 9 or 11 people there, but nonetheless, those 10 people collectively produce $1 million of value, and they're not getting paid $1 million. And I don't think you can completely fix that, but I think you can get closer to it by having worker ownership in a company. And I know this because the principal agent problem is literally one of the first things you learn in an economics class. And I don't mean that like as a gotcha. I just mean that like in the sense of like me, the loser, who took like one high school economics class and a couple political economic classes in college, right? So I'm not an expert.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't worry. I took one high school economics class too, so I'm here now as well. But we're
But I think absorbing economic policy through osmosis, right? Like, let's be, I think, okay, occasionally reading, right? I just finished Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher, which I enjoyed, even though there's going to be some tankies who are going to come for my head because I said that.
Yeah.
You familiar? Apparently doesn't have a specific enough call to action. So.
I mean, I haven't read I'm familiar with the book, and I'm familiar with Tanky's objections to a lot of those type of things. But
I guess I read it.
What I say the value of labor, I guess I'm kind of not strongly committed to any sort of theory of value in maybe like a moral, not necessarily moral sense of value, but that might be the right term, like moral sense of value. I'm not committed to saying sort of even like a marginalist view or whatever is sort of like the right theory of value. I do think there are issues with like a strict labor theory of value, or even like John Locke and other people's like sort of theory of value in homesteading and ownership or whatever.
There's issues, absolutely.
Yeah, right. So I think you run into, I'm sure you're familiar with that. I mean, you run into the joint production problems. You run into issues with how you account for animal labor, how you account for some of these other things or whatever. Marx was writing when we were still on the gold standard, and that kind of messes up a lot of his theories, because obviously we have left the gold standard by now. Money is no longer produced commodity as he thought it would remain. I guess so I'm more concerned kind of about what maximizes people's outcomes, and
Okay, I know what you mean by outcomes, so I'm not gonna play the game of what do you mean. Sorry.
Sure. I mean, there's plenty of debates if you go back. You can see me fighting with libertarians about theories of value too, about ownership and property rights and things like that. But
of course,
I do think that market systems kind of generally are going to lead to a lot of like in an ideal world, all the positive sum trades being made, but in a not ideal world, probably about 80 to 90% or whatever of the uh, sort of positive sum trades being made. And the result of this in the labor market is going to be workers being compensated close to what their marginal revenue product is. Now, maybe we have sort of issues with saying like their, a worker's marginal revenue product is like something that actually represents the value of their labor. Like that's truly is like what their labor is like worth in like some objective sense. This is the value of what they have produced or whatever. But I think you're going to see the best outcomes under that system. And if you do, these types of reforms or whatever, where, I mentioned earlier, with co-ops and stuff, you are going to see more unemployment and or disemployment. You are going to see lower labor mobility. You are going to see, I mean, you mentioned the study on brain drain. I know, like, I've seen, I'm sure there are studies conflicting as there are with anything. I don't have to do a lot of reading to have a super strong position on it, as with anything. But, there's a study from Uruguay, which has a decent number of worker co-ops, which finds that,
Sure.
there was brain drain. And I do believe there are studies from just unions, not even worker co-ops, that find unions with more compressed wages tend to also have more brain drain than, firms without the compressed wages.
Okay, but there's also a massive issue with a lot of the studies that is being left out in regards to wage compression differences, because specifically the burden study in the country it was in, again, I should have written down which one, their CEO payment was 351 times that of the median worker in the conventional firms that were being compared to. So you're looking at a massive wage compression as a result of that insane bell curve outlier just being cut out of the equation entirely, or at the very least massively lowered down, because again, some worker co-ops may have an elected or unelected CEO, but they're just not paid to the same. In no case I've seen of any worker co-ops is a CEO paid to the level of difference that is typical for a similarly valued company in that country, right? Something I would be jump cutting right now to something that someone said in the Jubilee debate right now, which was that since the 1970s, productivity's gone up 86% in the US, real wage has only gone up 32%. Meanwhile, CEO wage has gone up anywhere between 1,051% to like 1,400% in that time. And no one can convince me that Elon Musk deserves to be paid 1,400% more than Henry Ford was, or whoever, in terms of real wages. Because quite simply, a lot of CEOs are not super effective at their jobs. And even if they are, I think it's interesting that wages didn't go up the same level that productivity did. So but I'm sure you've seen those stats. I'm sure you have a response, which I'm not expecting.
Don't worry, buddy. Briefly, first of all, Elon Musk did get one pay package blocked. Okay. The board did stop one insane pay package or whatever. Okay, but I guess sort of for one, the productivity and pay stats I think most of the time are pretty messed up. I don't know specifically which ones you're citing. Depending on which ones you cite, I think they make different errors. The sort of more extreme ones make a lot more errors than the less extreme ones. But
I try to go for the more conservative studies for a reason, because you'll see. And it depends on which year it is too, and it will rapidly vacillate. Like the number is above 1,000% in almost every study in almost every year, but like pre-COVID, it was higher than it was post-COVID in a lot of cases, which is interesting because we talk a lot about wealth transfers during COVID. Sorry for cutting you off.
You're right. So a lot of them look at the sort of initial version of that chart was using two different deflators. Eventually, they fixed that. I'm sure there's some others that still have that problem, but like one of the things a lot of them do is they look at they look at hourly wages for median workers when non-wage benefits have increased a lot more in the past like 70 years. Workers get health insurance from their employers now. Workers get 401k contributions when that stuff used to be more rare. So even if so if you look at earnings, actual compensation rather than just wages, a lot of that gap decreases quite a bit. Also, if you use what I would say is a probably better measure of inflation, like if you use PCE and or GDP deflator, compare as opposed to CPI, which CPI has it still to this day overestimates inflation, but historically probably overestimated inflation even more. You see a lot of that gap shrink as well. You know,
Yeah, it's better to
the
use
biggest issue though with most of those charts is they compare the productivity of all workers, of everyone in the economy, compared to a subset of wages. They look at wages for or earnings for for production and non-supervisory employees most of the time. And obviously that's an issue because, you know, if you look, you know, that's more of a that shows wage inequality, if anything, because you're obviously, like, you know, in the framework I described before, even, you know, workers being compensated on their marginal revenue product. Well, you can see, you know, varying levels of productivity between different types of workers. So if high skilled workers experience a lot of productivity growth and lower skilled workers don't experience much productivity growth, you wouldn't see lower skilled workers have sort of a big increase in wages, but you would see, you know, the higher skilled workers have an increase in wages. And if you look at only the lower skilled workers' wages compared to everyone's productivity, you would see a gap there. But I think when you look at, you know, everyone's wages compared to everyone's productivity, that gap is barely there. When you use better deflation metrics, you know, that gap isn't really there.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would have to see the exact results of all these modifications and obviously go through step by step, see the specific result. Most of what you're saying when it comes to PCE and comes to GDP deflator, totally happy to concede those points. I'm not gonna, you know, argue the abstract, and who knows, you're Twitch streaming, so you may have it pulled up right there and I just can't see the graph.
I mean, I have it on my screen. I think I can send it to you if you.
Yeah, if you want to send it, I'd love.
There's a number.
Like, I'd love to see the adjusted version because, like, I'm, you know, again, I'm fascinated by that.
Right. I mean, there are obviously various different assumptions.
But on some of this, I'm going to push back because, like, we are looking at, like, the collective productivity increase of all non-supervisory workers over that time frame compared to the increase in CEO payment, and I think that that's something that should be looked at, right? Like, there is a fundamental difference between the productivity increase of we can measure productivity increase of the workers in a market as a whole, and if it's 80% productivity increase, if people were being properly compensated for the increase in their productivity, we would see an 86% wage increase overall, based on, you know, attributed and distributed more fairly based on the industry and the individual workers whose productivity increased over time.
Well, I think
and again,
so I think you do basically see that when you compare, you know, when you essentially use the right metric. So, I mean, if you look at, you know, like I said, wages, again, are not the only type of compensation. Non-wage compensation has increased faster than, you know, wage compensation has. So when you just look at earnings and compensation rather than wages, and when you use a better deflator, and when you essentially look at all workers, you do see that gap essentially disappear. There's kind of a after 2008, there's a little one, but not nearly as big as
after. I would not be shocked that after 2008, there's a bit of a little bit of a bump. That's not shocking to me. But
I think
it's not like benefits I mean, benefits have massively changed since the 70s, but they haven't massively changed exclusively for the better. In the 70s, pensions were much more common, as were health insurance premiums being paid in full or closer to full than they are now. And still, when we're doing all these studies, right, about worker compensation over time, we're still looking at the general phase out of specifically pension and health insurance benefits over time, which makes it complicated, right? Because if we were looking at specifically new workers, I think the gap would be wider than in the studies that you and I are referring to. Oh, you sent it to me on Instagram. I need to take a look at this. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I sent a few. Yeah, the Google. I don't like the Google Meet chat because there's no way for me to kind of not show it on stream, and I don't want to like.
Okay, this is okay. Just looking at it, growth in net productivity in real hour. You know, you got like a taxes folder up there or something. What you?
Oh, I sent the.
No, I'm saying you don't want to show what's on your screen. And I was teasing.
Yeah, don't worry. No, I mean, don't worry. The Gooner folder is protected, all right. So
you learned your lesson by watching those who made mistakes before you.
Exactly.
I don't watch much live streams and stuff, so the fact that penetrated my consciousness tells you a lot of how far that one traveled. Hey, that's a good. I'll have to look at the No Opinion blog. Read that. I'm just looking at the figure 4 growth in net productivity and real hourly compensation.
Yeah,
I'm sure whatever viewers are loving this very nitty gritty.
some of them are. Some of them are.
Productivity and pay. I mean, we're looking at the maps tracking closer. Although I do see the bump you're talking about.
Yeah, after 2008, there's a little bit of a divergence, but eventually it calms back.
Well, and then it looks like it's splitting again. It's diverging again post COVID. Makes sense for a K-shape. Might be related to the K-shaped recovery, possibly, or it might be related to interesting tax policies by yours truly. Little bit of one, little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But a lot of these viral charts that we're referring to are specifically the productivity to real wage difference, where there's two separate issues there, right? One of them is is the connection between productivity and pay, right? In that one, again, I'd have to look into to what degree is pension benefits being phased out, changing it. Is it possible that a lot of people retired or were laid off post 2008, and those were older people, so those peoples have pensions, and a lot of the newer workers, and part of the difference is because of policies that changed all the way back in the 70s and 80s, and we're just not seeing results yet because it screws over me.
I should be, from the stuff I've read, I think like more people have 401ks now than like ever had pensions, and I think I may
be underestimating that.
Yeah, I think I don't have. I wonder if there even are stats on this. I kind of don't. I don't have exact stats on essentially what percent of people with 401ks like have significant employer side contributions to the 401ks. But my guess would be essentially a large number of workers, if not more workers, have a big, large employer side contributions to their 401k. And an issue with a big reason why you saw pensions phase out since the 70s or whatever, is because we passed the law, IRSA or whatever, I think is the acronym, that essentially required these pensions to be fully funded, because a lot of them weren't fully funded and they would go bankrupt like constantly, and it just became too costly for
the lack of regulation, right?
Yeah, but once you did that regulation that required them to be fully funded, or I think like 90% funded or whatever, it just became too expensive for employers to do those types of pensions, so that's why they don't do them anymore. So it's kind of would you rather have like worker pensions that might not be able to pay out workers and we might have to rely on a government bailout, or do we have like 401ks? And I think there's also evidence that like 401ks probably match sort of the preferences of where people want to invest for their retirement better than the sort of employer provided pensions did. But
yeah, I mean, look, looking at that, you're probably right when it comes to pension stuff. I don't want to spend 20 minutes reading stuff on stream, so I'm just going to take the L on that.
Don't worry.
There's a secondary issue, right? The secondary issue is even if you can map productivity to pay to about even, although consistently a little bit below, especially when you account for the 2008 and 2020 bumps, which are still issues, just not nearly as big of an issue as 8632 makes it sound. We're looking, and then I mean, we're also conceding a implicit assumption that at that 70 point, it was an acceptable difference between the actual productivity and the actual pay. So it's possible in either direction that pay is significantly outstripping someone's productivity and the mapping relatively even isn't that big of a deal, or vice versa, which would be something I'd be concerned with. But again, I'm just wish casting here. The large increase in CEO payment, which is a measurable phenomenon that obviously fluctuates wildly year to year because there's significantly less CEOs than there are members of the average population. There is a pretty large increase of that over time. And the only thing that I've had that has a similar level of increase is the cost of universities, which I think you and I can both agree are kind of absurd right now for a million different reasons.
Well, I actually think if you look at the net price paid for universities, if you look at that has been like flat since 2006 because financial aid has also increased.
Okay, I'm talking since the 70s, not since there's a 30-year increase. which we're leaving
Right.
out right there.
I think the sticker prices continue to gone up, but since for the last like 20 years or so, the actual net price has been pretty stable. Although if we keep not letting in Chinese students or whatever, maybe we'll see that. Maybe we'll see that change, unfortunately. But that's so great.
I mean, I'm not. I have no clue what Trump's insane incoming immigration bans and xenophobia are going to do to college prices. It will probably not help them from the university perspective. But sticker prices on I know that the sticker prices, although there's one exception to that, which is really frustrating as someone who went to college at a private university where costs increase year after year. They don't exactly raise your merit money. So even though from the perspective of I'm coming into it in 2021, 2022, that my hair's being weird, 2021, 2022, and I'm paying $75,000 for tuition, which is pretty close to true. It might have been more. It's probably less, but it was above 70K. Obviously I didn't pay that much because of scholarship money, a lot of scholarship money, and some loans and such. But in 2006, someone was paying, I don't know, let's say 50K, but their scholarship and their loans were lower. So they ended up paying, them and I ended up both paying $20,000 a year. That's completely normal. However, in 2024, 2025, my university's tuition went up by 10K, and I didn't suddenly get that extra 10K in merit money. That didn't happen. So I got screwed over. But the sticker price increasing does have a lot of knock-on effects, at the very least for people who are merit-based or loan-based and not federal grant-based. So there are complications to that. And there's still that 30-year period wherein the financial aid benefits did not start increasing to match the difference. So we're still looking
I guess I'm just relying on... I think this is probably somewhere in my notes. I'm relying on just a piece from Brookings I read a while ago that just used data to look at the sort of net price paid. But just real quick, by the way, if you ever want to argue against Trump's immigration stuff, because universities engage in a lot of price discrimination, it is the case essentially foreign students who are willing to pay quite a lot of money for college seats in the U.S. or whatever can't actually have the effect of lowering prices for Americans, which is good for us Americans, regardless of the fact that it's probably just good to have foreign students studying here who eventually will hopefully contribute to our workforce. And that's an American export. You would think someone who cares about the trade deficit would care that we're exporting an education to someone. But so on the
just to talk shop and share, that's a good one. I'll definitely put that one in my tool belt. The one I love doing is I'm going to be real. I'm more of a political philosophy and theory guy that just reads enough data to not be a complete buffoon, rather than someone who is a data guy who reads enough political philosophy to not be a complete buffoon. So I'm coming at it from more ideology and speeches and quotes and conceptual frames of reference, right? I'm making more moral arguments and arguments over how we should be looking at things than I am about the exact numbers. Health insurance aside, because that one's just fun. You just throw numbers at people until they start crying when it comes to conservatives. Because they don't, you can have the very measured debate that we can have. Patrick Bet-David has no ability to dispute my bankruptcy. Even though I think that there's some stuff, if we get to it, that
I do want to talk about healthcare. I do actually
we'll get there. But what I like to do is I love to just quote Reagan at them. The millions of unknowing Americans, right? Fundamentally, America, if you're the notion of American dream, what's more American dream than coming here from somewhere else and committing your ideals to the freedoms and values of America and building a life for yourself? And shouldn't we make that easier instead of harder, right? As long as someone we can just make sure they're not a security risk. Why are we stopping them from coming here? Either because they're willing to do, and I kind of hate the willing to do jobs that people aren't willing to do argument. Yeah. Because there is some value there, but there's some value to the argument. But it also very quickly becomes liberal wine moms arguing that oh no, my gardener, which just tells you something about how they view undocumented immigrants and how they view immigrants, wherein they see them as an underclass, even if they want them around and would treat them better than the fascist would, right? But also some of the best doctors and lawyers and engineers are coming from other countries, and there's really high value jobs that American education sometimes doesn't provide. So it's good to have that free, someone's going to make fun of me for being pro the New World Order or whatever, eats the bugs or something. But the global free trade market is a good thing. It is good that people can move and bring their labor. My uncle came from Germany. He's a laser physicist. there's not like he didn't come over. He came over here primarily for like family and marriage reasons, but like it was not hard for him to get a job. It took years for his green card and his ability to work visa and green card stuff to come through, though, because our immigration system's absolutely a mess.
Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah.
And needs massive reform to make it easier to enter. But like, there's a reason why it was so easy for him to get a job, despite how long they knew it would take for him to actually be able to work for them. And that's because we need laser physicists, and Germany's sending some good ones. And I personally, I want them. I want that. And we talked about worker co-op brain drain. I don't want countrywide brain drain. That scares me a lot more than industry brain drain. If someone goes from one company,
I don't have super good evidence on this on hand, but I have heard from people that I trust that it tends to be the case that like sort of remittances do offset much of the effect of brain drain. Like you see, people who come here from India or whatever, if they're able to send money back to their family, like a lot of that money goes to education, and that probably kind of roughly offsets, a lot of the brain drain effects that we might be concerned with across countries.
Okay. But there's a difference. But remittances are also larger from third world countries coming to the first world than first world countries going to other first world countries. This is an intuitive argument here, but the history scholars of fascism that fled America to go to Europe and Canada probably aren't sending money back to family in the US because that family doesn't need it. They're probably taking that money in Canada and using it in Canada. Wherein if someone's coming over from India, they're probably sending some money back to their family in India just because of the way that the global economy works, and or maybe
certainly, with more developed countries, you're not going to see the marginal, you're not going to see kind of the marginal benefit of remittances be that high or whatever. So there could be brain drain concerns there. But, I do want to, I do want to get to the things that we mentioned earlier. So no. But first, what? Sorry.
So I realized, I have some notes on my stuff, but the day before, I don't actually. Okay, long story short, in my debate preparation, I was expecting someone who was a lot more prepared than who I got.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then at a certain point, I found out through information I was given that I don't think I can legally specify what information I was given. I didn't know who he was, so I was on set, and I said that on the set, and they aired it, so it's fine. I know I can say that. I don't know what I can and can't say. I realized the level of argumentation wasn't going to be up to snuff. So I have like a whole bunch of worker co-ops and notes up there, but I kind of want some of my basic stuff I used for the claim. So let me be right back.
Sure. We need to get to CEO pay real quick, and then we'll talk about whatever. You guys enjoying the stream? Like the stream if you want to see more stuff like this. Okay, subscribe, follow if you want to see me talk about similar things to another guy from Jubilee video tomorrow. His name is Seth. Sure, I do want to. So I do want to. The thing I wanted to get to before we get to healthcare is the stuff you mentioned about CEO pay. I think it's not super clear to me that if you look at just median CEO pay compared to median workers' earnings, that gap is actually increasing. What a lot of the times when people cite these numbers, what they're doing is looking at the top 350 publicly traded firms versus the median worker. So, for one, that's not all CEOs. That's a very top special CEOs.
The Fortune 500 has a larger gap in CEO to median worker pay than it does in non-Fortune 500 countries, companies, high countries.
Yeah. But I think also when you look at sort of if you look at like a fixed number of firms, because the number of firms in the U.S. overall is increasing, you're kind of going to be looking at higher and higher into like the top performing firms essentially. So if there are 1,000 firms in the U.S. in 1970 or whatever, and you're looking at the top 350 of them, you're looking at whatever, like 30%, the top kind of 30% of firms or whatever. If in the year 2020 there are 1 million firms or whatever, and you're still looking at the top 350 of them, you're looking at sort of the top 0.01% of firms, and then comparing their CEO's compensation to the median worker. And I think that's where you get these kind of insane numbers from. If you just look at, like, I don't know if you're probably familiar with Fred. Like, if you just go to Fred and like just divide like CEO pay by the sort of median earnings of workers in the second quintile, like you see, it's not really, if anything, it's been going down since 2005, and it's I think it's at like 250 or something. But the median CEO in America actually only gets only $258,000 a year. These are not super insanely highly compensated people, sort of, well, not on average, on the median, on the 50th percentile.
Yeah, so when we're talking about CEO payment in entirety, right? The median CEO makes 290 times the median worker in their company. The actual stat. Let me grab this.
The number I have is 252, and it's been declining or whatever. I think, but I mean, it could be the case or whatever. I guess it's not a big discrepancy, so it probably just comes down to some assumptions and whoever are we include, what workers you're including essentially. But I think it's a mistake to assume that this is like necessarily bad, obviously. So for one, I'm even mentioned this earlier. I think there's evidence to suggest that CEOs are actually paid a smaller percentage of their margin of revenue product than the average worker is. So if we look at when CEOs die or when CEOs are suddenly hospitalized, if you look, we can measure the effects on like firm stock prices and the effects on like the survivability of the firm, 2 years out or whatever. And we can use that to estimate sort of the value of the CEO to the company. And generally you find they're paid like about 60 to 70% of the value that they add to the company.
Okay, but there's a lot going into that, which is one, we're assuming the stock market is a fair representation of the value of a company, which is, I'm going to say dubious. I'm just going to say dubious.
Okay.
The value of the product it produces. I'm going to be specific on what I care about, which is a company sells a product of some kind, whether it's a good or a service, to me, a human being, or to another company, right? Mm-hmm. And they produce value that way. And I'm not sure stock prices are always representative of that fact. Or that,
stock prices certainly are going to represent the company's sort of future expected cash flow. And like if the CEO dies, a big reason why the stock price would go down is because people expect the sort of future cash flow of the company to go down because they're going to have a worse CEO.
Okay, but that's not necessarily true though, because Tesla's worth significantly more than most other car companies on the stock market. And Tesla doesn't have significantly more cash flow or make significantly more money from over the past, what is future, right? Because it's been higher than everything else for more than 20. It's been for like more than a decade. And in that decade, that cash flow hasn't massively increased. So I would argue that the actual change in the stock is not representative of the real value of the company. It's the same thing. Like I had again, I'm just gonna go back to the Jubilee debate just because it's a common reference point for us, right? Patrick was like quoting the quality of earnings, right? And I'm gonna be honest, I think I heard something else or something. And I was like, yeah, that sounds right. And then I heard him like, oh no, I said yes to some economic term. I don't know what it is. I just shouldn't have said that. Yeah. And then he didn't actually hit me on it that hard because I think he was too pressed about his company. So like it didn't end up mattering, but I was like, that's one of the points I did poorly in the debate. I should have just been like, maybe rings a bell, but do you want to explain? I recovered fine, but still. He talked about like how his company was valued at $250 million, right? Mm-hmm. By a firm that decides what the value of the company is. They audit it and they look at the cash flow, they look at its expected future earnings, and they decide how much it's worth. That's also not often reflective of reality. I am going to be very careful with how I phrase this, Patrick, and your legal team if you're watching me.
But don't worry, I don't think I'm that important. Don't think I'm that important.
Yeah,
should be good, hopefully.
I'm mostly messing around. You should see, like, people have like mentioned in interviews about it being afraid of him being sued. And I'm like, it's been a month. I live in it. He didn't know it was California. He didn't know California had an anti-slap state. He would end up paying my legal fees, I think. And I think that's why he, it just would have been a waste of time and it would have hurt him in the media. And I think that's why he didn't do it. 250 million seems like a lot for the type of company that was, especially looking at what the Daily Beast article said about what it relies on more, whether it's recruitment fees or whether or not it's the actual product they're selling. So when it comes to, again, valuations of companies with the stock market, it is often unmoored from reality. I'm sure the GameStop crisis is a classic example of the value of a company versus not. And don't get me wrong, they got a better CEO, they had a better method, deep value. I don't know what I can say on the stream or not. Can we curse?
Yeah,
his name was Deep.
You can say
his name was Deep fucking Value. That was his actual name. I think his argument was correct that GameStop was being undervalued because, again, the stock market isn't reflective of reality. But I also don't think GameStop's current stock, or the stock was at the height of the thing, was at all reflective of any reality besides screw the CEO, which is so screw like not CEO, but screw the big money man, which I agree with.
Well, so the issue there is the price of any asset is going to be influenced by expectations as well. Like it's going to be the price of any asset is kind of based not only on the sort of value of the underlying asset, but what people expect it to be in the future. So you can't end up with cases where there are like bubbles or whatever, simply because like the expectation is essentially to play a game of hot potato. You know, you expect the price to go up, so you buy now, and everyone else is doing that, but we all kind of know eventually maybe the price will go down or whatever. You know, no one wants to actually, you know, be holding the stock or whatever when it crashes, presumably because it's being overvalued by these expectations or whatever. But I think
and that happens unrelated to government intervention. It happens purely as a result of the market. And the one Austrian economics viewer that was watching this just logged off in anger right now.
yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Sorry, you were doing the market scale thing, and I was like,
sure. I don't think I have many Austrians watching me. We'll see. Certainly there were some sometimes, but you know, I've argued with plenty of
very long about how like the reality praxology is nothing. Their argument is that like their ideal economic world is not reflective of reality, and that's reality's fault, which is insane to me.
Well,
I read that.
To be fair, there is an argument that I've heard before. I don't know to what extent this is true, which is that like the sort of policies that are kind of aimed at like say like decreasing uncertainty in the stock market or whatever, like with circuit breakers, you know, when there's a bunch of trading happening at once and we sort of halt trading for a few seconds or whatever. I think like there are arguments you can make, which I don't know if they hold or not, which like those types of policies, even if they're aimed at addressing a good goal, like tend to have negative effects, and therefore we should just not have the government intervene. For example, with circuit breakers, they might actually increase volatility. I think there was one paper I saw suggesting as such, but I don't have a strong opinion on that.
Okay, I'm not gonna act like if Ludwig von Mises like appeared in the flesh on our stream, he wouldn't like whack us in the debate with a whole bunch of numbers that are inaccurate, but we have no way to counter because we can't fast enough for him to talk. No, it doesn't. No, like I feel like I can just reject that mostly out of hand, because like you do have to at some point put in some shock, you know, just circuit breakers is a good metaphor. I'll steal that. Some circuit breakers in the economy, because you don't want to create a massive panic and a massive spiral, because with the stock market, people aren't rational, or if they're rational fools. Thank you, Marcia Sen. I really appreciate that metaphor. This is sparkling water, by the way. It's just fun to toast. And you will lead to a massive market crash in certain circumstances just because people get scared and the sell continues until you get a crash. And putting in some shocks and some circuit breaks can help avoid a larger crash. Right. Now, it can't solve everything. And there's also other rules. Like that's why there's a limit to how much a bank can, I forget what the rule is, but there has to be a certain amount of M1 in a bank that they can't lend out.
Well, that's a little bit different now. Post-COVID, we got rid of reserve ratios basically, but we do pay.
We did what now? I wasn't paying attention. We did what now?
It's complicated. Okay, so basically, we got rid of reserve ratios, but it doesn't like actually really matter because banks hold excess reserves anyway because we pay interest on excess reserves. So banks don't actually lend out all the money that they can, anyways. But post-COVID, we got rid of reserve ratios.
What?
I mean, yeah, we used to require banks to have a certain amount of, you know, reserves. And now we don't require that, but we do pay interest on reserves. Like banks.
So we're giving them money to have reserves.
Well, we pay interest on it, yeah, kind of. I think it's I think it's new money that we pay for interest on reserves.
That's fine. We pay in. Okay, we incentivize banks to do it.
Yeah, I think there are definitely there are arguments you can make against interest on reserves. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I don't know. I actually don't know exactly the reason why a lot of people don't like it. But I think you can accept.
Like Fed, so like it could be related.
Right. But I think you could accept that, like, asset prices, like I said, are going to depend on expectations, and expectations like aren't always going to be perfectly rational, and like there can be cases where there are kind of bubbles created because of those expectations. But the kind of relevant thing is, like, expectations of the future value of a company do go down when a CEO dies or whatever, or when a CEO is suddenly hospitalized, because that CEO does bring value to the company. And like, if you just look at firm survivability after a CEO dies, like you see, like when CEOs die, the firms with their CEOs die, like, last a lot less long than firms that didn't see their CEOs die. So
Okay,
that
but
is also evidence.
okay, there's a lot that goes into that, right? I've said that a couple
Mhm.
times because we're talking about a complicated economic market where there's a theory and there's a reality. And
Well,
also,
to be clear, I'm
really,
citing some of this will rely on theory and assumptions, but this is like real
yeah,
world data that you can look at.
no, you're not. I know you're not pulling numbers out of your. I listened to enough of your stream to know you're not doing that. I think you listen enough to random stuff I've said online to figure that
Oh, yeah.
out.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
But first off, it seems like we're circling around a really awkward and funny situation in December of 2024 regarding a sudden CEO death or hospitalization. And just the way you were phrasing it reminded me of that specifically. And the stock prices did go massively down. But it also went down because of actions that were taken to try to recover public trust as a result of that. Public safety, I guess, more than public trust. But so, there's, again, like, that's a good example of there's more complicated factors than just the CEO being really important and suddenly falling out, right? You're losing a public spokesperson. You're losing someone who, in many cases, is their actions directly affect the stock pricing. And I don't just mean their actions as a CEO in the sense of I tell you what to do, in the sense of what I say to the public and whether or not I smoke weed on air, right?
Well, right.
Elon Musk.
So I agree with you there, but I think, like, this is part of the reason why CEOs today are so highly compensated is because CEOs today, like, have to be experts in public relation because, if they say the wrong thing, they're going to get canceled by the woke mob or whatever.
They don't, though. Clearly they don't need to be experts in public relations.
Tesla's value went down when Elon Musk was doing, like, all his Doge stuff or whatever. Like
it's still ridiculously high
you yourself,
flamethrower guy, and that's not.
sure,
I mean, maybe that's PR, but like he is.
I mean, you yourself just cited that, like, the stock prices went down not because of just the CEO was sort of management of the company, but because of the PR around it. And, like, CEOs today also have to be able to navigate a bunch of global supply chains. Like, the role of a CEO has gotten a lot more complicated, a lot more intensive, which is part of the reason why you see good CEOs being so highly compensated.
Okay, but and look, there's no way to prove this in reality. This is a pure theoretical contention. If Elon Musk in 2015 was replaced by one of those aliens from the Peacemaker show, and that one was a reasonable and boring human, and that created a reasonable and boring human being, I think Tesla would be worth more now than it is worth currently. I think it would be worth more than it is worth more in the real reality we live in, wherein Elon is not possessed by an alien; he's possessed by ketamine, allegedly.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily surprise me because I don't think Elon is a good person or good CEO. But I think, Elon owns. I think the issue is Elon owns enough stock in Tesla, and I think has enough board members favorable to him, such that, like, he is not being pushed out. I think that's the issue with that, right?
Yeah, that's also maybe possibly an issue with how we run companies, But you would
expect, like, insofar as Tesla is being sort of poorly managed or whatever, other companies can eat up some of that market share because they aren't being as poorly managed.
But like that's ignoring the billionaires club, though. Like, there's people there's like the good old boys club wherein people will support each other and stuff, even when they're bad at their jobs, because what goes around comes around, right? Like, there's the country club that make deals that other people don't have access to, and has nothing to do.
But I guess, like, I don't think so. There can be some, like, limited cases of that, and I'm sure, like, it wouldn't surprise me if Elon Musk did have some sort of, like, board members on Tesla or whatever that were, like, super favorable to him, not because of he's actually good for the company, but because of more personal reasons. But insofar as that happens, you would expect Ford and GM to be able to essentially take advantage of the fact that Tesla's being poorly run and do their own electric cars, have their own innovation, have their own battery plants and stuff like that.
Yeah, but also most of Tesla's like future expectations aren't based on what they've actually produced. It's based on hypotheticals. I would argue that the Cybertruck was never meant to be. I would argue the Cybertruck was never meant to be released, which would explain a lot about why the Cybertruck is like that.
I mean, everything is based on expectations. Like,
yeah, but like,
no one knows.
That's the funny thing too, because like I don't know if I could say Elon's bad at PR in the sense that like Elon did spend a lot of time creating himself as like lay epic in a way that was really appealing to specifically people who invest in the stock market for like a decade before he became fully unhinged. And that somehow the work that he did there was so effective, even if it's kind of completely utter bullshit to someone like you and me, wherein nowadays his company's still worth a ton because of the effect that he made. So like, you could, I don't think you should be paid as much as paid
by the way,
now,
even
but
if
you could have the argument.
Even if we're saying somebody thinks they're irrational or whatever, like generally, I think there's piece of evidence, and I know you're not like holistically against markets. Like obviously, co-op structures still keep a lot of the sort of more fundamental like market and price system or whatever. But like we would kind of expect markets to, on their own, filter these things out over time. Like even if people are making random decisions in markets, or consumers are making random decisions, this, essentially because of the sheer number of decisions made, because there's such a large amount of people making these decisions, and there's sort of a filtering system with the profit and loss mechanism, you would expect firms that are effectively managed still would win out, even if investors are making sort of irrational decisions. And I do think there is noise in the stock market, but
I do disagree on that. I mean, I think there's, obviously, like there's a lot of noise in the stock market. I do think that on the whole, in many cases, again, I'm being general here because I don't want to say like in all cases, because not all cases, but in a lot of cases, people make rational choices based off of, and by rational, I mean like I want this sparkling water more than this one by 10%, but it's worth 15% more, so I'm going to buy this one instead. Like people do that. I also don't think people walk into a grocery store with like the stock market and like the price comparisons and calories and stuff ready. So it's like more vibes based. But like generally speaking, there is like, like those decisions do sort of bear out a market level.
Well, I think even if they're the evidence I've seen is just even if they're vibe based, or indeed even if they're random, the market system still tends to have broadly efficient outcomes. But
there's a large exception to that, though, which is, there's two. One is that interests aren't always material, and people can be acting in rational self-interest in a way that isn't material. And when you combine that with purchasing power and stuff affecting the economy, if you have a couple 500 people who have way more money than God and way more money than each other, those people, if they act in a way that is in their own self-interest and on their own company's self-interest or the stock market or the investors, but in their own personal self-interest, you can, and in their buddy's interest, you can create a massive inefficient effect on the economy. And I'm going to use a really weird example.
I guess it's not clear to me that that's inefficient because, again, I think CEOs are compensated largely based on how much value they contribute to the company. So, like, you can obviously end up with inequality that's pretty inefficient.
I'm talking about the people above the CEO at this point, above some CEOs.
I mean, even they are compensated based on sort of, they different board members are compensated.
No, they're not. No, I'm not. They're compensated for having a bunch of money that they put into the company in the first place, and I guess you could say that
based on how well their investment turns out.
Okay, but like, I'm sorry, the person who invested $1 billion into a company and then gets millions and millions on top of it didn't work as hard or produce as much value as the people who actually do the labor for the company. Like the guy,
so this might come down to
it F all, like, and in a purely free market system, I'd be more okay with that. But by that, I mean 100% estate tax. Wherein the only people investing are people who actively made that money themselves and not, if Jackie Chan's son has $1 billion, good for him. Because I'm sure you've seen Jackie Chan famously said that he's not going to give his son any money.
Yeah.
But Elon's another great, terrible example of this. He hasn't invented anything himself because he already had a ton of money from his dad who owned an emerald mine. And they made a lot of money off that.
Right.
So if your dad gives you money and you invest it well, that doesn't mean anything to me. my dad also gives me money and I invested well. He doesn't. I'm making this up. But like, if he did, and I produce 100% on my returns, and Elon produced 100% on his returns, we're equally good at investing. But he made $1 billion and I made 20. So
I
like
guess
that doesn't
this
mean
is going to
anything.
be this kind of to some extent might bring us back to sort of the broader things or whatever. But kind of roughly, regardless of our sort of moral views, and I don't know if moral is the right word or whatever, but more philosophical views about like what value like really means or whatever. I think typically the best outcome is still achieved under a market-based system. Typically, a market-based system does ensure that investment is essentially going to the firms that have the most profitable use of that investment on the margin, and generally that's going to be aligned with sort of more social interests about what consumers demand, sort of what's going to bring higher productivity to workers and everything. Because I mean, a lot of it, obviously most investment is financing essentially productivity enhancements, and that's going to bid workers' wages up as well. And I think the second thing is redistributive policies are typically a much better way to address this than the pre-distributive policies. So I don't know. Right. I mean, you're talking about worker co-ops, and there was evidence about egalitarian wage schedules that we talked about earlier, but there is also evidence that just like straight up capping CEO pay tends to be pretty bad as well. Like there was evidence from China because they had some state-owned enterprises where they essentially cap CEO pay, and they found like, the performance of these firms decreased because CEOs weren't compensated based on how much they contributed to the firm anymore, and CEOs essentially increased their own like perks and increased benefits to themselves, kind of internal within a company, and that like siphoned away resources from more productive activities within the firm, which is part of the reason why you saw the firm performance decrease for CEOs that had their pay capped. And like I mentioned earlier, this is typically going to be positive sum still.
The pay cap thing is interesting because I totally agree with you there, and and I have a reason for this, and the reason for that is the reason I believe in worker co-ops in the first place. The principal agent problem, right? Are you familiar with the? I want to know what knowledge you're coming at.
Yeah, broadly, yeah.
Good. I just asked this because like a lot of times like economics is talking shop and like something that is really easy to understand, but then the words that they use are super hyper technical, and that's why I was like marginal product. I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about here.
Sure. I don't want to. You probably do see, by the way, principal agent problems with like a lot of state ownership as well, but regardless.
Yeah. Oh no, you do. I'm not disputing that one. That's a different discussion about what to do with the state-owned firm. Because technically speaking, there are state-owned firms even in the capitalist system. Like NASA's kind of a state-owned firm. You could argue. It's not, but like it is sort of.
It's kind of. It's not really run as like a state-owned enterprise, but it could be. It is a government department.
You could run it that way.
Yeah.
And there are things in plenty of things in social democratic economies and in other economies that are run state-owned, but like I wouldn't call those countries socialist. Yeah. Something like Norway sovereign wealth fund, right? Which I don't know enough about that to make an argument for or against the sovereign wealth fund, so I'm just not gonna. I've never played that game, so like I don't have a stake. Bring in Richard Wolff and he'll tell me what to do. I don't know. But with the worker co-ops, my argument is the same reason that CEOs get stock options or become a part owner in the company, that increases the productivity of the CEO for the shareholders, right? Because it's incentivizing the CEO to work harder for the company rather than to work as hard as possible trying to make more money. I would argue that would have the same effect for every single employee in the company. Every single employee in the company, as it currently stands, who is paid a static amount or paid by the hour or paid by, just paid a salary. Let's just say paid a salary. They're incentivized to spend as little amount of time as possible doing work for the company, as much time as possible, finding other ways to make more money as much as they can without getting fired, right? Their main goal is to make more money. And that's the goal of most people in the market economy, is to make more money, to more benefits too. You're right in that it's not just wage compensation. There's other forms of compensation. But their goal is to get more money. If they're a owner in the company, if the how hard they work is directly tied into the value that they produce through owning the company and also through having investment, making the decisions and having a say in it, that produces better outcomes for the worker and also produces better outcomes for the company because you have a more highly motivated, more effective worker. And the studies bear this out. I mean, one of the most famous studies is the Froelich study, and also the Melizo study, which both show that workers in democratically chosen, sorry, not even democratically owned firms, but when they democratically choose their managers
they just
and
like
their
worker
pay
board
structure.
membership. Sure. Yeah.
Yep. They make more than workers of conventional firms. And even with O'Boyle's study 2016, that's like the largest meta-analysis I found, 102 samples, 59,000 firms. It had a small but positive and statistically significant relationship to firm performance. And there's complications there because most co-ops, especially most worker co-ops that are better than conventional firms in their industry, are service co-ops. There's much more evidence that service co-ops are more effective than good-based co-ops, which is interesting. I don't really have an explanation for that. I think it might have to do with like, there's probably a million reasons, right? Maybe service industries have more highly educated workers, and they're able to make decisions more effectively because they have better civics, better education in general. Or maybe it's because of the product they produce, and there's some other factor I don't understand. I think I was listening to like Unlearning Economics or something, who's a pretty solid left. I'm sure you have your issues with him, and he was talking.
I think Unlearning Economics is really smart. I like Unlearning Economics, to be clear.
Yeah,
I think he's a cool dude.
I remember he had a reason for it, but like it's escaping me. For like why he thought service-based economy. Sorry, service. Why am I saying service-based economy? That's a different thing. Service-based firms that produce services are better co-ops than firms that produce goods. So
I guess again, I don't entirely dispute that some of those effects you're going to see. Now, I do think eventually I'll go on my full econometrics arc, okay, and I'll be able to understand all the studies, and I'll have all the stats memorized, okay. But from what I've seen and heard from my, one of my buddy who's a data analyst, a lot of the empirical evidence we have in co-ops, either way, whether they're good or bad, it just tends to be not particularly good.
Very small.
But yeah, right. They're a pretty small sample size. Like I know he complained, like he was looking at a study that like had like a sample size of 17, and because the sample size was so small, sort of the effect on productivity 3 years out was like negative, but like just barely not statistically significant. So it was like, if there was just like one more co-op, okay, maybe we could have found a statistically significant effect on productivity, and it would have been negative in that study. But
that's why the O'Boyle one is fundamentally going to be the one that everyone should reference for or against. It's like, it's slightly better. Yeah. Maybe we should incentivize, but also the very basic.
Like, I think you're like, in any of those cases, like you're going to see trade-offs essentially. So it could be the case that some workers are more productive because of co-ops, and like, you might see, for example, like you said, workers which have more democratic control are more productive, but like generally, like they're going to be trade-offs for worker co-ops. You're going to see transaction costs go up. You're just going to see less labor mobility. You're going to see less workers hired. I think that's obviously a negative. I think you're going to see, again, the allocative efficiency problems where you're saying you're essentially limiting the abilities of firms to raise capital when they need capital because they also have to accept labor, which means, again, they're going to underhire. That too is going to lead to more unemployment, or the reverse of that. Obviously some firms need labor but don't need capital, and you're just not going to see that type of allocative efficiency that generally in market economy is going to provide. And I do think you do have issues with capital in general being sort of socially owned. So like, obviously wages are, fully privatized. Like workers get the full sort of private benefit of their wages, but in some types of co-ops, so with wages, that's privately owned, you get the sort of principal amount, you get the wages, and you get any interest on the wages from what you invest the wages in or whatever. But if sort of instead of taking it out as wages, you invest it in the company, you kind of only get the return on that investment. The principal amount, is going to actually be, that's going to be socialized, right? That's going to be owned by the rest of the workers as well. So I think like you're going to see issues there, especially if workers are, close to retirement or whatever. You're going to see workers essentially choose to give themselves higher wages instead of investing in a company more productively. More like if capital is privately owned, you can avoid that incentive a lot of times.
Wait, hold on. I was with you until the last bit. I was totally with you until that last bit. And I'm going to disagree very strongly, and maybe that's because of some pinko scum, but I don't think investing in company stock buybacks is a more effective use of your funds than paying your workers more. I don't think I don't think we should have legalized it in the 80s. I don't think.
Well, I don't think it was legal. So, okay, so there's a number of things. So I mean, for one, like obviously not only the only type of investment isn't stock buyback. So like you would see, in the case I just laid out. So in the case I just laid out, like even if stock buybacks were banned in this case or whatever, like you would still see, because capital is socially owned, workers are only going to get the return on investment in the principal. Is sort of going to be socialized amongst all the workers, and workers would have an incentive to sort of suboptimally invest or whatever.
Okay, but I would argue that the suboptimal investment of workers, you might be overstating the case, because the workers have the main incentive of their company not dying, so they have to invest at least as much to make sure that we're looking over time, right? And the better worker co-ops are going to survive the same way that the better non-worker co-ops are going to survive, right? Better companies. Statistically speaking, generally speaking, better companies survive more than worse companies do.
Yeah.
Not always. Yeah. Because there's plenty of bullshit out there.
I guess the point would be you would still expect sort of underinvestment relative to what would be the efficient. You might have used the word efficient, but efficient market outcome under a private ownership system.
And look,
I do want to get to stock buybacks in a second here, but I do also just want to mention, like, I think, again, sort of redistributive systems let you approach this much better than sort of the predistributive systems. And I think if you look at, obviously, like everything, I'll give examples in a second of, but I do want to say, like, if you just kind of look at, right, we've been talking about like pre-tax income this whole time, like CEOs are compensated, that's their pre-tax income. If you look at just post-tax income inequality, I think the best data on that shows that, that has remained flat over time, because we have spent, as Patrick Bet-David loves to mention, okay, we do see quite a lot of social spending in the U.S. We do see that sort of the amount of government transfers and government benefits given to the lower class, like, has increased in the U.S. over time. And that has kept, even though sort of pre-tax income inequality has gone up, because CEO pay has gone up so much and worker pay maybe hasn't gone up as much, post-tax income inequality has not very meaningfully gone up in the U.S. like since the 80s, I don't think. And that's due to that's due to the tax and transfer system that we have, which I would have a more efficient tax code. I would probably only tax consumption, essentially. I would do a type of progressive consumption tax, which I think would have lower avoidance. Like, you would see, essentially, people would be taxed on where the consumption within the U.S. It'd be destination based, so that would avoid issues with sort of companies, saying we're actually an Irish company, we're going to headquarter in islands and everything, or people having like Swiss bank accounts that aren't effectively taxed, because you'd just be taxed on when you consume stuff in the U.S. And it'd be pro savings. You wouldn't be taxing investment in savings like we do now. You'd also see the sort of loan loophole, right? The buy, borrow, die loophole be closed or whatever, because even if you get a loan, if you any amount of that loan that you consume to buy a yacht or whatever, that would still be taxed, right? So I think you'd have a lot less avoidance, and you'd have a better pro savings tax code if we did some type of progressive consumption tax and or a DBCFT, if you want to really get into what that is.
I will say DBCFT is not ringing a bell, so I'm just gonna. Oh, the destination-based cash flow tax.
It's essentially, it's a. I mean, we can talk about it more if you want, but the nice thing about it is it's actually essentially equivalent to a sovereign wealth fund, or at least a sovereign wealth fund sort of passively invested in every company at once, which I think is really. I think it's a pretty efficient tax. Okay.
I will say, having a sovereign in that, just on the basis, that idea doesn't sound terrible to me, but I'd have to look into it more to have like a full on. Of course, if you want to extol the values to me, you go ahead, Joel.
Yeah. Do you know who? I'm curious. Do you know who Econoboy is at all?
No. That's not Wait, rings a bell, but no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Econoboy is he was a streamer. Retire in peace. I miss him. But he's a streamer, like econ streamer dude, bigger than me. And he he became a socialist. Okay, he used to be just a soc dem, and he would have he would argue against a lot of socialists online. But eventually, he converted to socialism. Okay, it was so evil, so evil. But he has a Substack that he writes because he stopped streaming, and he talks about the sort of taxes that he would like. And one of the articles he has is about a DVCFT. So if you want even a socialist, okay, arguing for a DVCFT, you can check out his Substack essentially, and he has some of the arguments for it there.
I'll have to take a look. That sounds interesting. I will say, when it comes to the progressive consumption tax, you're referring to specifically, I mean, right? Like you're just, are you basically just talking about like a sales tax? Progressive
No,
sales
so there are
tax?
different, yeah, so there are different types of progressive consumption taxes. I guess
I know a value-added tax is part of.
yeah.
Is also part of that, but I wasn't
So
sure
a
which one you
value-added
were
tax isn't necessarily progressive. You can kind of make it progressive on the back end if you do certain subsidies or whatever, or certain transfers. I think what would be the only thing kind of remotely politically feasible in the U.S. today would probably be essentially what's called a personal expenditures tax, where we would kind of have sort of the same income tax system we have now, but you'd just be able to deduct all your savings, and we'd probably change the brackets a little bit. So the same way you can deduct some of your 401k now from your income, you just be able to deduct any money that you saved, right? You like unlimited money that you saved and didn't consume. You'd be able to deduct. You only pay taxes based on sort of the money that the money that you actually consumed, and we'd sort of scale up the. There's a term for it. It's not like scale up the ladder, but you would change the brackets a little bit to maintain its progressivity. Sort of
I don't. My instincts are going red alert right here. And again, I don't know as much, but my brain's like, this seems like this encourages billionaires to spend less money.
yeah. So I don't, yeah.
More and take. I think having more money, more purchases in the economy is good. I think increased cash flow and transferring between people, between places, like just the entirety of the economy is something that we should be encouraging more of, not less. So like that seems like that'd be counterproductive. I could be wrong.
I think generally the sort of the spillover benefits are from savings tend to be higher than sort of the spillover benefits from consumption. So like, I mean, for one, this isn't really, it's encouraging it relative to our current system, but because our current system disincentivizes savings and investment, we're kind of just removing that distortion or whatever. But like, I think the issue with billionaires that most people have is like, we see them buying super yachts when there are people in poverty, right? It's not that like they just have a lot of money in their bank account that's financing either government spending via buying bonds or financing, companies via investing in capital or whatever. And I think generally those savings tend to do things like increase worker productivity, tend to help startups succeed and everything. Those are kind of broadly really good things with a lot of spillover benefits. Additionally, savings have to finance consumption at one point, right? Like savings are just future consumption being saved. So there are some estimates, I don't know how much weight I put in this estimate, but there are some estimates that like sort of long run consumption would actually go up relatively quickly because the additional savings are just going to finance more consumption later on. But, that's, I think the spillover benefits are a more important thing there.
I'm really questioning that logic and practice because that really sounds like I'm being very, again, like I could be wrong. Again, like a tax policy, I know a decent amount of tax policy when it comes to ways to potentially try to create more equality in the burden of tax and like those kinds of debates and discussions. And I clearly have some opinions on land value tax and how.
Well, we probably agree on land value tax. I do like land value tax.
And use of trucks is also a fun one. I think one of the main issues is when people just buy up a whole bunch of assets like unowned homes and land and don't do anything with them and sit on them as an investment. I think that's a problem. I think we should be encouraging people to improve their properties and improve and use what resources they have to better things in this world. So like I am very pro taxing the shit out of an unowned home which is not being occupied and or like a building that isn't being improved.
Well,
but like one of the reasons I like value tax is I would love to see people make their house better. And I don't think we should tax them for making their house better. I think we should tax them for having land that is owned by the entirety of the human race. And I guess
I don't want to spend too much time on this. I do like land value tax. I think if you tax sort of empty homes or whatever, like you probably just see less home supplied overall because you're essentially just increasing the risk for landlords that they are going to have to pay a tax
Yeah,
if
but
their
the
homes
homes
are
are
emptied or whatever. But
okay,
it
but
just
there are more unowned homes in the U.S. than there are homeless people. The,
it's not
the
really
housing,
true.
our
The issue
population
so that
is growing fast enough wherein less housing
Mhm.
being built. If all of the unowned homes were suddenly owned, sorry, all the unoccupied homes were suddenly occupied,
the
there would
vacant
be
home
these
stat. The issue with
houses.
the vacant home stats is like a lot of those homes are homes that like have already been bought and are waiting for their people to come in. A lot of like another 30% of those homes or whatever are homes essentially in disrepair, or are a very small percentage of the homes are like maybe homes that are like vacation homes that are unoccupied for most of the year, and maybe you could seize those homes and give them to homeless people. The issue is the vacant homes are not where the homeless people are, right? Like the vacant homes are in the Midwest or whatever, in rural Utah, as a
Okay, but
secondary
also a
vacation
lot
home
of
for
those
these people,
people are
and the homeless
in
people are in
California.
LA.
Yeah, but a lot of those people are in LA and not rural Utah because it's a lot safer to be in LA than rural Utah in the winter.
Well, I
And
just
like
think
there's
sure,
also the
I just
social
think it's like
reasons red states. You're
it's not
probably a
a
blue state exist, so I'm sure we don't need to argue about that.
sure.
But like, there's a reason why the homeless people are concentrated in an area, and it's
Well,
not because they don't want to live where the open homes are.
it's
That's
not.
not.
I'm just saying
That's
it's not a feasible solution to take even the vacant homes that you could take conceivably to benefit homeless people. If you were to seize the second homes that are actually usable for homeless people, like you'd have to be shipping homeless people to Utah to like the state-owned housing or whatever. And I think that'd be, that would not be worth
okay.
the cost,
But
especially when I
also,
think there are better solutions.
but to be clear, 63% of unoccupied homes in the U.S. are owned by investors. So
Well, that could be, but it doesn't mean that you can seize them. And also, what is what is investor
I'm not saying
even?
you can seize them. I'm just saying you should tax the shit out of them. Like that's not the
Well,
same.
I mean, I think again, you would see, um, like
Use of
you
I'm
would see,
saying you should
essentially the future supply of rental housing go down, like you could, because people just would be less willing. You're making it riskier to
okay, but
actually invest in housing and supply that.
look, I'm as anti-landlord as your other leftist, but like I will concede that I would rather someone be renting a home than homeless, right? So if we're
Mhm.
incentivizing all the unoccupied homes to at least be on the rental market, and if they can't get someone to pay for it, and the price keeps going lower
Well,
and lower and lower, but they
I
have
think,
to because the tax is going to be absurd if it's not occupied.
well, right, but the long term effects of that would
I
be,
don't think you're
I think the
going to.
long term effects of that would be very negative. So for one, I think depending on how the tax is implemented, I don't know what homes you'd be including in it. But like again, a lot of these vacant homes or whatever are homes that are, run down and like just cannot be given to people. So you'd probably see those homes just be demolished. But again, the longer term effects would be, even if in the short term you saw more of these houses go into market, you would still see the sort of quantity supply to future housing go down, because you're essentially telling landlords, hey, if your property is ever vacant, like we're going to decrease your return on that investment, essentially.
Okay, but a lot of these people aren't using them as like a rental incentive. Most of them are just using them as holding for the value of the land, the property going up
Right.
in the
Well,
future. That's what they're
yeah, I think land value
It's also
tax would address that.
artificially increase the price of the rentals that they do sell. That's less the case than it is just for the property, but that is a factor in the market. Is those homes that are not on the market but are unoccupied does
I mean, I think,
increase the cost of renting and buying homes in the US. And we're starting to see a
well,
housing bubble. I'm
maybe
sure you've been paying attention. Have you noticed the housing bubble that's starting to happen?
not,
Not
I don't know what you mean
more
by housing bubble exactly. Housing prices have gone up a lot just
the
over the
people
last.
trying to sell. There's been a massive uptick this year. People trying to sell houses, not getting any buyers this year, and that's going
I
to be a
haven't
problem.
really seen that. I
Yeah,
don't know. We'll see, but
this is new. This is really new. This is like a thing that has just started being noticing, because we're looking at. Hold
but I think,
on.
I think land
Let
value
me.
tax would address this stuff
Sorry, I'm
better
trying to
than
find the data. I don't have it pulled up.
sure.
Sorry. What are you trying to say?
I just think land value tax would address sort of the issue that you have there about like land banking, and wouldn't discourage investment in the same way that tax on unoccupied homes would. And I do also think, just sort of more generally, the bigger issues are just kind of the constraints on supply of homes that mean that a lot of homes just don't get built where they should be built.
Oh, I agree. I'm not an abundance guy, but on this one specific issue, I'm absolutely an abundance guy.
Sure.
And I'm sure I would imagine you like Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson more than I do. I could be wrong. But I'm sure I imagine the build. I'm very big. I'm a YIMBY. I'm also a YIGBY. I love the law that was passed that allowed for, yes, in God's backyard, that allowed for affordable housing units to be built on universities and on faith institutions. And I, as long as they don't start doing some crazy religious requirements with that, I do not want a church-based company town. That's terrifying. So they shouldn't be allowed to do that, and they aren't currently. I just see a potential there. But I agree. I think AB 5 should have been, Scott Wiener's AB 5 a couple of years ago should have been passed. Or was that the one that did pass? And
I think
the Superior Court in Los Angeles is trying to stop it. Either way, it should be allowed to go through.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, right. So like, I think land value tax would be the tax you'd want to do there to address those issues. And then the supply constraints would be good or whatever. It'd be better to fix it. But I think like,
if let's say over a 5-year period, a house was unoccupied for 4 of those 5 years, and or like that repeatedly started happening, if you tax the shit out of that home, I think you can make an argument for that one, just to disincentivize the specific use of a company holding on to land for the purpose of it costing more in the future.
Sure. So to kind of bring it back to the more general point,
sure.
Like,
right.
Yeah. So I kind of like I like an efficient tax code, and I think the redistributive policies that an efficient tax code allows lets you, as I mentioned earlier, lets you target a wider range of people, people who aren't working, namely at the same time typically having less deadweight loss, at least insofar as you do have efficient taxes. I described at least some taxes that I think would be efficient, and even the tax system we have right now, which I think is suboptimal, does compress post-tax earnings quite meaningfully. Despite the fact that there are issues with our current tax code and there are issues with avoidance, I think the best evidence that we have, I'm not sure if you're at all familiar with the work of David Splinter and I always forget his first name, Austin Splinter. They have a lot of papers on this about post-tax income inequality. I think the best data we have just suggests that post-tax income inequality in the U.S. has not meaningfully gone up in the last 50 years or so.
I'm not sure if post-tax income inequality has gone up in the past 50 years or so. 30 years. I feel like we're probably talking since the 80s, right? Because a lot changed in the 80s, and that probably did happen.
Yeah.
And then like there's been some law changes to make it more loose, and it's possible that post 2017 that's going to be a bigger problem. But like between the functioning neoliberal economic system between the 90s and the 2010s, before things got super wacky with Trump, once that started, it would make sense that it hasn't increased much more than that. But I do suspect there's probably more of an increase between the 70s and the 80s than we're letting on here. And that's sort of my issue. Like
I think they measure
style New Deal and then switch from that into neoliberalism is sort of something I take issue with.
Well, I think,
when it comes to these,
I think people vastly overestimate how compressed the tax system was back then. I think Austin and Splinter have another paper that actually looks at the tax system over time, and they actually find it's generally gotten more progressive over time, because a lot of the sort of nominal tax rates that we had back in the New Deal era, despite the nominal rates being very high, the effective rates were very similar to what they were today, because billionaires, rich people or whatever were able to essentially keep their income within like C corps and stuff, and there were a lot of avoidance issues, and the percentage of revenue that like income tax and everything raises has been really flat as well, despite the fact that the nominal rate has gone down.
Hold on. Okay, but the tax foundation is sort of okay, but to be clear, like the effective tax rate has, for the top 1%, went down from 42% to 36% from the 50s to now, which is a lot less than the 90 to like 50 that we're dealing with in the official nominal tax percentage. You're right.
Sure. Well, who are they citing? Is that the tax foundation itself, or are they citing someone for that?
I'm actually looking at the World Fed Institute here, and they're citing the distributional national accounts compiled by Piketty, Saz, and Zuckman.
Yeah. They And I think their data, like I said, still suggests that the effective rate has gone down, a lot less than the nominal rate has gone down, and it's been, not entirely flat or anything, but decent, a lot more flat than I think a lot of people think it is. But essentially, the data that they have, I think typically Piketty, Saez, Zuckman make a lot of controversial assumptions, some of which might not be entirely unfounded, and certainly.
Okay,
David
actually,
Splinter.
hold on. I'm finding the issue here. The total national income share owned by the top 1%, top 0.1% in the 50s was far lower than it is now, and the income threshold required into the ranks of the top 1%, top 0.1% were relatively lower according to real income.
I mean, is that also Piketty, Saez, Zuckman? I think they make even more issues with regards to wealth inequality itself.
No, this is critiquing Greenberg's, the Tax Foundation's claims based on Zuckman's data, Zuckman, Saez, and whoever. The issue here is that he's comparing the upper middle class to the ultra wealthy now. And I was going to bring up something that I think is important. I don't know. I'm going to be agnostic on the issue of whether or not Greenberg's correct or whether or not the Roosevelt Institute's critique of Greenberg's correct here, because it's not relevant to my point. My relevance is just to where it's at now is a problem, regardless of how we got there. And we should have policies to fix it, is the average American. The Tax Foundation 2023 released an analysis of the data and the information that was much more comprehensive than you normally expect. And in doing so, they kind of gave the game away, because when you look at, they're arguing, as they do every year, that the top 1% pays 60% of the tax, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's unfair because they're only 1%. How can they be paying 60%, right? Doing the same thing conservatives do, where they say, despite a small population, despite this being this percent of the population, they do Y% of that. They love that argumentation. I'm sure you're familiar with 1350.
I should be right. Obviously, I should be clear. Like, I'm not looking at them. I agree. Like, rich people have lower marginal utility on their consumption, so I think they should pay a higher percentage of the tax in total. But I'm not looking at the percentage of tax that they pay. I'm just simply looking at the effective tax rate on them, and I'm looking at the post-tax share of income, essentially. And I think that has been remarkably flat.
My point is that there's a lot of issues with using effective tax rate in reference to income and not wealth. Because when we look at wealth, right, which includes capital gains, which includes investing, everything that people have, the median American who has a net worth of $192,000 in 2023 pays about 11.9% of their wealth in taxes, compared to the Forbes 500. The top 500 earners, right? It's a little bit short. It's like the 392, the top, I think it's like the top 0.002%. I forget the number, but it's effectively speaking roughly equivalent to the Forbes 500, like the top 500 wealthiest people, right, in the US.
Mm-hmm.
And they pay, the top margin of them, the top, I think 128, pay 0.75% of their wealth in taxes a year. Now, this doesn't include their foreign tax,
who are they?
Would increase it 1%. I had to do the math myself to double check this, but when we're looking at,
who are we citing for this? We're citing the Tax Foundation, and they're citing who for that exactly, or is it their own numbers?
It's their own numbers. It's their analysis of the government.
Sure, I think like I said, there are issues with some of the assumptions that people make sometimes. So I don't know exactly what the Tax Foundation, what the assumptions that they make are. But a lot of times, for example, you're studying the median net worth of Americans, and I do think that typically does include those numbers, like government benefits or whatever. But like a lot of times, like Piketty and Saez, like, for example, when they're looking at wealth and income inequality, a lot of times they don't include government benefits in that. They don't include the fact that, like, poor people get Medicaid benefits. They do include private health insurance premiums as a tax, which is something relatively unorthodox. They for wealth inequality, there's a dispute over whether or not we should include Social Security in that, because essentially every American does have a claim on future income via Social Security, and that is kind of like a form of wealth that essentially every American has that typically is not measured in.
Do we though? But do we? Do you really think Social Security is going to survive until we're
whether or not the benefits decrease or not, which I expect it will survive, just because politically I think that's a I think both parties have an interest in that, but we'll see.
That's assuming we
Um,
continue to have
like there is
fair
a
election.
well, yeah, sorry, there is a Social Security trust fund worth some trillions of dollars, like $40 trillion or something, that almost
Yeah.
any American has like some claim to, and that is something that I think probably should be included in measures of wealth inequality. And when you look at that, you do see that wealth inequality has not increased much in the U.S. once you include Social Security.
Okay, but I don't fully agree with that because I only think that it should be factored in. I think it should be factored in as income for retired people. For people who are, I'm saying I think it should only be factored in to when people are getting access to the money. I don't think an op.
Well, that matters for income, but for wealth, like a claim on future income, most of the time, like we would consider that a form of wealth.
Yeah, but
like,
I can't. It's not. It's entirely not liquid. You can't.
Most wealth isn't liquid.
I think a house should count as part of your wealth because you own a home, right? And you can sell that home. In theory, you can't do anything with your security money at all until you're over 65. So I don't think.
True, but you still have the claim on it.
But what claim?
If you want to argue that we should be able to borrow against your expected Social Security income, that'd be I think you could do that.
No, I'm saying you shouldn't count it as part of your wealth until you can access it. That's all I'm saying. Because
there's a lot of there's like all the data that Piketty and Saez and Zuckman use, like they are all counting sort of wealth that the rich people can't use as part of their wealth when they do their estimates for wealth inequality.
Okay, but what money can the rich people not use? Because I think there's
a lot of their money. So a lot of their money tied up in stocks, for instance, is not money. That's money that they can borrow against sometimes. But obviously, if they were to sell, what? Sorry.
But you can do stuff with that. I can't do anything with my Social Security
until I'm 65. I mean, that's true, but that's because the government doesn't let you do that. Essentially.
The government isn't even obligated to give you the money. I think they are, but they could change the law and no longer do that. I think there's a difference. I don't think that should count. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I think so.
But that seems absurd.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think so. I think there were So it would seem absurd too to say. I guess there's two things. For one, Denmark, for example, is a country that saw like a decrease in wealth inequality. If you're looking at why that is, a big factor, not the only factor, but a big factor of why that is because they switched from a pay-go system like we have with Social Security, where you don't technically like own these benefits or whatever. You just kind of have a claim on future income that's paid into the trust fund, to a fully funded system, kind of like what a privatized Social Security essentially, where there's sort of like individualized accounts, and like they saw like a decrease in wealth inequality, because essentially the retirement benefits that people had anyway just started being included in measures of wealth inequality because they switched to a fully funded system. Additionally, this would not including it would mean that like essentially like let's say we increase Social Security, essentially like we increase the amount Social Security pays out, right? We did whatever Bernie Elizabeth Warren's plan for Social Security is. You would probably see poor people middle class people save less because Social Security has gone up, right? They have higher expected future income because the amount Social Security is paying out has gone up. But because they save less, on paper, if you don't include Social Security, it would look like wealth inequality has actually gone up because poor people are saving less, rich people aren't necessarily doing the same.
There's a lot of going into that. For one, under a Warrenite Sandersarian economy, Social Security is more likely to be held up. It's more likely to be honored. That changes things significantly. Like I am not confident that Social Security is going to continue to exist. I can see a compromise. I can see a way where the economists have a point, but I would argue that I think a better thing would be adjusting the Social Security amount relative to expected inflation.
We do that.
No, like
it's based on CPI, right? Which is the highest measure of inflation.
No, I mean differently. Like I'm not 40. I'm 22. I'm 40, and I'm going to, in 25 or 28 years, whatever the limit is for Social Security, I'm going to start getting the Social Security. And I think that the wealth should be factored into how much that's going to be worth in 25 years when you can start getting access to it, because that's what matters. If the argument is that people will save. If Social Security went up, people will save less. Possibly true. I do think people might actually buy more things which count towards their wealth or invest more in other things. So I think that
Well, no,
we might
I
be
mean,
able
if
to
you
slightly.
increase people's expected future earnings from the government via Social Security, especially because it's coming out of their paycheck, it's coming out of their payroll tax, like they're gonna save less. They don't have it. They have
Yeah,
a smaller
no,
incentive to save because the government is essentially mandating that you save for
yeah,
them.
but I don't know if they're going to invest more or if they're going to just spend more, and those are different things. They'll
I don't
probably
know
do
why
both.
would they invest more than they otherwise would have when their
I have,
expected
I have
retirement
more
income
money.
has gone up.
I have more money to gamble on the stock market than to put into an index fund safely.
What do you
That's
mean?
all I'm saying.
You would have less money if we increase the amount Social Security paid. Presumably, that's going to have to be financed by a tax or whatever. But even if it wasn't, even if that didn't come out of
It might
workers'
not be coming out
paychecks,
there. It might. I mean, I'm assuming looking at Elizabeth Warren's proposals with the 3% wealth tax and stuff, most of the money would not be coming out of the
I don't
average
think that would.
person's pocket in the first place.
Well, I don't think that
For
would
the
go to
Social
Social. I don't think the wealth tax was ever planned to go to Social Security. But even if it wasn't,
I
even if it didn't,
say it was. I could be wrong.
it might have been. But I think even if
This
it
guy
didn't come out
helped
of
me.
workers' paychecks, the fact that I just have future expected retirement earnings, like my claim on retirement earnings in the future has gone up, would lead me to save less, presumably. I would have a smaller incentive to save because Social Security is going to pay me out more in the future.
Sure, but that's not necessarily going to produce exclusively spending. In some cases, it might be investment or buying goods that appreciate over time because I'm less concerned about the amount of money that I need to have in my bank account now. That doesn't necessarily mean that person's going to end up making worse choices with their money, I guess. I'm also
Well,
at
it
this
doesn't
point.
have to be. No, they can be rational. It's not like worse choice. If your expected retirement benefits go up, it's not an irrational choice. It's not a worse choice with your money to save less for retirement because you're essentially, when Social Security goes up, we're essentially mandating that you save more for retirement, one way or the other.
Yeah. Also, like I am finding specifically the ultramillionaire tax, like some of the arguments being used is that we can use it to better fund social services.
She might have said. Yeah.
It was, I don't know if she was planning on an increase in tax on the average person for Social Security. I don't think I saw a plan like that. Bernie and Elizabeth Warren did not propose tax increases on people who make less than $100,000 a year, which is probably good politics. So I don't know what they would do. I have no clue. Bernie would slightly increase taxes on people who make less than 100,000. I also don't know if it would count because probably the increase would be the healthcare insurance premiums you'd be paying anyways, which is how we go to healthcare because we need to do it eventually.
Sure. I guess okay. I mean, I don't want to circle on that point too much. I don't know how limited your time is. I do want to talk about, because you mentioned stock buybacks earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think so. What are the arguments against stock buybacks? You're just saying we should spend it on wages instead.
Well, the first thing was that before 1982, you couldn't do it because it was considered stock market manipulation by the I think it was the SEC.
Kind of.
And like it was massively limited, if not outright not possible before 1982. And now it is a constant behavior that companies engage in. And it was considered stock market manipulation beforehand. And I don't think that that's the best use of corporate money. I do think investing into new ventures is something great. And obviously not every excess dollar should necessarily just go to a worker. But I don't think stock buybacks are healthy for the economy as a whole.
Right. So, I mean, prior to the 80s, it was the 1982 rule that changed it. It wasn't explicitly banned necessarily. It was actually at one point in time, it was actually mandated that companies did do stock buybacks. I think in 1934, the SEC had some anti-fraud provisions that didn't explicitly limit it. Is my understanding. In 1982, what they did is essentially they made 4 carve-outs or 4 conditions under which you can have stock buybacks, and the SEC would not worry about it essentially, but it was still allowed. It wasn't explicitly banned, and at one point in time, it was even mandated as a way to make sure that firms returned some money to the shareholders because essentially the government and people didn't trust investors to invest the money properly, and they wanted money to go back to the shareholders, as some amount of safe return. But I guess like most of the evidence, obviously, like companies are concerned about their expected future cash flow, and that's going to affect their stock price too. And I think that gives you a strong reason to believe in theory, and there's empirical evidence to back it up that like companies do stock buybacks after all the they do the most productive investments they can. They're not just taking money that otherwise would have gone to productive investments or whatever and buying back stocks. They're doing the opposite.
We're getting dangerously close to like insider trading here in certain circumstances, because like just speaking rationally, right? Speaking from pure, ignoring all morality and just pure, how do I make the most money? It would make a lot of sense to do a bunch of stock buybacks before a major company announcement with some new product or some venture that's going to increase investment into your company, right? So what you could do is buy a whole bunch of stock directly before the announcement, and then after the announcement, people start to sell that off, make the profit, and then your valuation, the stocks that you already had beforehand, also become worth more because of the income increased by people buying into your company.
Well, so one of the interesting things is like
that's basically insider trading.
I don't think it's insider. Well, maybe there might be.
That no one else would have. That is what insider trading is. It's the same situation as Nancy Pelosi, but the same thing as Nancy Pelosi buying more stock, knowing that they're going to have an important vote and knowing generally how the vote's going to go about a company. You have information that the market doesn't know about.
So
that's insider trading.
Yeah,
so like that's
like
one example of unhealthy for the economy.
So
sorry,
like, three things kind of. So for one, something interesting is that we observe is that companies that just announce that they're going to do stock buybacks but don't even follow through on them will still see an increase in stock price, because the fact that you're doing stock buybacks is kind of a signal to investors that you think your stock is undervalued, that you think essentially maybe you do have some investment planned or whatever that is going to be good for your company, and therefore you think your stock is currently undervalued. That's why we observe, even if companies don't actually follow through on a stock buyback, just announcing it is going to increase their stock price because it's a signal to investors. But additionally, it doesn't even actually. It doesn't just real quick. It doesn't necessarily follow that stock buybacks actually increase stock prices, because either you take kind of money from the company treasury, and that decreases the company's book value, or you take on debt to buy back stocks, and that means you have higher, the company's now paying interest, and that makes it a riskier stock to invest in. So it doesn't actually always increase the stock value, because you're decreasing the company's value essentially by, taking out money to buy stocks.
Yeah, I just gonna throw this out here. Like, there's a couple issues there. One of them is that it is just repeatedly shown through studies that stock buybacks increase the value of a company because it artificially increases the demand for that stock. In the long run, it may not do that, but in the short run,
how do we know that's
in quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, it does increase the value, and it does because it leads to the increase of demand leads to other people in the economy saying, "Oh, this is a good time to buy in," and it increases demand for it, which increases the value of the stock. Another issue is that you can use this to manipulate.
Just real quick, I think how do we know that's artificial though? How would you test if it's artificial? Because again, it could be the case that a company actually is undervalued, and therefore, people
oftentimes companies will start buying it when their price is dropping, so that's artificial. That you're doing it to counteract the stock market dropping it based on the rational minds of the investors of the stock market. So again, it might be under overvalued. There's no way to know that, but there's stock buybacks have nothing to do with have also similarly no bearing on the valuation of the company. In many cases, it's going to be because the value of the company from the stock perspective is going down, and stock buybacks are a way to protect it because you're artificially increasing demand. And artificially, I mean the company itself is generating demand for reasons that aren't investment into the best way to make money. Another part of the issue is that
why would they do stock buybacks instead of the more productive investment? They care about the long-term health of the company as well, obviously.
No, because stock buybacks are really bad for your job if you're the chairman of the board or the CEO and you're the people making those decisions. You don't want the stock price to drop, because if it drops too much, you lose your job, even if it's bad for the company because you're bad at your job. So if you do a stock buyback,
the stock price. again, it's not clear to me that it's always artificial, because there are legitimate reasons why a company's stock could be undervalued. Like, even as you said, like, it is the case that
Yeah,
a lot of
but
times management
in your
and people internal to the company might know more than investors broadly. They might have data that investors don't, that suggests that, like, this new investment is going to do really good, so we think our stock should be higher, and that's why they signal that they're going to do a stock buyback. And that's why, even if they don't follow through on stock buybacks, the stock price still goes up, because investors take it as a signal that the company's going to do well in the future. And
it's
the stock price is tied to the value of future cash flow. So if there is a stock buyback when there otherwise could have been a productive investment, you can see the stock price fall still if investors know that there's a productive investment that they didn't do because of the stock buyback.
That's not how. Okay, but most investors in the stock market see line go up, right? Like, it's not. It's not like, I mean, there are people who do those deep dives and stuff, and then they release it on the internet, and then people read that and then make a decision based on that. But broadly speaking, like, just the change in the demand results in an increase of demand. That's the issue with calling it art. That's why it's being called art. Why I and many economists refer to it as
the decrease in a company's book value, or the increase in a company's interest rates that it has to pay, or interest payments that it has to make, also decreases the company's value, right? So there are two competing effects here.
Okay, but that's actually a problem, though, because that's actually one of the main issues, is that these are debt-funded stock buybacks in a lot of cases. That they're taking on obligations to buy back it, because the short-term valuation matters more to them than the long-term valuation, because it's the CEO or the chairman of the board trying to protect their position in the short term rather than the long-term health of the company. And this is an issue because between 2008 and 2017, over $4 trillion were invested into stock buybacks. That's half of the profit produced in that time frame.
Well,
about 50% of the profit of these companies. Let me check the specific. So this is the S&P 466 S&P 500 companies. So specifically S&P 500, half of their profit was going towards stock buybacks, where before 1982, the majority of that, it would not be half. It would be a lot lower. It'd be more, not just to workers.
But it probably won't. The fact that, like, it's not surprising that half of profits essentially go back to investors. Investors are the ones with the claims on the profits of companies, right?
But
so stock buybacks.
Why must it go back? Why must it be used to buy back the company? Right? That's not more effective for the market. It's more effective for the individual company. It's not more effective for the market as a whole.
It would be better for market health. So hold on. So it could have been the case historically. A lot of the profits didn't go to stock buybacks, but they probably went to dividends, right? Are dividends also or do we have an issue with that as well?
I don't have an issue with dividends. I'm seeing what happened there.
I mean, I don't know, like, I don't have numbers on hand historically, but yeah, obviously investors are the ones with sort of the claim on the after-tax profit of the company, because they were the ones who invested the capital in that company, which enabled them to finance whatever investment that they were doing at the time. So that's not all surprising. And I think that, again, the evidence shows that companies are doing productive investments before they do stock buybacks. The stock price is tied to the future value, cash flow of the company. There might be specific cases. There certainly are specific cases, actually, where, like, a CEO, because his compensation is tied to some, EPS stock value or whatever, he could order a stock buyback, right before the quarter ends or something, to sort of artificially increase his pay. Like, there are maybe cases of that, but holistically, I just don't think that it happens very often. I don't think the evidence supports that.
I'm reading a very fascinating article from Forbes, Arnie Allison, a contributor, forensic accountant. And he's making a very capitalist argument against stock buybacks. He's not arguing it should be illegal. He's arguing that it should be. Sorry for not directly addressing your point. I just got fascinated by this. His argument is that shareholders should have an immediate proxy vote when a company wants to authorize a buyback. So, like, that the shareholders, or in a worker co-op, I guess the workers, but like the shareholders in a conventional firm would be the ones calling the shots on whether or not there is a stock buyback or not, because in most cases shareholders aren't doing it. And his argument is that in that case, first off, the shareholders are a lot less likely to have information that the rest of the market doesn't have, but more importantly, they're the ones who are actually able to objectively say whether or not the stock's undervalued. Because the
well,
CEO,
I don't know if they're the ones that can objectively say what a stock's undervalued, but certainly, like if you're a shareholder of a company, like you have the right to refuse to sell your, like you don't have to sell your shares. Now, there's a price at which you'll be willing to give up your share, but that's a positive sum transaction.
Yeah, but stock buybacks aren't just from. Hold on, let me take a look at a specific notion because I had it open and then I closed it for some reason, which you should never do on a stream. It says as someone who's never been on a stream before. Well, actually, never been on like a Twitch stream. Let me see.
Real quick, good night, crewman. Like and subscribe, everyone, right now. If you want to see more cool content like this, make sure to subscribe because, again, I'm talking to another person about
That's
this
interesting.
stuff tomorrow.
Okay, the basic argument is
Hope
that
you're
all
enjoying it.
cash on a balance sheet is shareholders' property. There's no other examples wherein the company, without the ownership's consent, is able to swap out the cash for a riskier asset of the same value without the ownership's consent. Which is just an interesting argument because it's just like I'm just fascinated by this take. I'm just kind of curious on your blind reaction to it because like I'm reacting to this in real time.
I guess, like in my view, it shouldn't really matter that much simply because, again, you can refuse to sell your share if you really don't want to. I don't know why we would think
that's not the issue because the issue is like the company selling those shares is buying other people's shares without your consent. It's not just your shares that are being bought; it's other people's shares.
It doesn't, right, but it doesn't seem. I don't know why you would necessarily have a right to stop that. I guess, I mean, he made the point about companies, yeah, the cash flow being their property or whatever. But I mean, well, actually, again, that is it's obviously not surprising that half of the profits go to investors or whatever, because that is their property. Like they do have that's the thing that they have a claim on by investing in the company.
Yeah, but the thing that half the cash isn't directly going to the investors, like that's not exactly what's happening either. Like straight up, you could just give the money to the shareholders if you want to give half the money to the shareholders, you just give it directly.
But I mean, that's why is that significantly different? That's kind of the purpose of a stock buyback is to give money to shareholders. Obviously, like it's a way of returning money to shareholders. It just also has other benefits that dividends
buying
don't
out
have.
Some shareholders from it's buying out some shareholders.
Yeah, well, it gives some shareholders. It gives some shareholders, cash because they sell their share and they cash out, and it gives some shareholders, the shareholders that keep their shares, presumably if the stock value goes up, they experience that sort of capital unrealized gain because of that. And that's something that
but if a company is going into debt to do that, that's a problem, right? Like we're looking at a larger
that's a problem. The value of the company would fall. You want to see the stock price go up in that case.
Yeah, but there's a weighting of short and long-term expectations. You're making a very different valuation of that than the people that are doing this are making that valuation. That's the problem.
Well, I'm not sure I am, because I think I think in that case, what you're describing, like you wouldn't see, for example, when companies didn't follow through with stock buybacks, the stock price go up. But you do see the stock price still go up when companies announce a stock buyback and don't follow through with it, which indicates to me that a big reason stock prices go up after a stock buyback isn't just because of the demand effect or whatever, but because of the signaling effect, the fact that you're signaling that our company, the management, is confident that our company is going to do well, so we're going to return some money to shareholders, we're going to increase our control of the corporation, and because we're confident that this future investment is going to pan out well. We think our shares are undervalued.
All right, but that's also not. But that's not like there are multiple reasons that stock buybacks are used for, and the main one isn't just are stocks undervalued. In many cases, it's to prevent your stock from going down. In many more cases, shares are offloaded in election years to affect political outcomes. This is a thing that actually happens when we look at companies like going into 2024, right? Because the S&P 500 typically performs better during election and re-election years specifically, because like the party in power is going to try to make the economy do well, because realistically most elections are won and lost on the economy. And well, in 2024, it's based on how people felt about the economy rather than how the economy actually was in a lot of cases. Which is, oh God, I did a Will Stancil. But you're looking at the overbuying to you're looking at one could start to slowly offload shares as the current party in power uses different fiscal powers to keep the stocks high. And then you could wait for a recession or retracement to occur and then rebuy the stock at a lower price and replicate it over and over again. That is the best time to offload a stock. And you're looking at like just political manipulation there. And using that directly to basically just shortchange the average investor, which isn't great. Not nearly as much of an issue though as the specific stock buyback debt issue, which I'm trying to find the exact stat on this, but we're looking at in 2007 was the original record for stock buybacks.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2017, 2018, it reached that high again. And then COVID happened, of course. I don't think that's related. I don't think the Wuhan meat market was directly related to corporate stock buybacks in any way, shape, or form. So that argument's irrelevant to me. But the note, what's the notice here? Okay. Okay. So the debt finance buybacks just straight up reinforce financial fragility. The more that companies take on in debt to the stock buybacks, that increases the fragility of the market as a whole as that practice increases, and that practice is consistently stopping during COVID and stopping during the recession because those behaviors led to the recession in 2008.
That's complicated, but I kind of agree that again, this is a point I made, is that there's no good reason to believe that sort of intrinsically stock buybacks would increase the stock price of a company, because we do see it makes it a riskier company to invest in when they take out debt to invest to do these stock buybacks.
Okay, but
thanks so much for the $100 super chat. I really appreciate it.
Works.
Hell yeah. Have a good night. I appreciate you.
It doesn't. Clearly, like the rational investor, right? You and I were sitting here and we're like, if they're going into debt to doing that, that's a bad idea. That I shouldn't invest in that company. Clearly, most people don't think the way you and I do, because they keep doing it and it works, and those companies continue to do it.
What do you mean
because
by
that's profitable
it works?
For at least the shareholder, at least the CEO, probably not the shareholder, but the people who make the decisions and want to keep their jobs, because in the short term it does benefit them, and they're not thinking about the long term because they can dig themselves out of that hole later. Even though if the company, it would be better if the stock price just fell for a while, they fired the bad management, got a new management that actually invested in the physical capital and in new ventures and in the workers, and was able to, from there, improve the company rather than resorting to stock buybacks.
Well, I don't know if most people don't think this way. I think a lot of the investors, do certainly look at sort of how, I don't know what the term, not leverage, how big the interest payments the company has to make are, essentially, or the book value of the company. I do think those are relevant things that are reflected in stock prices.
Clearly that's not what's happening though, because they're doing it to increase the demand, and it works.
I don't.
So clearly, people aren't looking at the ledger sheet. They aren't looking at the book balance and saying, "Oh,
well, again, it also works when they don't increase the demand. It works when they just announce that they are planning on it and don't follow through, which is evidence that it's just signaling to investors that we think our stock is undervalued. There are other explanations other than just the increase in demand.
Yeah, but even signaling it is increasing demand artificially, because that is really artificially. I feel like you can't.
What's that artificial?
Artificial, because you're not even doing anything. You're just declaring you're going to do it,
increasing the expectation of future cash flows.
Yeah, we're telling you that demand's going to go up in the future.
Well, I mean, they're essentially, again, they're signaling to investors. They're telling investors, hey, the people inside the company think that we're going to do well in the future. We're going to see higher cash flows in the future, and that means investors are going to go, oh shit, maybe there is something here to, think about it. Maybe this company is doing really well. I should invest in this company. That's going to push stock prices up as well.
But is it actually doing really well though? Is it actually, that's the thing? It's not doing well. This is a way to convince the market that's something that isn't reality.
What isn't doing well?
the company. Stock prices
think
are going
companies-
down. We announced that we're going to do a stock buyback to artificially increase demand from where
Well,
it would have been if I
think
hadn't done
holistically,
that.
I think holistically companies are doing really well, and you do see, again, both the announcement
And the
and actual.
There's other ways to do it. You can announce a new venture. You can do, if you're really that worried and you want to increase the demand, the shareholders can just buy out other shareholders. There's a million other ways to handle this rather than reducing the cash or increasing the debt of the company and taking away money that would be going to other ventures or going to the workers. It's less
again,
efficient.
I don't think it's well, no, I don't think it's less efficient. I think on net it probably leads to better.
It is. No, it doesn't. My issue is like it's the same issue with like pollution, right? Because like a company benefits from polluting, but the world suffers.
I don't
Right,
think
the
that the world
market
suffers. I think in aggregate it probably leads to better investments because essentially,
Okay. You're
you're
talking
gonna,
about stock buyback, not pollution, right? Just to be clear.
yeah, no, pollution.
Yeah. Okay,
pollution
cool.
is not-
I just want to make sure it goes forward.
I mean, generally, essentially, the shareholders who like sell their stocks due to stock buybacks are going to invest that money like in other companies, and it's going to essentially the net effect is going to be companies that don't find as many productive investments and therefore deliver to shareholders that after tax profits via stock buyback are going to essentially pay out money to shareholders who then invest that money in companies that do have productive investments. So the net effect is actually probably more productive investment. And again, I think the best evidence suggests that firms only do stock buybacks after they do the productive investments that they can find.
Yeah, maybe not. I think at this point we have
Sure. We've circled this a little bit, but
I think fundamentally we're going to the level of like you're like, but the demand is there. And I'm like, but they're making it up, and like that's just like at a certain point we're just two old men yelling at a cloud, right?
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know. Like, I think it's deleterious, maybe is the right term there, on the overall effect and health of the economy, especially with the debt stuff. But like, I understand that you feel differently, and I don't know if there's any way that we can like prove. I'm just saying,
so there are a few different like there's a study from the Federal Reserve in 2017. I think they found that like it doesn't seem like stock buybacks have any big effect on investment spending for corporations. There's two different studies from one's from 2004, one's from 2005. Both of them one of them finds like firms repurchase stocks more often when like just generally their growth and investment opportunities just don't look very good. Like they don't have many productive investments to make. And there's another one that finds that the stock buybacks are really only made out of after tax profits after investment spending was made. It wasn't that money was being taken away from investment spending. It was that after they did all the productive investments, they then do stock buybacks to increase their share price, or to signal to investors that they think their company's going to do well. And again, the net effect of that is going to be this: shareholders who sell their shares back to the company from a company that didn't find productive investments are then probably going to invest that money into companies that do have productive investments left. So the net effect is capital is allocated to companies that have productive investments. So like overall, the world is probably better off from stock buybacks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know though, because like okay, if we're doing study off, right, it's gonna be its own thing. I'm looking at right now Benjamin Wood and Gary Sachs' study called "The Influence of Share Buybacks on Ill Health and Health Inequity," an exploratory analysis using a ecological determinant of health lens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm mainly using that to like mine its footnotes because it's just got a lot of footnotes on the effects of on the effects of stock buybacks on different parts of the economy, because they're arguing about health equity, and like that's kind of neither here nor there, even though like it is interesting that they're arguing that stock buybacks decrease the actual health of the people and the economy that they exist in. But the more important thing is we can cite how share buybacks are actively leading to, what was the argument? Oh yeah, they're a increasingly important driver of wealth and income inequalities, and they directly contribute to because of the shareholders tend to be the wealthiest groups in high income countries. And so when you're cash transferring to them, you're creating a larger level of income inequalities, which are directly resulting in a large range of diverse health outcomes, right? Health access, results. So the increase of stock buybacks in this economy decrease levels of long-term investment in innovation, which lowers the amount of innovation happening in these industries as well. So it's arguing that overall it just has deleterious effects on the market.
I mean,
but we're also,
I guess, yeah, I'll take this as a opportunity. We've gone back and forth this for a little bit, so I'll take, as an opportunity to get back to a sort of more broader point. Like we mentioned the effects on, income inequality. Now, I gave my reasons for why, like, stock buybacks. It wouldn't surprise me if stock buybacks increase income inequality, but I don't think they would do it significantly more than dividends or anything else, really. But I get my reasons as for why that'd be, like, instrumentally beneficial, and, like, we would see capital be allocated more efficiently overall. But let's just say, like, I'll accept that, like, it leads to some increase in wealth inequality. Why should
hold on.
Sure.
Sorry, this matters because the dividends, right? So stock buybacks, considering the top 449 from 2003 to 2012, it's Harvard Business Review, right? 54% of their earnings were to buy back their own stock, almost all through purchases on the open market. What percent were do you know what percent dividends were?
The
37%
or before
the same 9-year span. An additional 37%. So 91% of the money was spent on either dividends or stock buybacks. Only 9% were actually spent on paying workers, physical capital, and investment outside of the company.
Of the total revenue, or of the, like, after-tax profit?
This is the after-tax profit. Sorry, only 9% were spent on, like, other types of investment.
I mean, again, like, investors are the one with the claims on the after-tax profit. The workers don't have a claim to their wages and to their benefits. They don't have a claim on the after-tax profits of a company.
Well, no, the company does, because the company, in addition to paying salaries, decides what money goes into the profits and what to do with it, including investment, right? And stock buybacks aren't a shareholder investment. Stock buybacks aren't a shareholder decision, actually. Like, they're not. They're the decision of the managers of the company, which is different. There's a distinction there. Dividends are money that goes directly to the investors, right? Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But stock buybacks don't. And it doesn't seem...
I mean, what do you mean? They do go to the investors. They go to, again, either the people who sell their shares at a company, they get a paycheck, they get to cash out, or it goes, people who don't sell their shares presumably see an unrealized
It's not going to all the investors equally, though. That's not what's happening.
Sure. I don't think
where dividends are going equally in proportion to the share. You're not. Sorry, if you own 10% of the share, you get 10% of the dividends. If you own 10% of the shares, you do not get the 10% of the cash from the wealth buybacks necessarily. That's all I mean.
Right, but I mean, there are other benefits of buybacks, right? Like, they're usually, like, tax advantage.
Share dilution and buybacks are tools. How they're used.
What percent were dividends? This is actually interesting, right? Like, what percent? I don't even know what kind of study to look into. I guess we have homework, right? Of, like, before stock buybacks were legal, what percent were dividends, right? Like, what percent of corporate profits were going? That answers the question, right? If it was 90%, then I'm totally wrong and I'm full of shit, right? And then I just got to take the L.
For the $5, Michael, I appreciate it. Hell yeah. Really helps me out. I appreciate it. Sorry, I was thinking someone in chat. Sorry, but yeah. I mean, I would
Did they
bet.
give you a donation?
Yeah, they did. I would bet a relatively similar. I'm gonna buy back my own channel points with it. I'm gonna manipulate my channel points market. But yeah.
Wait, hold on. There was a real thing, right? What was this? Didn't Ludwig or something? He created his own, like, second channel to try to, like, prove, and eventually he created a bot account to, like, hang out on his, and that actually increased. So that was artificial. That's an artificial stock buyback.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you follow this, but, like, Twitch did have a like, pretty recently, like, at the kind of beginning of last month, cracked down hard on the view bots, because there were a lot of people view botting on Twitch, because it, like, increases your sort of stance in the like, search ranking. So, that's something that recently they got cracked down on because of the artificial stuff there. But yeah, so I guess I guess to some extent we have homework, but I kind of, let's get back to a little bit broader point here, because we're talking about this a lot. Let's say, with regards to income inequality, okay, so let's just say we have this problem with stock buybacks, increasing income inequality. we have a dispute over whether or not that's sort of economically efficient instrumentally, even if it does have the negative effect of increasing income inequality as well. Why should I think that like worker co-ops are a better solution than just sort of a tax and transfer system that essentially taxes some of the gains from shareholders and gives it back to people in poverty, essentially?
Sorry, I'm gonna be real. My brain totally farted. Could you
No,
repeat
no,
that?
don't worry. Yeah. So, like, let's just say, we kind of have a dispute over whether or not stock buybacks are economically efficient. So let's just say I do accept, though, like, stock buybacks might lead to some increase in income inequality. That's not particularly surprising to me if it does, or wealth inequality too. It's not particularly surprising to me if it, that is the case. Why should I think that like worker co-ops are a better solution to this than just sort of a tax and transfer system that taxes some of the gains away from the shareholders and gives benefits to people in poverty or people in a lower class, even if they're not in poverty?
Well, I don't think it's like a either or. This is we can do both. Like we can just like because the issue with the basic issue of worker co-ops, right, is fundamentally getting them started, because it's hard to get investment for them than it is for a normal firm, because someone investing would have less control or ownership over it. So the obvious solution would be to create tax credits for worker co-op companies and to create situations wherein businesses can collectively turn into co-ops without stealing it from anyone else. Just because it's not going to be economically, regardless of morality, it's not going to be viable in the situation that we live in to pass a law wherein a business could vote to become a co-op and steal the money from the CEO or owner. It's just not going to pass. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about a reality wherein the Marcora law was introduced into the US. I think that law could pass. I don't think that would be a major. Private equity would be really upset, but private equity can go screw. So everyone else, right?
Sure. I kind of pointed out the issues I would have that earlier with regard to allocative efficiency, transaction costs, brain drain, things of that nature. But I guess, my fundamental point would be those are the issues I see with co-ops. I don't see that same issue with just a type of tax system that can tax gains away from the shareholders and redistribute those gains to people in the lower classes. I think that system has less issues with less deadweight loss, and you can target a much wider net of people with redistributive policies rather than predistributive policies. Because again,
so you're talking about obviously we're talking about things like social services, Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP.
Right. I would I could, if you want my ideal system, I can describe it, I guess, but it just taxes and transfers in general, and that's going to include some just direct cash transfers. That's going to include some sort of just more public services and benefits that are publicly owned. But those systems, I think, one, like I said, you can a lot of people who are in poverty are elderly people who can't work, disabled people that can't work. A redistributive policy is going to young people, students, is going to be able to target all of those people, whereas a predistributive a co-op system is going to help. It might help the workers within the co-ops. I think there's other negative effects that a efficient tax code doesn't necessarily have. But it only helps people who don't work insofar as people who do work are caring for the people who don't work. And I don't think that we should it doesn't strike me as fair to sort of have workers, some workers be at a disadvantage because they have to care for their disabled family and other workers aren't, right? I think that's a thing that we should essentially socialize. We should socialize that sort of risk or burden of having a disabled family member or student or whatever.
I'm completely in agreement with you. You're just you're with the
that is straight up like a Bruneg argument, basically, right? That is
So he's, for the record, he's close to being a leftist than anyone else with the argument, but that's complicated.
Yeah. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm not Patrick Faye David. Okay, I'm not opposed to a lot of.
No, I know. I'm saying he is closer to my ideological camp than he is to yours, obviously. Probably, but also he's making points that you and I would both mostly agree with, anyways.
Right. I mean, obviously stuff I disagree with Matt Bruneg on. Okay, but sort of.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I'm sure I disagree with him on stuff too.
Right. I think I mentioned the problems for worker co-ops, like the allocative efficiency thing. I think an efficient tax code would not necessarily have those problems. So if we were to tax consumption in the way I was addressing, there might be some amount of deadweight loss, but it would not be as distortive as an economy with 50% co-ops or something, or a large amount of unions and some co-ops and some public ownership or whatever. And I think a DBCFT, which is not necessarily a progressive consumption tax, you can kind of make it progressive on the back end if you just do subsidies to offset it, which I would do, obviously. But a DBCFT, essentially, we can get into it if you really want. It's kind of a better way to do tax corporations. It ends up being equivalent to a consumption tax, but it essentially only captures like rents, like economic rents, payments beyond what is necessary to do a productive investment. So you don't necessarily distort investment decisions. And if you just do types of taxes that capture that type of economic rent, you don't see particularly distortive effects on the economy overall.
I'm just looking at this and sorry, I'm just trying to listen to you and also just read more about the
DBCFT, yeah.
Destination-based cash flow tax, yeah.
What are you reading exactly?
I'm going to be totally real. I pulled up Wikipedia. Just get a summary of what it was to make sure.
So,
just to make sure, I knew ways. I'm not reading any of the arguments. I'm not reading anything. It's just what I'm reading the first couple paragraphs just for a basic summary because it's better than AI.
Right. So,
and I'm reading it, and it's talking about fundamentally, right? We're just full expensing, right? That's the basics.
Yeah. Immediate full expensing for everything, basically. Yeah.
We're the only profit. So basically, from my understanding, the pre and post tax shifts to after money is distributed to the investors through dividends or whatever.
Basically, repeat that. Sorry, I think I understand what you're saying, but
I could be wrong. I just want to make sure I'm understanding properly. So in our current system, we tax profit is right, income minus taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
so,
net
yeah,
income
right now, yeah, we tax accounting profits, and there are a bunch of sort of ways in which
we are pushing the money that goes to investors and the owners of the firm out of the accounting profit, right? That's putting it a step back so it doesn't get taxed. It counts as an expense.
So the thing, yeah, so you're counting as an expense, any investment or expense essentially. So, right now, part of the issue is we tax accounting profits, and you're able to deduct certain investments, but all those investments have differing depreciation schedules, and there's certain types of interest that you can deduct, but sometimes you can't deduct the principal, or some ways the other way around. Essentially, some of the burden of the corporate tax ends up being on investment, essentially, because of those things. A DBCFT just avoids that by letting you immediately fully expense every investment, because you're only taxed on your actual cash flow. You're only taxed at the end of the year, whether or not you have a positive or negative cash flow. And if you have a negative cash flow,
how long did you cry when you found out your boyfriend got shot?
For next year. So if you have negative $10,000 in cash flow, the next year when you have to pay taxes, you can deduct $10,000 off of that, and that's less distortive as well.
Isn't that just encouraging more dividend? Isn't that just encouraging giving more money to the owners of the firm?
Not necessarily. It's actually, by the way, in some senses equivalent to, well, no, not in some senses. It is equivalent to actually giving the government sort of passive ownership of the firm, because you're just collecting the sort of economic rent from investment the same way a shareholder does when they own shares.
Okay.
Real quick, thanks, Tyler Total for the sub. I appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Sorry, that's funny. In this example, you're saying the government's collecting rent?
Yeah. The government would be collecting some of the economic rent from that.
I mean, that part sounds like the basic argument I make for taxes, which is, you live in a society where there's roads and people don't shoot each other in the street normally, and you can thank the government for that. And that's why that's why corporations and income and people pay taxes, because it's paying the government the service of allowing for an economy to exist. In the sense it creates the rules and regulations that allow for a relatively effective economy to exist in its current form. And for that, the government deserves part of it, the same way that the worker deserves part of it for working, and the owner deserves part of it for providing the thing in which the worker works in the basic economy that we have. Not a moral judgment, just that this is how the way the world works.
I mean, listen, hey, okay, I like taxes. Okay, it's funny. There are people who,
there are people who don't. People who think it's bad.
obviously, like there are people who. It's funny because like I talk to like I'm doing this right now. Like I talk to like 3 or 4 Jubilee like people on the Jubilee video so far arguing for the neoliberal order. Okay, but then at the same time, I go on panels with conservatives and they all think I'm a socialist because I want to like raise taxes like a little bit, even though I would do it in a efficient way, ideally at least. Politically,
Yeah.
politically, who knows how effective this is or whatever. But I do think the Economist article you should check out essentially. Probably after this, I think that he appeals to more socialist intuitions and is more kind of intuitive and simple than
So
the
I'm
Wikipedia
just
page.
gonna either send it to me or on Instagram
I did send it to you on
oh, you did?
Instagram. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll read all the things that you sent me.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, you would like
can't do
Economist,
all that
okay?
straight.
Yeah, no, don't
Yeah.
worry. But yeah, you would like Economist.
yeah, I
Economist
just-
is he's a socialist, like I said. Okay, so all of his articles are cringe, okay, except for the tax policy ones. Those are the only good ones. We agree on tax policy.
sound like
Everything
one of
else
my
is horrible.
You sound like one of my friends who's a Sam Chris fan. He's like he's like apologizing for him, but still. Have you read Sam Chris?
No, I haven't.
Fantastic writer. He's got this this is hold on, Sam. He got I want to say like he got canceled for something. And I think it was bad. I don't think it was like the worst thing it could be, but he got Me Too'd, but not like hardcore Me Too'd.
Sure.
And he did it, I'm assuming. I don't know. Separate the art from the artist, free Substack. I'm not paying, no one's paying anything. But I got sent an article by him. And it was called
Every time we take a break, I'm going to shout myself out. I'm going to say like and sub, like and sub, like and sub. Share the stream.
It's a fascinating meditation on like religious revelation and on some policy stuff. And it sticks out in the way that you're like apologizing for the dirty socialist and still liking him anyways. It's just reminding me of my friend. Apologizing. Guy's a bad dude, but a good writer. And I'm like,
I'm memeing a little bit because like Econoboy is Econoboy is a socialist that you could argue is not even a socialist based on like how like moderate as socialism is. Like he's very much like I mean, yeah, he'd probably be pretty closely aligned with you. Like he's pretty closely aligned with Matt Brunig and stuff, and like you can totally argue. Like I don't even know. I don't even know if I would consider Econoboy a socialist. Really,
I walked in saying we should be more like Taiwan, not Chinese Taipei. Okay, like I already closed up 20% of my base on the anti-capitalist Jubilee video by starting the argument. And did I do that on purpose, not a spite? No comment. Incredible. did I pick that and not the German system because even though I know the German system better because I lived there for a year, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. The only thing like I'm getting from this, it seems bad to shift the taxable income of the company, right? The accounting profit, I guess you'd call it. It seems bad to remove the money that is transferred to owners out of that. And I know you could argue
that's not directly taxed, right? It's like we don't directly tax dividends, do we? We might. I
think we do. I think that's the difference. Because all capital investment is like fully expensed, right? Because like all capital, that's the difference. Yeah. Because super normal, right, is just the excess profit or pure profit, right? That's it's over and above.
It's basically the rent, yeah.
Yeah, it's over and above what provides its owners with a normal return to capital, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like the only thing being shifted out is, and there's probably other things being shifted out here. I don't like that you're shifting out the money you're giving to the owners of the firm.
Well, so part of it, by the way, is it is essentially equivalent to the government becoming a passive owner of the firm because they are collecting the sort of rents that a normal owner would collect. Like it is equivalent to a sovereign wealth fund that is passively invested in essentially every company. And again, part of that is the tax credit too if they have negative cash flows in some years. But like so you are also taking out sort of any of the incidence on investment because you do see, for example, like I said, the current corporate tax, because it only allows for depreciation of certain investments over a longer period of time, you see some of the incidences on investment, meaning like you're essentially taxing investment and companies do a suboptimal level of investment. That's something that you avoid with a DBCFT by having immediate full expensing.
Okay, but there's a difference between capital investment and money that's going directly to the owners. And it's possible I'm misunderstanding, and this is separate here. But like, I don't think we should be moving dividends into the part that isn't taxed. That seems bad. I don't like
so
that.
I think you could still tax.
That is my only objection. I'm not against taxing investment less. I think it's good to incentivize. I think it's good to incentivize companies to invest more money into innovation. I am pro that.
Mhm.
And if there was a way to just encourage a company, hey, what I don't want you to do is spend more money on stupid stuff. What I want you to do is spend more money on investment into like other ventures or into new lines of capital or into like just a thing that could add value to the economy. I'm pro that. So the idea that you're selling me on sounds good to me. I just want to make sure it works that way in practice. That's my only like, I'm not objecting. I'm just like, I'm more like, I'm being cautious, I guess.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
So dividends, I could be wrong here. I maybe I don't fully understand how dividends are taxed. Maybe I don't think I remember. Are dividends subject to like a separate? I don't think they're subject to like a separate tax on a corporate side, right? It's just like once a shareholder gets dividends, like those are counted as their income. They might be subject to a separate tax. I don't know.
It
could be. I can ask ChatGPT. I don't know if they would give me a reliable answer, but
yeah, I don't know if anything would give. I feel like I feel like we'd have to like call in someone who like knows more than either of us.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how dividends are handled with our current tax code, but
I'm just assuming, and I could be wrong. I'm assuming that like when it mentions supernormal profit, I'm assuming that's referring to what my economics professor called pure profit, which was pure profit's the stuff that like you're taking out the stuff that goes to the ownership.
Well,
what's left?
You're taking out essentially any expense, right? You're just you're just focusing on their positive or negative cash flow.
Well, you're broadening what expense is considered, and it's basically just the money in the balance sheet of the company is what's left.
Kind of. Well, you're broadening what expense is considered too, but you're also just there are things that we consider an expense currently, like fixed investment in like physical capital, that because of depreciation schedules you don't actually get to fully deduct. It ends up being some tax on it. It isn't like super big, but we don't allow immediate full expensing. You have to deduct it over a longer period.
To be fair, we could also just increase the wealth. We could also just shake hands on this and then increase the wealth tax if it turns out that the dividends are no longer taxed and like solve it there.
Cringe.
Or capital,
I mean, like I said, under
individuals. Either way, there's a million ways to fix this. There's a million ways to fix my objection. That's all. I just
under my ideal tax code,
untaxed dividends happening. That seems bad.
Yeah, well, so like under my ideal tax code, we wouldn't tax any income that isn't really consumed. Like we would other than like economic rents from like land and like certain resource extraction as well. But a DBCFT is essentially doing that.
Okay, so the libertarians kidnapped you, but you still and beat you over the head a couple times, but you're still a social democrat.
I mean, I don't brand myself as a social democrat, but there are people who consider me a social democrat. But
you're in the sphere. You might be a little bit to the right of it, or but it's just like you do kind of seem like a social democrat who got mugged by a libertarian a little bit.
Sure.
Not in a bad way. I called myself a libertarian as a kid for a long time. I have a lot of sympathy for the non-Mises caucus.
Right. I mean, that's part of the reason it's hard to classify me is because like I think like in my ideal world, like we'd probably be taxing like 25% of GDP, but we'd probably like we probably would only kind of have, or we probably would only be taxing consumption, and like you might see like increased pre-tax income inequality in my world. So it's kind of hard. I brand myself kind of as a neoliberal, as a meme. I don't think that term actually has a ton of meaning in the real world anymore because everyone has their own different interpretation of what that stuff means. But yeah, typically I don't.
Don't we tax 25% of GDP right now?
not at the federal government level. We tax about 16% from the federal government. If you include state
Okay,
government
I'm counting
spending,
state.
yeah, if you include state government, we're like a little less than, we're a little over 30%. I think we're at like roughly 33% or whatever.
No, we're
But,
down to 25 point. Oh, we're down to 25 from 27.4 the previous year.
oh, damn.
Sorry.
Yeah. I guess in my
Hold
ideal
on,
world
wait.
too, this is the evil. This is why I'm not a libertarian too. Is that like
Yeah.
I would probably have the
Yeah.
federal government handle a lot more programs that I think are the state governments are doing right now. Like I'd probably just have, like there are a lot of
25.2.
states that kind of expand like food stamps and stuff beyond what the federal government provides, and I'd probably just have the federal government provide like some food security program. Wouldn't look exactly like food stamps. It'd probably be, pretty much cash transfer focused.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
just
like-
you. Okay. So more or less. Okay.
Right.
Are you
That
pro
would make-
UBI, or are you? Is that what you're advocating for? Are you advocating for like a more
Basically, I mean, like yeah, like I would say ideally we probably have a UBI, and I think in that world that kind of make some of the state levels funding redundant. It seems dumb to have a UBI and also like a state level expanded food stamps program. So I think in my ideal world we might,
just
you know-
do UBI. You wouldn't do food stamps. That would just be. That's what I would do.
Well, sure,
just
yeah,
do the
yeah.
UBI.
right.
I mean,
Well,
Alaska already has it, right?
I was giving that example because like it's weird to classify me because like in some sense that's a more libertarian idea, but also it's not very libertarian to say I don't want the states doing these welfare programs. I want the federal government to tax more money and have the states do less. Like there are a lot of libertarians who would object to that. So.
Yeah. Mine's a very free market argument for universal basic income, but has some very socialist results and some very not socialist results. Because I think universal basic income creates a floor for people to not die,
Right.
which massively changes the bargaining between an employee and their owner. Because first, on one hand, you might not even need a minimum wage anymore.
Let's go.
We would see what would happen before we did that. We would implement the UBI first and watch what happened, and then decide if that's a good idea. I don't think you should just like destroying a minimum wage would probably have some negative effects if you just did it automatically. And I think you'd have to like let things settle and then ratchet it out and then see how it goes.
But this is kind of the exact effect I'm talking about. Like I think one of the things also like, redistribution does affect workers' bargaining power in that sense, right? Like it does increase their wealth.
You see where I'm going, because my whole thing is like unions can just strike indefinitely now if it's going to be hard. It's not going to be great.
But yeah, so kind of
they can strike indefinitely if they're not getting paid fairly, and it's up to the worker and it's up to the owner and the worker to figure it out. And we don't need any other regulations around it. Let's go. We have the UBI.
Well, I mean, you would need a government regulation to prevent scabs, obviously, because like if you didn't have the government, protecting.
Well, yeah, you would need the basic. You would need the basic stuff, right? You would need. Even then, scabs would be less of a big deal because people no longer have to work just like they're not screwed if they don't have a job.
Sure.
From like the
so I think.
perspective.
Well, yeah, this is my point. So redistribution does address, I think, a bigger set of people than pre-distributive policies. And it does, to some extent, address the same concerns as the pre-distributionist when you increase workers' bargaining power, because essentially you make their next best alternative less bad. But I also don't think you have the same type of considerations with, like, for worker co-ops, allocative efficiency, for brain drain. Well, you can have a brain drain concern if you tax too much in some cases, but certainly unemployment, like that's something that unions might have that. Under a redistributive system, you don't necessarily see increased unemployment, or at least not as big of an effect.
But then the UBI also allows for more seed money for people to start their own companies, and those companies could be worker co-ops or could not be. I'm not trying to like mandate companies be worker co-ops.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do that. I could see like in certain government-owned industry regarding natural monopolies, as in like water and electricity, right? Which like I don't think it should really be markets in the same way, because like natural monopolies are a problem, and as you heard, I have issues when you disagree. Yeah, wait, hold on.
I think there's right. I mean, I think there are certain cases where I'm not going to be like super strongly opposed to it, but I think people are way too general with market failures, and this might get us to the healthcare point as well. I don't know how limited is your time, by the way. Do you have time?
It's fine. I need to eat food eventually.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
I don't have a heart out. I just need to like eat.
Yeah. Okay,
Technically,
for
my
sure.
hard out is 4 p.m. tomorrow, where I'm volunteering at a union event. Technically speaking,
Hell
I have no
yeah.
obligation until then. But I do need to
Hell
eat
yeah,
food
yeah,
at some point. So
Sure.
we should probably be, let's maybe 10 p.m. market cap seems fair.
Sure. Well, actually, it's 12 p.m. for me. I don't know what time.
I'm
What
PST.
time is that for me? Your PST. So that's Is that another hour or 2 hours or what is that?
Yeah, I was jokingly saying like we should probably finish in less than an hour. I don't know.
Okay. Sure. I mean, you're certainly, you can tell me when you need to go whenever. But
Yeah.
I think sort of people kind of overgeneralize the market failure things. I think for one, you don't need all the assumptions of the sort of ideal market system to hold for markets to kind of be the best system to deal with it. And just because there is a market failure, obviously does not mean the government can necessarily do any better in that sector. There might be cases where government intervention can help. And I think a lot of those cases, by the way, would look like something I would describe as kind of working with market forces, as opposed to like working against them. So if there's a failure of like a common resource, like a government solution to that would be like kind of mandating, or like auctioning off like fishing permits, for example, to make sure people don't overfish. But that's still like a market auction based system. It's just kind of run by the government because of the common resource, tragedy to common situation we might have there.
Okay, but there's a difference between a fishing permit and, which I'm pro, and I agree with you on the fishing permit solution. My grandpa was a hunter and a fisher. Ethically speaking, he wasn't like a trophy hunter. He would like hunt and then eat the elk, which is, not many people do that anymore, but like, good for him, right? Sustainable. Like he was environmental. He was very John Muir, I guess would be the right comparison. Fishing permits are good. I like those. I think that's a good use of resources. I think there's a difference between that.
There is a
water
there's an argument. There's an economist, I forget their first name, Ostrom or whatever. Like I think it's a she. I think she has a lot of papers that kind of went over like actually there does seem to be a sort of incentive for people within private market systems to have to like self-organize to produce institutions that deal with the tragedy of the commons on their own without government intervention. But I forget exactly.
Is this about the New York taxi system wherein they sort of they did the thing?
No. This is like theoretical work. I don't think there might have been empirical tests. I'm sure like there are studies about empirical tests of this, but this is all theoretical work from some economist in the 90s. I forget her first name, but Ostrom's her last name. But regardless, continue with what you were.
Gee, the comments, solutions. I'm just curious about like, is it Olstrom? No.
Yeah. I forget.
Oh, it is Olstrom.
I'm pretty sure it's
okay. So I'm talking like, well, I mean, Axelrod's the one who did it first, I think. That's actually a name I recognize. Okay, but when your arguments are that the people that self-organize are like anarchists and stuff, like, I don't think that's really a market.
Well, I don't think you need them to be.
Yeah, but if you're using this as your example of it working in practice, like that's not really a good example of your free market. I'm not dissing you. I'm dissing Alstrom in this example. Sure. I'm just like that. What?
I don't know if she.
I'll have to read the paper. It's fair. I don't know. I'm sure
she has a few papers, but yeah.
I'm sure I'm shortchanging her in some way. I'm sure she's won Nobel Prizes. I'm sure she's good at her job. Like it's not, this isn't. I'm teasing a little bit because I just saw that note really quickly, like one of the articles is running through. But I'm sure she has brings some theoretical work and value. I made the same jokes about Marcia Sen, and I realized I was wrong. So same with Nussbaum too.
To be clear, I haven't read like a ton of her work. I just know like there are
there are
economists who kind of provide theoretical frameworks for saying in the tragedy of the commons we still see.
I have like 30 co-op studies that like I read, but like I skimmed, because I was preparing for a debate.
Yeah.
You can't fully read. You have to get like the general, like just making sure. Okay, does the research method seem reasonable? Like, does any red flags? No red flags. A small sample size. Well, there's not really, then okay, what does it say? What's the solutions? What are my? If it's a I even was fair to myself and found like studies that contradicted me, and then read why they contradicted, what you could do to fix it. That's why I brought up why the first study I cited was agreeing with you about the brain drain problem.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I think there's a difference between fishing permits and water, right? Like people like have like the water utility. You can't really like do like multiple power lines or multiple like water stuff from different companies. That's impractical. You're going to create a natural monopoly just as it stands. And even many of my friends who consider themselves libertarians think that that shouldn't be a market, just because it's not possible to have a fair competitive system. And you can't, you can't.
So I don't think you
either.
Right.
What's your solution there, though? There are other options.
Well, I think for one, to the extent that like we want state ownership to like address any like concerns about the equitable access to water, I think like you can just have cash transfer programs that ensure people have enough money to buy water from wherever they need water. To the extent that we think like it's just kind of unfair in some sense. I mean, for one, like a DVCFT would be kind of equivalent to taking a stake in every company, a passive stake in every company, including natural monopolies, which do earn more economic rents, and we would be capturing some of the economic rent by just having an efficient tax code. But I think the important thing is like I haven't seen good evidence that like state ownership is typically better even in natural monopolies. Like I've seen pretty conflicting studies on it. Like, I know there is a
if you've ever been to a mountain town, you know that natural monopolies are not good. If you go to any place where like the only broadband access provider or only hospital provider or only only water and electricity provider is a singular company, you know how exorbitant those prices get? I live close enough to LA wherein the cost of living is pretty high here. Right? A lot of things that might cost less money somewhere else cost a good amount of money here because people will pay more, I guess. You know what I'm talking about. Like there's like that inefficiency in the market wherein like cost of living increases is a thing. And it's complicated because like more people go to Trader Joe's and to Aldi's here. It's like there's factors. But if you go to a very poor rural areas like San Bernardino Mountains, comparatively to where I live, I don't live in like the rich, but nonetheless, you go there, and some of those utilities cost way, way more than they cost here because of that natural monopoly. Because more things are monopolized up in those rural areas, right? There's less ability to build cell towers. Like because of the geography, it's easier to monopolize that area. And even though it's not a monopoly from the country perspective, it's a local monopoly, local natural monopoly, and those prices are absurd. And it seems like an inefficiency to just have the government pay. You're doing the thing that led to the university price increase. You're giving financial aid to people to pay for the monopoly, and the monopoly price just raises. And that just happens over and over.
I think the university price increase is probably more complicated than that. To be clear, I don't know exactly what.
To be clear, that is the main conservative complaint about the increase of the university prices, which is partially true. It's not the full story.
Sure.
But the increase of financial aid has in addition to the wealthy Chinese people and wealthy people from other countries coming in, have led to the increase of the way and everything that you just wouldn't see otherwise, right? Like it's not just corporate greed. It is corporate greed, and by corporate I mean nonprofit greed in this context. But like there are other factors that exacerbate this. And in this case, the natural monopoly, it is kind of corporate greed. It's corporate greed in the sense of like we can make more money, so we should, which is how the market works and what we incentivize, the behavior we incentivize.
Right. So a natural monopoly, I'm not disputing a natural monopoly is going to have some amount of price setting power. No, I think there are cases where natural monopolies I think are kind of needlessly protected by governments. Like you see, for example, and the market does have a incentive to sort of outcompete natural monopolies by other means. So, like for example, with ISPs, that is an example of something that can be a natural monopoly. But you see in some cases, like so the local government will like essentially have some contract that like grants ISPs provide like a monopoly over certain markets, and that's a like artificially created government barrier to entry that usually doesn't have good outcomes. And we see, for example, as much as I hate Elon Musk, okay, like there is an incentive for Elon Musk to create Starlink and have satellite beam internet, right? that
Okay,
can
but
compete with these ISPs.
Starlink is an issue though, because it's a cruel and capricious god who could turn off the Starlink at any power if Russia pays him enough money
Well,
in
I mean,
Ukraine.
I mean,
That was a crisis for a
kind of.
while.
Right.
Don't get me
So,
wrong. I would argue that Starlink is by far the closest thing to a net good Elon Musk has produced in his entire life, because it's a very good thing that it exists, right?
mhm.
I'm not going to dispute that. And also, like, he is doing it below cost for reasons which are complicated in some cases.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's trying
But
to
like, it's marketing strategy. There's a
get
lot of things.
market share, right? I mean, that's why you.
Well, yeah, he does the thing where it's low and then he pushes everyone else out. He has his own little monopoly, raise price. That's also a bad behavior. I don't know how you regulate and fix that. That's an issue.
Well, I don't know if that's I don't know exactly if that's a bad behavior. So, like, you know, like I say, Elon Musk does have an incentive to compete with ISPs, and the sort of technological innovation that I think is incentivized by a market system, not even strictly a capitalist system, but, you know, a market system where you're rewarded for this stuff, does grant you an incentive to compete and innovate with natural monopolies. And we see, like, Starlink is an example of sort of natural monopolies being mitigated within a market system based on innovation. Although, in fairness, some of the, I mean, you know, SpaceX did receive contracts from NASA that helped them develop stuff and everything, obviously.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
I was going to say, like, small loan of several $1 billion, right, from, you know, from the U.S. government. So again, like, I think a lot of cases I'm interested in creating less friction, right? Just like more straightforward. There's a problem. What's the most efficient way to solve it? Why do we have all this bureaucratic middle management? Sometimes it looks like deregulation, abundance, housing, right?
Sure.
Sometimes that looks like, in my opinion, sometimes I would argue that a state-owned system has less friction than complicated government contracts with dirty dealings, backdoors, bidding, and that. Because when you're looking at, and I'm not necessarily saying telecommunications specifically should be state-owned. I'm just power lines and water are the two power lines and water utilities are the two things that I'm talking about here, just because I'm most familiar with them.
Right. So,
and
again, conceptually,
you can't have multiple power lines in the same house from General Electric, and like that's impractical. That is a inefficient.
Like, yeah, there's a fixed cost to building out that infrastructure, and it doesn't make sense for multiple companies to sort of build out the same fixed cost. Yeah, obviously, but I think there. So, I think
a good example of your own company, I would argue.
So part of the issue on the other side, though, is I think state-owned companies, depending on how they're managed, they lack some of the information and they lack proper incentives. There are kind of ways to get around these. You know, there are probably better models for state ownership than others, which is why I don't think you always see super negative outcomes from state ownership of, you know, electricity and water, for example. There are studies you can find that support it. There are also studies I've seen that say actually privatization for even, you know, water utilities did have good outcomes. Like there's a study from like Colorado that looked at localities that like privatized water, and they found that like, oh, you know, actually like clean or like safe water drinking act violations like decreased after privatization. You know, water got safer and I believe cheaper as well. There are certain studies from Canada you can find the same thing for like garbage collection.
Right, but you're also. But a lot of that has more to do with like the innovation that had happened in regards to water safety than it did. Like that seems like a correlation causation issue on that one, because like we have over time, primarily government funding, have found ways to make water safer. And if you privatize, and before privatization there was worse water safety, and after privatization there was better water safety, it doesn't necessarily follow that
more.
That's just my point.
Skim through the study a little more. I think they do more like causal inference than just that, and I don't think it was over that long of a period of time, so it wouldn't. I don't think technology would have like a big effect on it.
Oh,
but
okay.
Certainly,
I could be wrong.
Sure. So, like I think something relevant there, like, you know, again, there are kind of ways to mitigate this, and conceptually, like I don't disagree that some natural monopolies can be nationalized without negative effects. Is like the state kind of doesn't have as strong of an incentive to provide good outcomes to consumers necessarily. Now, natural monopolies, that is a little mitigated, obviously, because, you know, because you know, it's more efficient to build out the sort of fixed cost once or whatever. Yeah. And I think if you,
not everything needs to be a market is my point. Not, which is what I said when it came to healthcare, right? That you know, the best measurement of the value something produces isn't necessarily how much profit it generates. It's how much good it creates, and how much it improves outcomes in the world, right?
Mhm.
Like we're not
Well,
trying
I
to.
agree with that. I just think a market system is like generally going to align those two things.
Oh
relatively
yeah,
well.
I also agree with that. As I told PBD, who doesn't agree with me because he doesn't know what a market is, because he's more interested in making money through recruitment fees. In my opinion, you know, my uninformed opinion that's just jokes on this comedy podcast. I do think it's a little bit odd that there's an associate fee of $199 for PHP to join the company, and then you have to pay $15 a month after the first year.
It is
to
great. By the
use their
way,
company
that is what he meant, by the way, when he offered jobs to people, right? Like, I think that
Yes,
is
that,
like,
that was my critique.
like
My
that was
critique
crazy. Like, yeah, that was.
my critique is like, so I don't know for sure though, because like he might have been referring to like his podcast. I don't know
Yeah.
how he runs his.
That's what I assumed he was referring to at first, but because I didn't know about his MLM until you brought it up, by the way, and I was like, oh shit, oh my god, he was just trying to
He's
fucking
still
scam these people. Like,
I think he's still a partial owner.
Mhm.
I'm not totally clear on what happened there. But like, what he wasn't willing to give any information, which tells me that it was a sales job at one of his companies. And I'm assuming all of his sales companies are ran the same way if he has other ones. So like, you know, I don't know. And look, this is rent-seeking behavior. You are literally getting your employees to pay rent. I wrote this, like, I actually, like, there's a shot of us in the thing where I had it, like, facing the cameras. So it said, like, the fee. I did it after he didn't sue me. I thought it'd be funny. It's hard to find, but, like, you can kind of see it behind the camera glare. Like, that is, you know, he's trying to get people to pay him rent to be part of, like, in my opinion, that's what it is. It's rent, right? You're paying, like, the cost to use the space as part of a company. I'm sure he'd find a way. I'm sure someone like him could find a way to charge you as a podcast assistant for the microphones that you hold. I'm sure he could find a way.
Right.
I'm sure he could. So like, regardless, right? Like it's, you know, I'm having fun here, but healthcare, finally healthcare.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's get to. We can talk about healthcare. Yeah. I think that's probably the last. The last topic we can cover here.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up the 66.5% bankruptcy number, and you're gonna bring up that that's overstating the case, right? You're gonna bring up
my understanding of that, and I don't know. This isn't like my biggest issue with the stuff people talk about with healthcare and single payer or whatever. My understanding of that is that's essentially saying of the people who went bankrupt, anyone who said they had like some amount of financial stress or some amount of like medical debt contributed to their bankruptcy, you know, we're kind of lumping that in with the medical debt being the like causal thing of the bankruptcy.
Yeah. I'm sending you just a study that I think is pretty good because it like talks about it's from 2007, so it's not like out of date because like it's not that far away. I understand like post and pre-COVID, but like we just don't have good post-COVID numbers yet. So like everything before then is about the same post 2000. And this one's really good because it covers like there was a 2001 study. It was 46.2% of bankruptcies they considered to be found where medical problems contributed at least. The numbers were going up pretty rapidly. And in 2007, they're like, it's 62.1% of all bankruptcies. But I like the study a lot because it accurately explains what they mean by that. If over 10% of the pre-tax family income was medical debt, in that case, that counts as a bankruptcy due to medical debt. So in that, at the time, that's medical debt over 5,000. Or in addition, it's because they lost significant income due to illness or like they were missed a ton of work and that led to the bankruptcy because of their illness, or they had to mortgage their home to pay medical bills. Like the primary reason they had to mortgage their home was to pay off the medical bills and they still went bankrupt. So if any of those three things happened, that was a medical bankruptcy. Anything else, even if they said it didn't count. So that's a much more rigorous study in my opinion.
So I like that. The second one I would take a little bit of an issue with just because that's not really the fault of the medical system. Like that's, you know, anyone who experiences some sickness or disability is going to experience a decline in their market income if they can't work. And that's true even in a single payer system. It's just also they presumably would be able to get care, you know, more cheaply or for free if you're under a single payer system.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the specific breakdown. It's just taking a sec because like you know how computers work.
Yeah.
Looking at all bankruptcies, looking at the medical causes, they I mean, also a lot of these are multiple. The person went into medical
Oh,
debt
sure. Of
and
course.
they got worse because of the income, right? Like the illness wasn't like they missed a week of they had to miss like multiple weeks of income due to an illness. And in almost all of these cases, we're looking at something wherein it was still over the 10% of the pre-tax family income. I think there's like a few cases maybe where it wasn't, but like at a certain point, right? Like if you're missing multiple months of work because you can't pay for you have an illness and you can't get it treated, that's the same problem, right? It's still a medical bankruptcy. Though I can see that being disputed. But like
Yeah. It
it's not
kind
the
of depends on
majority
the
of
causality. Like if you can't get treatment because the treatment is too much money and that means you can't work, then that I think is fine to classify as a medical bankruptcy. But if you just get a sickness and because of that sickness you can't work, it's kind of weird to count that as a medical bankruptcy because in any system, even if healthcare is free, you're going to see a reduction in market income if you have a disability that inhibits your ability to work. But in a single payer system, you might not see as big an increase in sort of like after tax consumption because you can still consume healthcare benefits even if you don't have market income.
Yeah. So like it's just like, you know, you would have to if part of your bankruptcy was due to medical bills and because or you know more specific I mean the main reason, right, the majority of them were people who over 5,000 had to be because of medical debt. That was the largest group. The secondary group had medical debt in addition to it, couldn't pay for some of it because of the illness, right? That's part of it. And the last one was just I think the most straight up and obvious, even more so than like the money, is if you had to mortgage your home because of the medical debt.
Sure.
Which is that's just tragic, right? Like you lost your house because of like that's just
well, so,
that's
okay.
horrible.
Right. I'm not like I said, this is kind of like I'm gonna kind of agree with the fundamental concern here. I think like essentially any liberal would, okay, anyone with not PBD is gonna kind of agree with the fundamental concern.
Like, it's like, oh, so many people went bankrupt because of the government. I'm like,
no, that is great. Yeah, that didn't make I don't even know what to make it. I mean, I think he's motivated to try to find a reason that it's the government's fault or whatever. And I think a lot of conservatives are like that.
I didn't want to like be wrong on stream, but like because like I can't fact check myself in real time like I can right now. It was government innovation got us blood thinners.
Sure.
What? Like the actual example he gave disproved his own point. And like I was like, generally speaking, you're wrong. I just didn't want to go into the specific one. That works. And he was like, but America, this country. And I was like,
right,
dude, like there's a lot of people leaving actually. But like, you know, it degenerated. But
right. So I think
you're trying to go to a specific solution. Yeah.
Right. So I agree with the fundamental concern. And I don't like that, you know, the US has such high medical costs. There are you know, obviously a couple of things that like I would mention. So for one, I think part of the reason we see kind of overall like a higher medical cost is we're a very rich country and our people are unhealthier to begin with. So just like generally things are going to cost more in the US because and also because we consume higher quality medicine and higher quality medical care and higher quality drugs and things like that. So
okay,
you know,
that last one's less true, except for like uber wealthy people. Like the example he gave of like someone coming into the US, like the bodybuilder to someone else, which is true. Like that does happen. But like,
right. Well, I mean, I think
American is not consuming better health product than other first world countries like Taiwan, for example. Taiwan has better average healthcare like access, and I don't just mean like for people who can pay. I just mean I mean like just the median person, right? Because the median American gets healthcare. Like the median American, like can go to the doctor and stuff. So I'm not talking about.
I think it probably depends on what you're looking at. So my understanding is like, for example, drugs. Like America consumes more drugs per capita than any other country. Like you know, we like,
absolutely
right, and that is
but is that
to your point. Some of that
and they make more money that way. Sorry, it's pulling an RFK. You know,
yeah, well, yeah. So kind of, but I think that's like I don't think this is. I don't think it's a bad thing, kind of. So, I think if you look at, I think I have something on this. I forget where I don't know exactly where it is. So, like, I think a median American or average American spends like longer in hospitals too, like after surgeries and stuff, because we can afford it or whatever. But yeah, just starting on the first point, Americans are very rich, and like it's just generally good, and we have higher productivity, and because healthcare doesn't see very high productivity growth usually, you're kind of just going to see healthcare be naturally more expensive in richer countries with higher productivity. That's why you see, kind of the real price of health kind of increases broadly with how rich of a country is, right? Additionally,
Yeah.
Americans are just fat, lazy fucks to begin with. We're obese. We drive our cars around. We don't exercise. And because of that, we demand more healthcare. And also because we're rich, we demand more healthcare, right? Like as you get richer and richer, you demand more healthcare.
I
So those
wonder
are
if there's
two.
any possible reason why Americans are so much more obese than every other first world country, and I wonder if quite possibly maybe the food itself could be related to
sure.
that,
Right.
and
I mean, I think
possibly regulations would lower the cost of our healthcare.
right. I mean, I don't disagree with that necessarily, right?
Yeah.
Like I think
I
it is
figured you'd agree. I'm having fun here.
right. Like it is the case we subsidize corn syrup, and there's a lot of high fructose corn syrup in our food. It makes us all fat and everything. But that
I'll go with abundance. Why are we subsidizing corn syrup? Deregulate.
Right. I'm just like that's a cost of our healthcare essentially. That it's not driven by the privatized system we have, but just because we're a richer country with fatter, more obese people who consume more healthcare, both because they're richer and it costs more because we're richer. You have to pay people more to work in healthcare, and because as your income goes up, you just choose to consume more in healthcare generally. That's why people consume more drugs in the U.S. than like any other nation per capita. And then it kind of, additionally, what we get for the added cost that's not because of that, I think is generally pretty good. So like, pharmaceutical companies make like 70% of their profit here, right? And now, to some extent, people have issues with that. But the reason a lot of medical innovation happens in the U.S. is because so much of the profit comes from the U.S. when pharmaceutical companies do this innovation.
Okay,
and I think
also,
if you were to switch
a lot of that happens because government contracts also in the U.S.
Kind
are
of.
actually pretty lucrative because we spend a ton of money on it.
Yeah. So
I think the innovation is happening in the U.S. because of our privated system. I do think a lot of profits happening here because of our private system. That's not really the same.
A lot of times you see like some sort of like very like initial trials or whatever, like funded by at least some government money, but it still costs private companies like $1 billion or something to bring a drug. I think it's more than $1 billion to bring a drug to the market. And then for every drug that they bring to the market, you also have to account for 5 other drugs that failed at various stages during development that they have to kind of recoup for in the drug that did actually work and bring to market. And I think the fact that they get so much profit here is what incentivizes them to do that. And there seems to be evidence that like when, for example, Medicare negotiates down the price of drugs, you do see some amount of decreased innovation. You do see like less patents being filed, less money being spent in R&D. That is a pretty big negative.
Yeah. I will also note that we are 7th in the World Index of Healthcare Innovation. Switzerland, Ireland, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, and Denmark beat us out.
What is that looking at?
So looking at it, we are looking at public healthcare spending is part of it, but not just. Okay. The U.S. has climbed 7th place. Sorry, I'm trying to like.
Sure.
If you want to pull it up yourself and tear it to shreds, go ahead. Let me toss it into the Google chat just because.
Sure. I don't. It could be the case. My understanding is that a lot of the at least pharmaceutical innovation happens here. I don't know. Certainly, there are probably other countries that innovate in other health sectors.
American innovation was I mean, also a lot of our benefit here is coming from Operation Warp Speed, which is the best thing Trump did, and he can't take credit for it, and he's deeply upset he can't take credit for it. It's very funny. I mean, you're a Dark Brandon lover, so you're probably
obviously, yep.
You're plugged in on the whole Warp Speed, the Warp Speed irony, I'm sure.
Yeah. Of course.
But like we're looking at the quality, right? For innovation, does 14th We're sixth in choice, specifically biosimilars for the drug blocker Humira was big for us. I'm probably butchering that. Were the shortage of primary care physicians is an issue for us, science and tech, fiscal
I agree
sustainability.
with that. That's not really innovation, but
Science and tech, we're actually we're first in pure science and tech,
yeah.
which is specifically okay, so that's related to like Moderna's vaccines carrying a lot for us there. So like I don't know how much of a factor that is. We also have the Nobel Prizes. We get a lot of those. That's more government grants though. That's related to government primarily. And we're doing our approval. And actually, this is an interesting fact. We have a much higher rate of approval of new devices, and that gives us a lot of points as well.
Yeah.
Which may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing, hard to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's also why we see, for example, my understanding is, the USCs, we get new drugs faster, essentially. When a new drug is developed, regardless of even if it's developed here, like we get that drug sooner than Europe. And
that's a government choice, though. That's a government decision to be more loose with approvals.
That's not like partly it's that, but I also do think it is the fact that a lot of innovation does happen here first. But certainly some of it is also that we
R&D expenditures per capita, but that is that's including public and private. And we are second in that. I'm trying to figure out who's first. It's not specifying. I think it might be, just looking at the other options, it's either Denmark or Switzerland. It's hard to say. Oh, it could be Ireland, though. They have really high fiscal sustainability. I think Ireland's doing a lot of stuff right, just in general, but that's neither here nor there. You seen the president's dog? It's very cute. The tire second. Anyways, yeah, he's like this like 92-year-old like jolly old dude, and he's got this like Bernese mountain dog that's like twice the size of him, and it doesn't know he's the president. It's so funny. It's so cute. It's very adorable. I don't know if he's still in power, but I remember during COVID, and it was cool. And
yeah, I feel like I've seen the Ireland's president before, because I don't even think he has much power. I don't think he does much. I think
yeah, but maybe we need like a figurehead. Like we might.
Yeah.
Is the problem that we don't have like a head of state and a head of government separate, like psychologically? Like if we had a king, I don't want a king, but like if we had
a president and prime minister separated, like
if you had a president and prime minister, and the president just got to be the cool vibes dude, would we have like a better, healthier political culture? Because like people would just like really like the president, but they had less power. So it's like the ambassador to the country, it's like the PR guy.
Yeah.
I think that'd be like, that might be an improvement, but that's so far beyond the scope. Point here though is yes, like we do benefit from specifically pharmaceutical experimentation here in the US, although that also has a lot of negative outcomes as well. Opioid crisis being the most notable one. Of course, deregulation, the libertarians are going to love me for this one. A lot of the drugs that are scheduled are super overregulated, and it would improve society if we decriminalized a lot of these, created safe injection sites, provided for rehab, and with the very high sin tax for them. That would probably create better outcomes and help treat people's addictions more effectively than people trying random drugs off the street. I know it's not the Silk Road that they want to hear, but they like hearing that we could legalize some of it.
Sure. I guess
but that's secondary to the healthcare issues, though. Although it is related, because addiction's a health issue.
Right. Sure. So I don't have data on hand about exactly, where we stand on a lot of the on certain types of medical innovation or whatever. But certainly,
of course, yeah,
I think we kind of broadly agree. It is certainly a factor that if essentially we don't do price controls, we have a competitive market that doesn't negotiate drug prices down as much. That is a big factor in determining why a lot of medical innovation is here, and why a lot of pharmaceutical companies make such high profits here. Why a lot of medical providers in general are able to make a lot of profit here. And I think that's something that if the U.S. were to adopt a single payer system or even a multi-payer system that heavily negotiates prices down, we would lose. And that's kind of going to be especially important for the U.S. again, because to some extent we are like subsidizing. That's a harsh word, but Europe, because they do price controls in their medicine, and a lot of the innovation happens here, and they're able to some extent free ride off of that.
Okay, but that's not totally true though, because actually pharmaceutical examples looking for specifically, so like some of the largest and most important companies for R&D is Switzerland and German companies. And Switzerland's a multi-payer system, and Germany is a single-payer system with private options, private and public options. It's a whole thing. Germany's system's like really complicated, not as complicated as Switzerland's system. Switzerland's system's a nightmare to try to explain. And look, like most private healthcare enjoyers who are like of our political stripes-ish will usually argue for a Swiss system, multi-payer, like you have to have healthcare, but like it can be employment, or like there's different ways to get it. And there's different healthcare insurance companies, but they have to like kind of compete with each other to lower the prices. It's regulated, but it's a lot more of a free market system than most.
Well, I guess I would curious what you advocate for. I think I don't have super strong opinions on what like an ideal healthcare system would look like exactly. I know the one thing I would do is kind of centralize and get rid of sort of the like kind of weird overlapping systems we have in the U.S. Like, why do we have Medicare and Medicaid and the VA, and the VA is like weirdly single payer in that it owns hospitals, and Medicare is just an insurance plan, but then sometimes Medicaid has like private insurance plans on it.
Yeah. I mean, if people want to do some research, I'm specifically an advocate and proponent of CalCare for All, which is the California system. In California, a statewide, national, single payer healthcare service. It would be public, but there would obviously be room for private insurance on top of that. I don't really have an interest in mandating the same healthcare for everyone. That's fine. I understand that there is a benefit to having uber wealthy people who will pay doctors out the wazoo for experimental treatment. Then in 20 years will hopefully be available to everyone. I think that's good. I think that's fine. I know it's not equitable, but I will bite the bullet on it. But for the rest of it, I fundamentally think everyone should have access to healthcare, right? I will do the very lame argument of more people die of obesity than starvation in this country. How is people not have basic access to food? In the same way, we have, people who die due to opioid addictions. A large portion of that. We have people who suffer from deaths from plastic surgery, all these things, like from the, I guess you could say, the excesses of the healthcare system. And yet we also have people dying because they can't pay for healthcare. And that's a problem. Like that, right? We should not be in that kind of situation. We should not be charging people $20,000 for an ambulance ride to an out of patient hospital, right? Like to a hospital that's out of coverage. You don't know, because when you got shot, we shouldn't have people calling Uber so they can go to the right hospital, so they don't have to pay. So they don't have to be paying through the nose for their healthcare. That's a problem.
I agree with the fundamental point there, but I think a lot of the systems people advocate for are going to come at the expense of, for one, future healthcare, essentially, when we are going to have some things that probably lower the incentive for medical innovation. Two, are going to decrease the quality of currently existing healthcare. I think it would be the case that we'd probably consume less drugs per capita if we switch to some type of like single payer or multi-payer system with a very strong public option.
We should also be consuming less drugs per capita. Like that is probably true. We absolutely over-approve things in this country for people who can pay. This is a problem.
I think I don't know. I think I don't agree conceptually there might be a problem there, but I don't know how much of the fact that we consume more drugs per capita is just due to the fact that we're
with the exception of dialysis specifically, I don't think we over medicate with the point of creating like permanent patients or whatever the hell RFK Jr. says. We do that with dialysis specifically, and that's a problem. But with nothing else, that is a dialysis exclusive issue to my knowledge. You know what I'm referring to, right?
Not exactly. I don't know what the specifics of the dialysis problem or why that's not a problem.
It's an issue in California specifically. Like it's worse here than other places. But like, I hate to be like, there's a great John Oliver video, but like I recommend the John Oliver video.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I feel like I saw it a while ago, but yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, this is years ago.
Yeah.
The issue is like it's extremely profitable. Like it's extremely profitable, and they spend millions and millions of dollars lobbying our state government and paying for ads to try to prevent basically any level of regulation for it.
Right. So it's like there could
looking
be
at
um
we're looking at kickbacks to obtain referrals, where there's $450 million in the past several years of falsely billing for drug waste.
right. So
There's 55 million of overprescribing Epigen. Like, there is an overprescription problem with dialysis.
sure. I agree there
Within
like
dialysis companies.
like there can conceptually be issues with overprescription. I think for one, some of that, by the way, is rent seeking because the government is involved in this. Because the government and Medicaid are interacting with a lot of people who need this care. Like, you are going to see essentially companies lobby to get the government to try to do things beneficial to them. That's something you might actually not necessarily see if there were only private companies involved. Because the mechanism for rent seeking would be diminished if the government wasn't so involved or whatever. But certainly, I don't know where I could find data on this. Maybe somewhere in my notes or something that links to data on this. But like, obviously, I think a big reason why we consume more drugs per capita is simply because Americans buy more drugs. Maybe for illnesses that, or maybe for symptoms that in other countries people don't treat because it's just not worth the price of that drug for them. Maybe because again, I mean, we consume higher quality drugs, and that's a reason for a cost, not just the fact that we consume more drugs per capita. Like, that's these seem to be pretty big factors as well, and those are largely beneficial. Like, that's consumers expressing that they are essentially worth the cost of them to treat more illnesses or treat more symptoms with better drugs. And I think that's something a multi-payer system does well, or private system does well, that a single payer system or a heavily regulated multi-payer system might not be able to have.
I don't know if I agree, though, because again, like, we're looking at really effective rates of innovation in Germany and in other systems, or multi-payer system like Switzerland. I prefer a single payer system, like Germany or France. And we see very effective medical innovations in those countries. They have many of these companies have research budgets that are like 10 billion, right? Like, they have no lack of funding.
I mean, I guess
for medical innovation, and they're incredibly effective. So,
I
like,
don't know. The evidence I've seen
I
just kind
don't
of
see this. How to do the utilitarian thing, right? How many people like go bankrupt, right? How many people die from medical coverage versus the rate of new drugs, where in the trade-offs worth it or not worth it, right? Like, where we sort of drawing the line.
yeah.
Like,
so I think they're like, it's going to rely on estimations, but I think there are depending on what assumptions you make about how heavily we would negotiate prices down. Certainly, if you think we're going to see like the cost savings that we see, or that like Bernie and Warren are claiming, like, you would see probably us be on the wrong side of that trade-off for sure. Like, you would see disability adjusted life years go down relatively significantly in the future. But again, like, the evidence I've seen, for example, like, this is a 2006 study, Golick and Vernon. Like, EU consumers
they're
enjoyed.
overstating the case. Obviously,
what, sorry?
Bernie and Warren are almost certainly overstating the case for how much the cost savings would be.
Sure. I mean, I'm gonna say if we saw something approaching that, we would see like less medical. Almost certainly, we'd be on the wrong side of the trade-off of sort of future disability adjusted life years. I think it's probably the metric that we should care about versus the
but
people benefiting now.
I'm not sure if I agree, though, because life expectancy is higher in those countries with better healthcare, with single-payer healthcare.
Right, but that's largely because we're obese and lazy to begin with.
Okay, but there's a little bit of both, though. Like, there is both and here, and also as
there
we're
is
seeing
both.
the healthcare
But hold on, I just want to bring up one thing. Like, this is a study.
Ozempic, apparently.
Well, sure, yeah. Well, just real quick, like, this study, like, I have cited. I haven't read that study. I have it cited because I've seen it listed in like a blog post. This is Golick and Vernon in 2006. Okay. As a result of European drug price regulations, EU consumers, this is a quote, EU consumers enjoyed much lower pharmaceutical innovation. Much lower pharmaceutical price inflation, however, at a cost of 46 newer medicines introduced by EU firms. Sorry. Like, this is, I think that's over the course of 2 years, I think. Or might be longer than that. When I can link it to you.
Yeah, but that's 2006, right?
Well, yeah, this study was done in 2006.
Yeah,
but like, we're 19 years.
Okay, yeah. So in 2006, right, we're looking at. There's a lot of ways to measure innovation, right? So one
This is looking
example
at
I was finding
new drugs introduced, I believe.
Yeah. So important thing in like medical fields and really any field with this level of intensive study, right? Is there's going to be like actual studies in journals
Yeah.
and the research being done on medical healthcare. European in 2022, the World Intellectual Property Organization did a study in 2022. Hold on, wait. Sorry, there's two separate things going on here. I want to make sure I'm translating properly.
Sure.
Cymago Journal found that journal articles from academics from European institutions were cited double compared to U.S. institutions in 2022 for medical healthcare research. And the same year, there were 13,000 organic chemistry patents filed in 2022 in Europe, where in the US they managed less, only 12,000. And the European Medicines Agency approved over 770 new medicines between 2015 and 2023. The US FDA only 416 in the same time span. So we're trying to see more innovation in Europe than we were seeing in the past. It seems like things are changing from 2006. More medications being improved. Now, I don't know for sure. The patents is more telling to me than the new medications approved, because it's totally possible that a lot of those medications were already approved in the US before that period, right?
So I think that's like that data seems. I kind of don't know. Like, maybe this is like a lack of my understanding. I don't know like what it means when like sort of organic chemistry papers are published more often in European journals or whatever. Or is it patents? Or yeah. What did you say they were cited?
Yeah, the citation, double citations, is notable. That's by far the strongest piece of evidence, I think.
But I think because I've seen kind of more direct evidence. It's basically that like just generally, for example, Medicaid negotiates lower prices. That does lead to a reduction in new patents introduced. That the EU regulations do lead to lower or EU price controls, EU negotiations do lead to.
But if the EU has more patents than the US, clearly it's not. Clearly, there's more going on there than just. They're filing more patents.
So it kind of could be the case that like maybe Europe has some comparative advantage in medical innovation generally. I don't know if that is the case. And then like they would see more medical innovation if it weren't for the strict price controls that they have on a lot of these pharmaceutical drugs and everything. I don't know if it's the case that sort of the patents and how often they're cited is like to me it doesn't strike me as strong evidence of studies that try to look at directly.
This is insane. This happened despite a decrease in the R&D share of European, decrease of Europe's contribution to the R&D share of medical healthcare over the past 20 years. So,
well, that seems
comparatively, U.S., China, and other places increase their share of the amount of money they're investing into R&D, and at the same time, Europe is producing better outcomes as of the most recent data that we have when it comes to citations, patents, and
I don't see how that follows to better outcomes. I think that the evidence I've seen suggests
that
the US.
What's happening is I'm assuming austerity politics, right? That's what's happening in Europe. I'm assuming the funding went down from a governmental thing for austerity reasons, specifically Germany. Angela Merkel saying, don't force me to commit die. When talking about not doing austerity. So I'm trying to look at this and trying to understand. Interesting. Apparently the US is better at medtech regulation than the EU is right now. But like, I don't know, like, is the argument here like that the US's privatized healthcare system is like the load bearing for medical innovation around the world, and that like basically we're suffering for the sins of other people's inability to fund their innovation? Is that like the basic argument there?
That's I do think Europe does free ride to some extent on innovation, but the more relevant point is that like we do get like more medical innovation here, from my understanding, due to the fact that pharmaceutical companies are able to have a lot of their profit here. Like that does seem to be true, and it does seem, and we have more direct evidence, I would say, that like when there is government price controls, when Medicare does negotiate prices down, when that stuff happens, you do see less patents being filed. You do see less spending in R&D. Additionally, I think there's studies kind of just looking at like exogenous shocks to like the population and seeing how that affects the types of drugs being developed. And you do see, I mean, as you would expect, under a market system, depending on what diseases are relevant, based on the population, like if the population's aging, for example, you do see more like drugs for people of old age being developed. And that's something that, depending on what type of system you have to replace our current system, like you might lose if the government doesn't sort of have the information and incentives to produce the types of drugs that people want.
Got it. It seems like the EU could. No, that makes sense. I'm also reading the study that you said. I was saying with the exogenous price shocks. Is that what you said?
No, like population shocks.
Oh, okay.
And how that affects what drugs are being developed.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I see that, but I'm also reading the study, right? And it's talking about the the change where in 1986 we were exceeding, the EU is exceeding the US in 24% for R&D. In 2004, the EU R&D trailed it by 15%, right? And it's because the US spending rate increased at a higher rate than the EU's spending rate increased. Yeah.
Sure.
So obviously, private plus public R&D spending overall leads to the compound rate.
Yeah, presumably.
Yeah, the increase. Sorry, my point being is that like during the 80s, so the US, obviously, I'm assuming most of the growth is coming from the private sector. Although the US is also spending more on public healthcare funding than it used to as well, which is true. But the EU, in its nationalized healthcare system, starting in like the middle of the 90s, started going through significant austerity to a lot of their healthcare systems, just because of like sort of like the system shocks from neoliberalism across.
Let's go. Incredible.
I am not pro neoliberalism, as you can tell. I'm not a fan. I will call them crony capitalists to their face, even if Jubilee cuts it out of the video. Allegedly, hypothetically, in Minecraft. But what I'm not seeing from this is necessarily explaining where the R&D spending came from and what led to the
I think I think he just says due to.
Do they break it down, or is it just like comparative system with no breakdown of the public and private spending?
He might. I don't know if he breaks down public and private spending, but my understanding is he does. This is looking at basically the effect of regulations on kind of like expected future profits and how that decreases R&D.
Okay, but that's about the close regulation and price constraints rather than this paper does show how I'm also not really seeing that's rough though, because saying R&D spending is increasing based on price constraints. I'm not sure that follows. It seems like it's a mixture of public and private spending, so therefore public policy outside of price constraints is going to have a massive impact on the amount of spending. So if a wave of austerity hits, or the US, Bill Clinton takes office instead of the Bushes and decides to massively increase healthcare research, which is something that'll be in line with him, even though he'd be deregulating in other areas, that's going to have a different impact, right? Like government initiatives aren't exclusively related directly just to how much money they give. They can also be policies that they use to encourage healthcare funding to come in here from other places. There's a lot of things the government can do, right, to increase R&D spending in a nation.
Sure.
So I don't know.
But I think
price constraints are one of them, probably. I don't know if that's the main.
I think the evidence. I think that, again, the evidence suggests that expected future profits does have a meaningful impact on the amount of innovation that pharmaceutical companies do, and price controls and regulations about the price of drugs generally do affect the expected future profits. And if the government were to take over some of this medical innovation, if they were to subsidize some of it, they might not have the same information or same incentives that the private companies do to develop the type of drugs that people want.
Okay. But there's a bit of a issue there too, because the government is much better at doing the basic research. We don't necessarily know what's going to lead to 50 to 100 years down the pipe, right?
Sure.
The famous example,
Like, and I do support like some government
probably the
subsidies
most
for
important
R&D,
medical
obviously.
innovation of all time. Yeah,
Well,
no,
yeah,
you and I both agree that the government should be spending money on healthcare innovation and other innovation in general, because
Sure.
if not, no one's going to do it. Certain basic things. Obviously, they're going to do R&D. Obviously, companies will do R&D for medical stuff. Like, I'm not claiming otherwise.
Right.
I just mean like,
well, they'll do
the government
in the
better
purely
at
free market world. They would probably do like less than optimal R&D, right? Because they don't see, obviously some of the gains from R&D are not captured by the firm that invents it. So that's the big issue. Yeah. Like,
and the other issue is, of course, that like, when it comes to like patents and stuff, you can, if there's more ability for anyone to produce the drug will cost less. Although that will encourage less private innovation.
yeah,
because there's not marginal benefit to doing it, which is which is actually an argument for increasing public healthcare stuff. If you're going to make patents, if you're going to deregulate patents, you would have to increase government R&D spending to mitigate it. I don't know how much it's the numbers fuck scene, right?
I think kind of the issue with patents with you right now, from my understanding, I'm not a ton of research on a patent issue. So from my understanding, it's probably too easy for drug companies to like extend their patents semi-artificially just by improving their formula rather than like actually having a new formula.
I'm sure for every year that you reduce the patent by, right, it's gonna be like 0.2 of a drug or something. I'm just making up a number.
So that's for like kind of new drugs. I don't know. So I don't know what the effect would be if you had a patent system that made it harder for drug companies to just kind of slightly modify their formula to improve it, to extend their patent another 20 years or whatever. I don't know how big the effect that would be on the development of new drugs. Presumably it would have some effect.
No, but it would definitely lower the funding though, because it would make it less beneficial to be the one who
right. I mean, they'd be able to capture less rents, right? They'd have less monopoly price setting power. But I don't think
but then it de-incentivizes the spending, right? It's the same argument.
Sure, but I mean, the margin is going to be, if there was good evidence that kind of the margin there was negative, like that, I'd say kind of we should have our current patent laws. I haven't seen good evidence. To be fair, I don't know if good evidence exists either way on this. To the extent to which like drug patents on new formulas versus entirely new drugs incentivize innovation, essentially.
Yeah, and also to be clear, like this guy's claiming that over those 19 years, 2.5 less drugs were approved per year, not made, approved by regulation per year, and there was over. I mean, I don't know. There was 1,680 fewer EU research jobs. I'm not sure how to like quantify that one, and also like that's not per capita, so I don't know. Yeah, wait, this isn't per capita.
I mean, I don't know. I don't care about the jobs at all. I don't know why he's.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jobs one doesn't seem relevant.
I mean, his arguments that there's less. I mean, the EU has slightly more people, so I don't know. It's arguably speaking, the number slightly increases, which is actually beneficial for your argument. I try to be fair, but the jobs, that doesn't mean. Maybe the point is that like there's more room, more people doing the research in the US. Maybe.
Oh, I mean, I guess maybe, but yeah.
That's not a good art. I'm not sold by that argument. And how are you quantifying that, right? Do only private researchers, like what is a researcher, right? How much research do you have to be doing to be a researcher? Like to what?
I assume there's some series that like there's some institution.
I'm sure it's a reasonable choice.
Like
I'm sure it's odd, right? Like it's a weird, but he's ignoring the jobs thing because you and I don't really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Insofar as jobs might be evidence that like less innovation happens in Europe or more innovation happens in Europe, I might care about it that way, but like I don't care about the jobs point intrinsically. Certainly, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. So 2.4 drugs a year are less approved, not developed, not anything else, just approved. 2.4. How many people? Like what does that? What does that do, right? Like what qualifies there? Like what? How many?
Well,
people
it's probably going to depend on the type of drugs, but the evidence I've seen is just that like new drugs are pretty beneficial in terms of increasing disability-adjusted life expectancy.
Oh no, absolutely. But I also do want to point out that I don't think less new drugs being introduced would lower life expectancy. It just would lower the rate of the increase of life expectancy.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I don't think it would lower life expectancy, absolutely. Like, I don't think you would see it fall, but I do think, yeah, you're right. Like, it would lower the.
But like it would lower the rate of the increase of life
Right.
expectancy.
It
But
would,
we're
it
also
would,
like
yeah.
starting to reach. We're also starting to reach the tail end of that curve, possibly until the telomere thing kicks in.
Well, yeah. So that's why the metric I focus on partly is the disability adjusted life years. So it's like how much of your life do you spend healthy? So this isn't necessarily like if
Which is a
this is
better
also
line.
yeah, this is also including not just how much longer do you live, but of the time that you live, how much of the time are you not like in like severe pain or like have some substantial disability, and that has improved with drugs. Even drugs that don't increase life expectancy directly do increase that metric because they treat your symptoms and or
Yeah.
they treat your disease that you have. That makes it less likely for you to experience
Yeah.
disability.
So I just, so let's say hypothetically we're trading 2.4 drugs a year for basically reducing the medical bankruptcy number to not zero, but less than from 62%, or a little bit under if we're going to be if we're going to play around with that income thing. But I would say like I think that study does a good job of being reasonable with its claims.
Mm-hmm.
So some number between 55 and 62 to less than 10%. Australia has a really high medical rated bankruptcy because their dental is not covered. It's fascinating. There's some weird thing going on there. In almost no first world countries is medical bankruptcy much of a problem. In most of them, it's not a problem at all. In Australia, it's a problem for very weird reasons. But it would, let's just say, let's be generous and say because plastic surgery and other, actually no, that doesn't cover medical bankruptcy. But let's say there's still some medical bankruptcy in the system, and it goes from 62 to 10. And there's how many people go bankrupt in the US? Okay.
Once again, people, while he's pulling
Okay.
this up, like and subscribe if you want to see more content like this.
450 to 650,000 bankruptcies a year. Let's
Mhm.
call it 550. You're cutting that in half, right there.
Well, I
And
don't I don't disagree. To be clear, like in my ideal system, you would also see probably a pretty dramatic decrease in medical bankruptcies. Like I don't think I would again, I don't know exactly what my ideal system would look like, but it would look like essentially the government ensuring some minimum standard plan that anyone can be on, and that it
that's
might be
also
the
what,
well,
yeah.
sure, but like my plan, for example, might be like the government kind of negotiates a plan and then like has private health insurers bid on the plan on the back end essentially, and then we just like transfer income to the people who need healthcare, and they use it to sort of buy the basic plan that the government has negotiated, and that way you would still preserve like some competitive effects and everything. And you might even be able to.
That's still single payer.
No, that's not anywhere close to single payer.
Oh, well, technically it's multi-payer. I guess you're sort of arguing more for the Swiss system.
I don't know the specific of the Swiss system, but like single payer means like there is like one or one very limited like provider health insurance and or healthcare. Like under single payer, a lot of times like not only like the government doesn't even own the health insurance companies, like it just owns the hospitals. And like I don't think I would have really any government owned hospitals. I would have essentially the government you know try to.
Yeah, but just to be clear, like the way Canada works is like single payer systems contract healthcare systems from private orgs, right? So like you're describing
Yeah. Well, I
the
think I would
government
have I would have
option
that to a limited
wherein
extent. I think I would have like a basic plan that would do that. But I think the majority of people would be on pretty much entirely private health insurance. Probably.
or like there's like a very basic plan that they're like cover that and then they on top of it. Either way. At a certain point, like you're kind of just looking around the tax code and seeing what's the best, right? Is
Yeah.
it better to have everyone have like the basic healthcare and that's covered? Or is it better for there to be like basically like the minimum assured access? So either way, you're arguing for universal healthcare, not necessarily single payer.
Yeah. I mean, I want the government to ensure some minimum standard of healthcare to people. I just think like I would still have a significant number of people in private healthcare. I would not have the government own essentially any hospitals. I know the VA owns some hospitals, and like maybe that's okay, but it strikes me that that's probably not beneficial and there are probably better ways to deal with health insurance, even for veterans. I just think that I'll guarantee some minimum basic plan, but for the majority of people, probably 70% of people or above, they would be on private health insurance. They'd be able to choose between plans that have different amounts of deductible, different amounts of premiums, and they'd be able to make those trade-offs for themselves. And we would essentially, to the extent that we do any regulations with regards to price controls or whatever, like that'd be very limited.
That makes sense. I mean, like at a certain point, like I would agree that it's objectively superior to the system that we have now.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
So,
Again,
like,
I do think under my system also, I said this earlier, but like, it's crazy to me. We have a bunch of like weird overlapping public health insurance options. Like we have one specifically for veterans, and like I said, the VA owns some hospitals, but the VA also has like TRICARE, which is just insurance, and also Medicaid is insurance, but it also has like Medicaid or Medicare Advantage, where there's like private plans that bid for that insurance. Like that would all be kind of consolidated under my system, I think. So that'd be, I think that's obviously an improvement from what we have now, at the very least.
I mean, yeah, you'd have like, I mean, there's different ways to do it, right? Like you could do regional healthcare systems. You could do like one.
Right.
There's a million different ways to structure a system, and we live in the worst of all possible worlds here in the US when it comes to a pure private system wherein there is no price constraints and we are running no real price constraints. I know that there's some exceptions there, but like we're basically letting the health insurance people run amok in our country and do what they want. And it's so bad that it has caused literal street violence because of the frustration at our healthcare system, which is not justifying anything, just like, this is a problem. We need to do things differently to save everyone. This benefits even the healthcare CEOs, arguably. And we should not have AI denying people coverage. The fundamental main issue with healthcare, right? Private for healthcare insurance, is that they are incentivized to make as much money as possible by finding any excuse they can to deny you coverage.
I think there are ways to mitigate that incentive. Like I think you could, I always forget what this plan is called, but I think you could essentially have kind of like a lifetime contract for private insurance, which would actually like incentivize essentially insurance companies to treat you as well as possible. Oh my god, I always forget what this stupid ass
like I think when the government
whatever.
Like basically the same way with like the reserve ratio situation where you're paying people like you're in.
No, you would kind of, so like I think you would like you would give like health insurance like a fixed sum basically to take care of you, and then they would have the incentive to, oh my god, I always forget the specifics of this plan. Kill me.
No, I don't because then once you get above the number, like you get screwed. That's not good, especially not for someone who's like chronically disabled or something.
Well, I mean, you would probably have like pre-existing conditions, obviously, still be. Which, by the way, is another like I do think we should mandate that pre-existing conditions be covered essentially.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like you have to like, okay, but there's two ways, right? Either you make a million mini fiddly regulations to prevent healthcare companies from screwing you over, or you guarantee that no matter which hospital you go to, you're covered. And one of those things is more effective than the other. Like you have a
second one again.
Healthcare insurance that covers every hospital in the country. And like maybe there's a premium and like like there's still the other stuff, but like there is no there is no like not covered healthcare hospital, or at least general practitioner. I can understand for certain specialists in certain cases, right? Like maybe if you're doing an elective procedure, it shouldn't be covered. Like a truly elective procedure. I can understand that not being covered by like the basic plan, but the basic plan, which maybe it's negotiated through healthcare providers, right? Or maybe it's just directly government controlled, and there isn't no private insurance for that basic level. Either way, that's a better system than what we have now. Is basically my fundamental contention, and my answer for which system I support is whichever one could pass Congress faster.
Sure.
I'm I'm a pragmatist. I
Right.
may think something is the better option, but like I will shake hands to get the good thing.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'll do that too. I do like talking about like what kind of the theoretical optimal system should
No,
be,
I
but like it
agree.
is
I think
obviously like at the end of the day, like it is. You kind of have
like
to work with what American people
like
know and what people in Congress are willing to do.
like if someone said non-fund, either we do what we have now or non-fund gets to decide what our healthcare looks like. I'm just jumping to your thing. I'm not paying
Let's
attention.
go.
Like there's no.
Let's go. Yeah.
I think you'd probably agree with me too there. Like I think
Yeah.
you understand that
Yeah.
whatever I'm going to go with is going to be less insane than what we currently have.
Yeah. Probably.
And that's sort of like, like it's, do I want Gavin Newsom running for president? No, I don't like him. I don't think he's going to be good. Would I take whatever his idea of a healthcare plan is over like what the one big beautiful bill is? Yeah, I'm not even gonna look, like I'll still take it. Like I don't need to check. There's no world wherein he makes it significantly worse. And that's just healthcare, right? We're kidnapping undocumented people on the streets, and I don't know what your solution is, but we shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I need to go on the econometrics arc, okay? Because I don't know. I have people that I trust. I have economists that I trust that I see cite a lot of studies, but I need to do the like stats reading for myself. I understand some basic things, obviously, because I took high school math and they teach statistics in there to some extent. But eventually I'll go on my whole econometrics arc. I guess sort of.
I know how to study. That's what matters, right?
Right. Yeah. The fundamental. I don't think we totally disagree on the kind of the fundamental point here. I guess like I would just I think we probably should wrap up here because we've been talking for like a little over 4 hours by now.
Oh
yeah. But I think sort of the fundamental point is I do think there is evidence that future profits does correlate with the amount of R&D being done. And I like, to me, it doesn't strike me as the evidence about Europe doesn't strike me as particularly like as meaningful as the sort of more direct evidence about future profits in Medicare price negotiations reducing innovation. Although I can see like it could be the case. I just don't. I don't think I fully understand the sort of connection there between the patents and how often papers are cited and things like that.
Yeah,
but
you're probably right in the. I don't know what happened there. I have no explanation for what that study was saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's a point for the European system not being a total waste from an innovation perspective.
Sure.
I think you're right in that, like, just generally speaking, there is going to be more innovation, unless, of course, the government really puts an emphasis on healthcare R&D funding, in which case, like, that's a different discussion. And maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. They probably wouldn't. Knowing the government, they wouldn't. So, like, I can't, under Hunter's dictatorship, that's never going to happen. I would fund healthcare enough where it wouldn't matter that we're single payer. We would have more innovation, and I would also fight all the good wars and
sure. I mean, I do think it is.
Sure. I'm Huey Long, right? No, like that's not how that works. Like I can't advocate for that system.
I do think it is the case with drugs specifically. It might be a little different because there are probably a lot of externalities associated with drugs, but like, it probably is the case that the government does lack some information and incentives with regards to innovation. I don't disagree that, especially for basic research, and especially because there are so many positive spillovers from innovation, government R&D funding can help a lot. Like NIH grants are good. I think there might be reforms that would make that NIH to make it more efficient, but like generally that's like a really that
should be done regardless, and we would both generally
that's a really good thing. I just think it is it is probably the case that if the government were to almost entirely take over innovation, you might see it be done less efficiently, at least from the perspective of sort of like what drugs are most valuable in terms of their expected future profit. Now, in fairness, I agree the profit motive won't always align with the social interest when it comes to drugs because of the spillovers. But generally, healthcare companies are going to have some incentive to innovate on the care that people need because that's the care that people demand the most. That's the care that people want the most. And the government might not necessarily have that same incentive, and they might not even have the information sort of necessary to determine what people want, because the way people in a market system communicate what they want is essentially through bidding and prices, and the government might not necessarily have that same information.
But then the problem is, of course, in the market system, the pure system, you're prioritizing the people who have the most dollars, right? It's not
Mhm.
democratic or egalitarian because it's prioritizing the people who have the most wealth. So primarily, we prioritize male sexual reproductive health care over female sexual reproductive health care. This is just a thing that we do.
Mhm.
And that I'm not saying that there's a study that proves this. It seems logical to me that the reason, I mean, there are plenty of studies that prove that we prioritize this. I would suspect the fact that there's more male billionaires than female billionaires and more men
Yeah.
just
Well, I
spending
don't know.
money is related. And
I
there's
don't
also
know
more
actually.
male doctors.
Isn't it the case that like, and maybe this is kind of partially your point. Like we don't have like male birth control because typically like that's been the woman's responsibility, quote unquote, to either
Yep.
have birth control
Yep.
or be on like. And that's because
The men
females
would
are.
rather not deal with it and they have more money.
Well, I mean,
30 years behind in women's sports healthcare. People talk
Mhm.
about like the trans issue, right? Sorry, this is quick. I promise this is quick.
you could
And
no,
people
don't
talk about
worry.
like the massive difference between assigned male birth and assigned female birth sports outcomes, right? And that's also like not really true. By far, the weird outlier is trans men. They are exceptionally good at sports statistically. I don't have an
Mhm.
explanation. Maybe it's because they're literally taking testosterone. But like when it's coming to those situations, there's not much of a difference. But some of that difference, and also just between men's sports and women's sports in general, a lot of it could be associated with the fact that we're 30 years behind in women's sports healthcare than to men. I'm not saying it would solve the whole thing, but I imagine in a lot of sports like endurance running and stuff, where like the men being taller doesn't matter as much, there would be a hell of a lot closer outcomes if the healthcare was equivalent.
I guess some of those things I don't know if they would be addressed by a government system
Well,
necessarily. I think you could see that, but like insofar as we might see less care for female sports or whatever because they demand it less because maybe societally we have certain views there or
well,
whatever.
less people watch it for different reasons. Like less
Sure,
people watch, even though women's soccer is way
I
more
think you
entertaining
would.
because they flop less.
That's true, but I think it's volleyball is where the real fun is at. Okay, I don't watch professional volleyball, but that's the
I
only.
played high school volleyball, so I'm
That's the
with you.
only.
It's so fun.
Yeah, hell yeah. But I think like insofar as there's that sort of stuff embedded in society, like you'd probably see voters kind of make broadly the same decisions as market actors. It wouldn't necessarily. It's not intuitive to me that you would necessarily see like better innovation or more equitable innovation for those things under some government system. And I think the government could very easily miss things that might be important in the future that the private sector might have a better incentive to innovate on.
I agree with you on the second point. On the first point, I don't because of things like Title IX. Absolutely, we do see when the government regulates and steps in on behalf of equity situations, it tends to produce better outcomes in regards to those equity. For example, I mean, the great example of DEI is the majority of the benefit of DEI actually goes to white women. The plurality does. Like women are actually the main benefits of DEI, not minorities in the other sense. But like there's a lot of benefit to an increase in women's healthcare, women's education, women's job attainment over the past couple of decades, and we're about to lose a whole bunch of that thanks to the Trump admin, which a bunch of men on Twitter are really excited about because there's no more Gen Z boss in a mini.
Incredible win, yeah. Truly.
Incredible win. The job market implodes, but at least we made people suffer. At least we made the right people suffer too. Conservatism is. I don't want to say conservatism is a brain disease, as shown by the lack of empathy for anything outside of their immediate family and friends. But the opinion rejected heat map meme.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Like that is one of my many internal rallying cries is spite based off of that one meme. Because like that meme is such a good misunderstanding of just it explains the fact that you and I can have like, a kind of vibes based, but mostly reasonable discussion about like healthcare on reasonable levels. We're not philosopher kings or anything. Sorry to the viewer in the audience who feels like he is one. But like, like there's like the intent to make the world better that is not shared.
Right.
In other parts of the in certain other parts of the political spectrum, and that's really sad.
Yeah, that's what's funny. Through some conversations I've had it of what people have with conservatives, like even like with regards to like USAID, it's like, oh, yeah, those aren't Americans dying, so like I just don't care. Like I just don't care that probably millions of people are going to be affected by the cuts to USAID.
Yeah.
Or
When, when
it's crazy.
When Henry Kissinger has more empathy than you fucked up.
Right.
And Henry, and it's not even like it's a self-interest thing, you know? You're shooting yourself in the foot, like self-power, bro.
Obviously, yeah.
I don't know. It's gonna be the
unfortunate.
Chinese century next century, and it's our faults. Not
Yeah,
ours, but like we're
collectively Americans.
Look, I guess my last note is I studied the rise of post-liberalism as like my senior year political philosophy thesis. I am much more of a social, political, theoretical expert than I am economics, right? Just it is. And there's one of the main thinkers in like reactionary right thinking is Oswald Spengler, right? Decline of the West. Culture and it's the whole thing, and he argues about 1,000 years societies tend to crumble. Like great societies last about 1,000 years, and I don't agree with him much. Or no, it's 800-year cycle. It's whatever. It's the whole thing. And his whole point though is like that there's fundamentally like a suicidal instinct in societies, and at a certain point they start to crumble. And his whole thing is about like race and mass migration and a whole bunch of nonsense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's absurd. But I'm trying to think as a point about society being suicidal, because like we got to the Fukuyama end of history and we just decided to kill ourselves. Like we just decided to end it. Because some people out there who look different than us have it good, we have decided to implode the whole thing.
Bro, the price of eggs though, they went up, bro. So millions must die.
The price of the millions must no, it's not even the price of eggs, bro. It's the price of getting a taxi for your burrito.
Right.
That like there are people out there who are voting based on the DoorDash prices. I don't know how we fix it. I don't like
Me either.
Billionaire steal the money from the tech billionaires who fund the media empires that convince everyone that's what matters and not like basic things. I don't know. Maybe, look, price caps on income may be bad. However, what if we take all the money from Rupert Murdoch? What if we steal all his money? Okay, I think some good would come out of that one. Just in the utilitarian calculus of the world. Maybe no more billions. Maybe I'm not saying we put a price cap. I'm just saying we tax the shit out of them. That's all.
Well, I mean, we discussed taxes earlier on. I would have a tax code that would tax them just based on their consumption rather than their savings, because I think their savings have positive spillovers essentially.
How? What? Actually, that's the thing. Like, what benefit does people having money in an offshore bank account give?
So the offshore bank account is it's not. I mean, I do think it has some benefits because it's still probably financing something. I think that is something that would be addressed by my tax code. Like, the reason they're avoiding it or have their offshore bank account is because they're trying to avoid the taxes that currently exist that penalize them savings. So I think my tax code would address that by only taxing them on their consumption. But even the offshore bank account, like presumably, like that money, like there's probably some money just held in cash that's in them, and that like doesn't have a major benefit. But like the money that's held in, for example, treasuries, that's obviously financing government spending. The money that's held for whatever stocks or whatever is obviously allocating capital to presumably the more productive businesses. And those just kind of have, broad spillovers, and that, companies that produce a lot of value to consumers and workers succeed, and that bids workers' wages up, that, creates new products, and companies that don't do that fail, they get less capital, and that's good too. Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, you made a point about the importance of investment into firms. I don't know where the offshore. I mean, I guess like hedge funding some of it, right? Is that sort of the point?
Presumably, some of the offshore bank accounts are still invested in things. Some of it's probably cash, but some of it is invested in bonds and stocks.
That's not. Yeah, my point is that it's not really benefiting society in the same way as if it was not there. And part of the issue is that we're taxing income and not wealth in regards to rich people. Although I could see taxing consumption because like that's
sure. Well, if we tax wealth, they'd have a greater incentive to offshore all their money, right?
Yeah, well, No, because it's still your wealth. You're still a U.S.
Well, it's
citizen,
harder
and
to
you
track.
still
The
do
whole point
business
is that
here.
it's harder to track when it's offshore. Like that's an avoidance thing for
Oh
the most
yeah, of
part.
course, but like it is, it's not. There are ways. It is easier to bring the money to account under a wealth tax than it is under an income tax. Under a consumption tax, you're just not even playing that game in the first place.
Well, kind of, but
Which
it's
is
the
your
benefit is that it's harder to avoid. Like any money they consume is just going to be taxed, and they have an incentive. They don't have any incentive to like move their money offshore to try to avoid the tax because
any money that
we're
they
not
spend
taxing
in
them on
the
their wealth.
U.S. Wait, isn't that the problem? Any money that they
What?
spend in the U.S.
No, I mean you could no. So a destination based tax would. Well, what do you mean spend in the U.S.? It would still tax when they buy imported goods into the U.S. or whatever, but it wouldn't. It
Yeah,
wouldn't.
but if I'm a billionaire in New York and I'm really upset about the gay communist anti-American Zoran Mamdani taking over New York.
Obviously.
I'm really upset, and so I flee. And Non-Fun runs the country. Non-Fun 420 runs the country, and he runs a consumption-based system. Aren't I incentivized to just go to Switzerland and do all my economy in Switzerland so I don't get taxed anything in the U.S.?
No, because any business that you did do in the U.S. would still be taxed. Like you could have a foreign company, and so long as live in a foreign country, and so long as you consume products in the U.S., you would still be taxed on that.
Yeah, but wouldn't I be incentivized to go buy products in Switzerland or some other country?
Yeah, if you like, obviously you'd be giving up whatever you can do in the U.S. So like, I guess you could buy a yacht in Switzerland. That might not be necessarily taxed. So I guess if you keep it in Switzerland, again, like if you brought it to the U.S. or whatever, like that'd be
If I brought it to
taxed.
the U.S., like
Well, like
if it went
if you like imported a yacht from Switzerland to the U.S., that'd
sure,
be taxed.
but
But
isn't this like
if you just bought the yacht in Switzerland and then like physically took the yacht to the U.S., that wouldn't necessarily be taxed.
yeah, because it seems like it's incentivizing that kind of behavior, and that's what's concerning.
Well, I think a wealth tax would incentivize that even more. Like you would
No,
have
the wealth
people,
tax. How much money are you worth?
right, which people hide by
3%
having
fine
offshore
now.
bank accounts.
But that's a different. There are ways to track that.
Well, that's very administratively complicated. I think part of the benefits of a consumption tax is that it's not nearly as administratively burdensome as a wealth tax is, especially if you have to account
Yeah,
for
it
the
seems
overseas
easier to
assets.
evade, though.
And
I mean, the point is that you're just not going after the invasion.
what do you well what do you mean? That's not an evasion under my system because we're not like
Yeah, but
that's
like,
the thing that we're not
okay,
taxing.
so like I am a billionaire, and I make my money in the U.S.
Mhm.
because in the U.S. you don't tax my income. So then
They
I
tax
go
your
to a
consumption.
country that taxes income that I don't do business in. The taxes income. I go there and I buy all my stuff there, and I am paying no taxes at all.
Well, so if you import it to the U.S., you would pay
Oh
the
no,
tax. But like if
I
you're
am
physically
I am
in,
going, I am buying it, I'm physically transporting it to the U.S.
you could. I mean, some of that would still be. It operate basically the same way the sales tax does now. So I think like technically, there probably are cases where like if you like physically went to Switzerland or whatever and like bought a car there and then just like took the car to the U.S. I don't think the sales tax taxes that, right? But if you buy a car from Switzerland, like while you're in the U.S., the sales tax does, tax that.
Yeah, if you deliver, so like you'd have to have your own delivery set up. But it seems like you could absolutely evade 100% of taxes and pay no taxes.
No, I mean, again,
Yeah.
like any,
Anyway, you could be a tax-free person. Like it seems like you could evade.
if you
I could be wrong.
saved, if you saved 100% of your money, you could be a tax-free person. But no one can do that because at a minimum, you have to buy food and clothes and whatever.
Yeah, and I buy all of that from Switzerland, and I have my boat, put it on my boat, and I'm bringing it over my boat.
Well, some of that would be, again, it would operate the same way the sales tax
Yeah, I'm
does
just saying
now. So I
you're
think some of
you're
that
gonna
would
end
count
up
as an
paying less.
import.
It's I. It seems like your issue is fundamentally the issue that the Marxists had, which is that they kind of need the rest of the world to play by the same rules.
Well, not well. I mean, the rest of the world, for the most part, does have a destination-based tax. Like almost every European country has a
Like
VAT.
that value added tax. I'm
Yeah.
pro value added.
Well, so that is a destination-based tax, right? Like that is you're taxed on goods that you consume essentially within the country. But like you can kind of avoid a VAT if you like physically go to another country and then buy a product there and then like physically transport the product to your country, like that might not be counted as an import. But any product that you import is taxed under a VAT. That's why Trump thinks that they're equivalent to tariffs. Just like any tax or any imported good would be counted under a DBCFT.
At one point, Trump floated an internal tariff, and that was so funny to me. Where the economists are like, "We don't know what would happen because no one's been stupid enough to try this yet."
Yeah.
Which is just a fascinating line and tells you a lot about this administration. But like, I'm just saying, like, it seems like there's ways to get around, and you might just need to look into this. I'm sure there's some answer. But like,
there's a lot of ways to get around wealth taxes too. They're probably pretty high.
Yeah, yeah, but those ways are called fraud.
Well, some of them are.
You gotta miss most of them. The offshore bank accounts would be fraud because you took the money in the U.S.
So I don't actually
and you're
know.
US citizen.
Some of that is just there's a term like non-compliance versus actual fraud or whatever. I think some of it is probably just non-compliance.
Sorry, it is misrepresented. It is a illegal misrepresentation of your funds. It may not technically be fraud, but it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if all that is illegal. I mean, you could design a wealth tax where it is all illegal, but like currently,
Yeah,
I don't know how illegal it is sometimes to do stuff like that.
I don't know. Basically, I think when it comes to really rich people who can play these kind of complicated evasion games, what we should be doing is whatever system we use, it should be set up such that like you can't play those games.
Well, yeah, I think a destination-based tax addresses those issues the best. Because you're taxed on what you consume, and that captures even, like, for example, loans that you get to consume products that you borrow against your stocks for. Like, so you avoid the buy, borrow, die to whatever extent that happens. I don't actually think buy, borrow, die happens that often. I think it's just buy, save, die that happens. Billionaires just tend to save their money and not pay much in tax because of that. And you would, like I said, like you avoid the issues with the offshore bank account because you just don't have an incentive to offshore your bank account. Even if you do have some incentive to try to consume overseas and somehow get that not classified as an import, that seems rather difficult. And I don't know how much we observe that in countries that do have a destination-based tax, like a value-added tax, which every European country has.
Oh, wait, are you doing a border adjustment in the system?
That's what destination-based means. Like it's a border adjustment.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, you might run super foul of international law based on my vague understanding of international law from a couple classes that you took, but like you would probably raise a lot more money import tax there.
No, so the border adjustment, that is, to my understanding, allowed under WTO rules. That's why you're allowed. That's why every country, not every country, most countries have a value-added tax that is border adjusted. That's why Trump is insane for complaining about that stuff, because it is a WTO allowed rule, because value-added taxes and border adjustment taxes are generally trade neutral. So.
No, but border adjustment would be like the exports are exempt from the tax and imports are subject to it. Yeah.
Yeah, which offset each other.
Not quite.
Yeah, no, that's why that's
no. I'm talking from the international law perspective here. Hold on, I'm trying to find the Bloomberg.
Oh.
There's a pretty good Bloomberg article about this.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you hate me so? Why are all the reasonable websites? Why are they all have trials?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's saying it might border adjustment WTO. Yeah, it debatably runs afoul of some of the WTO like basically anti-protectionism statutes.
This is what I see. The exemption of an exported product from duties or taxes borne by the like product destined for domestic consumption, or the remission of such duties or taxes in amounts not in excess of which have been accrued, shall not be deemed a subsidy. This is just a carve out for value-added taxes that rebate exports, essentially, or any destination-based tax that rebates exports, or zero rates them. I don't think. I don't know. I don't think border adjustment generally is against WTO rules. There might be like some specific things that it might violate it depending on how it's implemented. But as a general principle, destination-based stuff is not against WTO rules, to my understanding.
They're debating. Okay. Trade distorting policies. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also
In an ideal world, destination-based
theoretical-
taxes are trade
Yeah.
neutral. They might not
I-
always be 100% trade neutral in effect, but in an ideal world, they are.
It's the border adjustment, not the destination based. That's
Those
an
are the
issue.
same thing, kind of. I mean, so destination-based just means you're taxing based on the destination of where the good is consumed, essentially. I guess technically, border adjustment also includes like an expate for or rebate for exports, but like that's in my mind those are essentially synonyms. But maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, it's just like it's the I think the technical issue is the WTO challenges. They could challenge a border adjustment tax with the World Trade Organization because it would be non-compatible, as rules state that imported goods have to be treated the same as domestically produced goods.
Well, border adjusted tax does that because the border adjusted tax also taxes domestic goods at the same rate as it taxes imports.
So no, it doesn't, because it taxes the entire value of the import, but only the supernormal amount of the domestically produced good.
What does a VAT? Or
No, the
DBCFT?
DBCFT. The DBCFT, yeah.
I don't know.
It's debated whether or not it's true or it wouldn't, but it would have a 1.2. The estimate was that it was the Paul Ryan plan, right? The 1.2 trillion, 1.2 trillion of the funding would come from the border adjustment part, and that's the part that's debatable about whether or not it's WTO compliant, which could cause some sanction issues. I also don't think anyone would be bold enough to sanction the U.S.
Oh yeah.
yet. We would have to do some extra dumb stuff first.
Sure.
Speaking of, what kind of sanctions should we do to El Salvador once we get once we get like the Sanders regime or whatever?
I don't know. I don't know how effective, like truly, I don't know how effective sanctions are. Like I haven't seen very good examples of sanctions being effective, and like there are estimates I've seen. I don't know how accurate they are, that like they probably do cause just some level of increased poverty and or starvation in the countries that we're especially harshly sanctioning. So certainly, you know.
To be clear, no. I mean, I think we should try like Bukele for like crimes against humanity. In addition to whoever else we try. That's what I'm saying. Like it needs to be very clear that you do not, that if the US has a crazy president, you don't get to entertain his concentration camps.
Right. Certainly, like, you know, any of the people that are still alive that we sent to CCOT or whatever, like there has to be some attempt to get them back. But
we should get them back, but like we also should sue the shit out of both out of El Salvador for it, also the U.S. Responsible, and also like Bukele shouldn't be free. Like he should. No. Okay, I'm gonna go eat food, and we both got to go. This was fun. I hope this was great.
This was great. Yeah, I appreciate it. You're obviously very knowledgeable. I like that. Even though you said you're not an econ person, obviously you're very informed in this. For sure, shout yourself. Make sure to shout yourself out. Make sure to tell my audience where they can find you if they want, and your activism stuff or whatever.
Okay. So for whoever's watching at this late hour, my Instagram's Hunter Isn't Done. It's also my blue sky. I have a Twitter, but it's privated after I got perma banned for telling a literal Nazi account, telling him that his continued survival was a threat to the theory of natural selection. So I have a Twitter, but I don't have a public one anymore. After that happened. So you can find my Instagram blue sky there. I also do some work for the 5051 movement, which you can find at 5050.1. That's the word 50, the word 50, period, and the word 1. I'm actually going to go do some work with some unions and some stuff tomorrow, even though I understand that's not your favorite.
I don't entirely hate unions, but I might actually go to the No Kings protest that's on the 18th in October, because I had a plan to go to the Unfuck America tour event that was near me and do an IRL stream there for the 24th in October, but I don't think that event is happening anymore.
No. Hey, I don't know if your live stream setup works mobile, but you could absolutely stream. People take it pretty well when you stream the protests and stuff.
Well, I wasn't planning on shoving a camera in people's faces. I was planning on, just trying to stream my own fun time there and not do stuff that annoys
Hey,
other people. But
Piker,
yeah.
we had Sean Piker do that at ours, and he was a lot more critical of us. Something Zionist scum or whatever. Even though we're not. The best part is like we're like one of the most anti-billionaire like mainstream-ish organizations in the world, and like because we're decentralized, so we can get away with it more. And Christy Walden put out like a ad in the New York Times like endorsing us, and we're like, we don't want you to have that much money. What are you?
Yeah.
Thank you. But it caused problems for us. People were like, shill. We're like, we don't take funding. We didn't approve that. Like we have, in terms of money, we have no money. So anyways, support with your attention the same way you support non-fun, and give him some donos, because you can't give my movement any. Although some local and state chapters do. So if you want to help out mutual aid, jail support, Ukraine soldiers, Palestinian relief, all sorts of different causes, people stump for them, and there's some level of local stuff, but at the main level, try to find an org that you can support before you support any 50-50 you want to group. So
Hell yeah,
thanks.
hell yeah. Well, yeah, I sent your Instagram and all my chats. I'll make sure to link it in the description when I upload a video for this. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
And send me
appreciate you
any
coming on.
comments from the Twitch stream. I'd love to read some, especially or good critiques. So bye.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk again. See ya.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible. And the call for everyone. That was a fun time. We talked for a long time. I'm glad. That was a good conversation. Hell yeah. Joint Hunter Non-Fawn W. Let's go. I don't think anyone's watching on Shorts anymore at all, but if you're watching on Shorts, I'm sending you over to the mainstream now. So there's that. Yeah, I'm gonna end the short stream. But yeah, fun time. Borderlands 3 is literally too easy. I want to know. I played a little bit of Borderlands 2, the prequel, whatever bullshit, whatever. But only like the first like 3 levels or something. Okay, let me end the okay. Short stream is ended, but yeah. Fun time, great time, yeah. Smart dude. Yeah, but I think just generally I'm gonna have a strong presumption in favor of the market in most of these cases. I think I think that came through. I think we had a very productive discussion about all that stuff. With regards to medical care and with regards to natural monopolies, even, and with regards to what else are we talking about? Oh, taxes, the redistributive stuff. Yeah, that was a fun, great time. I guess generally, maybe I need to read the paper that he sent me on the healthcare stuff. I guess maybe I'm just not seeing the connection. I'll do more reading in healthcare. I just want to do the econometric stuff before I do some more reading in healthcare. But it was very, very fun, very interesting talking to him. Yeah. Okay. I need to pee. But let me see what else we got on schedule for today. Is the audio fucked up or something? This could just be something else. It could be. I noticed the viewers on YouTube dropped off pretty starkly after we started talking about healthcare. I don't know if that's just because people don't care about healthcare or if they were just bored at that point. But it might just also be like the audio fucked up or something, because that happens sometimes. Like no one says anything in chat, but the viewers just like drop off because my audio got fucked and I sound like a robot or something. Dude, I don't do I even want to watch half of this shit? Oh my god, kill me. Like there's a Wix panel. I might be interested in some of this, but do I care? Do I care about? I always want to care about this stuff. I'm gonna steal a little bit of this content. I'm gonna decide whether or not to watch this based on what I hear with my wireless headphones while I go pee. So we'll see.
In this type of game. I don't see
Regarding the situation itself, I feel like we're going to get into that. So, well-educated left facets of that.
to
When do they start?
dirty in this type of game. I don't see how the left or liberal loses if they decide to turn down the rhetoric. Even if most of the responsibility for the rhetoric falls on the other side of the aisle, I don't see why this aspect also needs to be gamified when we're paying in human life for it. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Dev, welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts? You're muted on your end, sir.
It's time for the streets to run red with the blood of everyone. Let's go! Hi, how's it going, guys? I'm just fucking around.
What are your thoughts here?
My actual thoughts. Okay, so, jokes aside, I've noticed a pattern, okay? When you have a left-wing guy who attacks a right-wing guy, you'll see establishment Democrats offer condolences. Maybe they'll take the opportunity to shill for some new gun laws. Far-left communists over on Blue Sky, they'll cheer and clap and talk about how liberals deserve the bullet too. Right-wingers talk about wanting a civil war and they want revenge. They want justice. But when a right-wing guy attacks a left-wing guy, you'll see establishment Democrats call for calm. They'll definitely shill for new gun laws. Far left communists, they might be outraged, but they might also say, LOL, he was a lib, he was a traitor to the revolution. And then right wingers, they invent these fucking conspiracy theories about how the attacker was not truly right wing. He was a crypto leftist or he was a glowy or some shit. And there can be no real reconciliation unless the right deals with its own violence. And that's kind of weird to say when it was a right winger who just got killed, but it is nonetheless the truth. And I guess we'll get into it as to
yeah,
why.
we will. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, what are your thoughts here? Political violence and what we do about it.
Yeah, we have a leader right now, the United States of America. His name's Donald Trump. If anybody has the responsibility to turn down the violence, it probably should be him, especially given that he's the one that pushes a lot of it. Seeing Charlie Kirk get exploded on Streamable over and over again is exactly the type of stuff that Republicans push for. It's exactly the type of stuff they want. You can tell by the way they respond to it. It's not a call for peace. It's a call for more and more and more violence. That violence just always seems more acceptable when it's not happening directly to you. If you have two people standing in front of a piece of paper doused in kerosene and both of them have a match, one person extinguishing their match is not going to prevent the paper from catching on fire. This weird game of saying the left needs to turn it down over and over and over again. We're like a decade into this insanity. And Donald Trump, even today, like people on Fox and Friends are begging him to call off the civil war that the other side keeps screaming for, and he refuses to do it. Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire and a ton of other large right-wing figures are literally calling for revenge, for retribution, for some type of war. The idea that the left shouldn't say anything or that the left needs to take the lead on this, civility is achieved when both sides agree to be civil. And if the right isn't agreeing to be civil, then the left is being amoral or immoral by trying to be civil. You shouldn't subject yourself to extinction when the right is calling for, a total destruction of your side and keeps saying you're at war.
Okay, and with that, I open up the floor. If anyone feels they're being talked over or needs to get a word in edgewise, just let me know. But other than that,
Who was it who joined? Was it Sample? Oh, look at the kitty. Best non-fun orbiter. Alright, is he gonna stay if I put him on this little bed he's got? Bed kind of blanket on my mic stand table thing. I think he's thinking about leaving. He hasn't laid down yet. Oh, you're gonna stay? Yippee. W's in a chat for the kitty. Let's go. By the way, from the stuff I read like a few different Reddit threads last night, along with some TikTok videos. So most informed opinion coming at you now. Okay, that's all you need in life, really. There should have been no question as to whether Charlie Kirk survived that thing or not. He was probably dead before he, before they even he was dead within 30 seconds, most likely, of being shot, if not essentially immediately. Even if that, from what I read, even if that amount of blood loss happened in the OR, if that injury happened in the OR, they would not have the tools to even stop that blood loss in time, especially because it seems would not have the tools to even stop that. Oh fuck! If it's what's it called, the cavitation or whatever, probably fucked his artery up so much that there's just no fixing it. And the fact that he kind of immediately went into the whatever decorative posturing thing, suggests that he probably, the bullet either hit his brainstem and or spinal cord, or just the blood loss and cavitation just caused such a massive massive strokes that he would have had severe brain damage even if the blood loss wasn't a thing, and likely would have been dead even if the blood loss alone wasn't a thing. Yeah, it was Sample. Oh no, it was Vegan who joined for a second, and then left. Incredible. Not sure what he joined for or anything. But yeah, there should have been no speculation as to whether he was dead or alive, really. I think it was just, my cat left. That's unfortunate. I think it was just the case that, essentially because, EMTs can't pronounce dead in Utah or whatever. Technically, he's not dead. He's in critical condition until they get him to the hospital. But he was dead. Also, the fact that apparently, when they carried him to the car or whatever, there was no blood anymore. Probably just his heart was not beating anymore. Like I said, even if they were able to do CPR and get his heart beating or whatever, he was probably effectively brain dead at that point, and or paralyzed, and or both. And there's probably no repairing that artery anyway. So
let's get to the conversation.
Yeah, I'll go first. My first question for Destiny would be, if we had a clip of Trump today saying that it needs to be nonviolence and kind of honoring and lifting the spirit of Charlie Kirk and following in his footsteps, would that change any of the analysis we're doing here?
If Donald Trump was making strong disavowals of violence and saying everybody needs to turn it down, that would be very good. It would start to change things, yes.
Okay, so I don't want to do the clip game back and forth, but I just, you want to take my word for it, great. If not, we can do the clip game. Saw a clip of him today. I don't know if it was on the White House lawn, and I heard him explicitly saying, basically,
I've already seen the clip that you're talking about, and literally 5 seconds before the edited clip you've seen, he blames radical left Democrats.
So then
I've seen that clip too.
That spirit, then
interviewing people.
I seem to recall back to the Biden Independence Day speech, which I agree was not.
Yes, let's go. How are we here already? What the fuck, dude?
As bad as people make it out to be, because he puts this caveat in there where he's saying, "Oh, it's."
Let's do the Biden Independence Day speech. Hold on, real quick. Okay, I am Dark Brandon. I'm Joe Biden. In the Philadelphia Hall on Independence Day. Okay. Where's the It doesn't work that well. It's kind of overwhelming. All right, I'm evil now. I'm a dictator, calling for violence just like Joe Biden in his Independence Day speech. All I gotta do is the fist in the air. Dude, I can't even see the shrimp costume.
It's not the whole Republicans. It's not the whole conservative movement. It's just those MAGA Republicans. And seemingly putting that caveat in there was enough to...
He said so many times, it wasn't just one caveat, one time or anything, saying MAGA Republicans. He said so many times it wasn't the majority of the party. It wasn't even the majority of the elected officials, he said, which I don't even agree with that. He said there's a very small fringe MAGA movement or whatever. So many times. It wasn't just one thing. The glean your voice over Kirk is very telling. I'm okay. I'm not even really talking about Charlie Kirk right now. I'm talking about Joe Biden. Okay. Okay.
Kind of quell people, or I guess
I'm very upset. Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's very. I don't think almost any political violence is good ever, especially in America today. Even if you're someone on the left who like only cares about how the left is doing and not help your political goals at all, like unfuck America is totally fucked now, and that was one of the big organized movements on the left. I think that's I don't have words for that. I think that's incredibly disappointing. And I think obviously you're gonna have either copycats or sort of reprisal killings, and neither of those are good for the left. And you're gonna just have a lot of negative perception on the left as well because of this. It's I don't know what to tell you.
let's get folks on the left to think, oh, look, he's not calling for violence. It's just those crazy MAGA Republicans.
I watched the entire speech and I've read the transcript and I can link it to you. He's explicitly talking about people who denied the results of the 2020 election. A belief that over 80% of conservatives hold today is fucking insane, and he was 100% correct in his analysis.
And so you're saying there's a world of difference there then between Biden when he clarifies and says, oh, I'm just talking about MAGA Republicans, but then when Trump says, I'm just talking about radical left Democrats, they're saying that's different, those clarifications?
Biden was talking about people that were denying the outcome of the election. When Donald
I got ADHD brain.
Trump says radical left Democrats, he's talking about every Democrat in the United States of America. Biden explicitly said afterwards, I don't even think the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans, but he was explicitly talking about people that denied the results of the election, which is a view that most conservatives, a huge majority, hold today. That's absolutely corrosive to our democracy. This morning when Donald Trump was asked, what can we do? What should we do? Donald Trump says, take vengeance. And then the guy's like, at the ballot box? And he's like, well, yeah, voting, but that doesn't work anymore because it's all rigged. And that was what he said. It's like, oh, okay, so I guess we're just gearing up for a civil war.
Okay. Go ahead, Tali, please.
I guess I just so what comes next then? So Destiny, I really am with you that this is to both sides, this is not an accurate portrayal of what's going on. I find myself very frustrated that so many people on the right can't bring themselves to also just de-escalate.
Non-one starts with I don't agree with the killing, but I literally didn't do that. I don't know what you mean. It's just, all I did is you said the glean in your voice is very telling. And I said, I'm sorry, but I'm not gleeful he died. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think I said anything. I didn't say anything about the failings on the right or anything. There was no but there. But okay. And
overwhelmingly Democratic politicians and Democratic center lib whatever influencers have been calling this out and have seemed justifiably horrified. It kind of seems like it's only a certain segment of the left even that is really.
Also, what happened to that Michael dude or whatever from the YouTube short stream that wanted to talk? I think we just kind of went so long that he probably left the stream by now. But if that Michael dude who seemed to have issues with my takes about capitalism, if he wants to talk, we can do that.
Feeding this ugly machine, but why not denounce? I mean, as I think maybe Dev pointed out on Twitter earlier, I don't know if he said it in his opening, but these are people who are barely voting with the Democrats anyway. They want violence against the libs as much as they want violence against the evil fascists.
Who cares about them? We talk about them later. The problem here right now is the president of the United States is pushing us to civil war. Why the fuck would I talk about a bunch of irrelevant things? I don't even vote.
Sure, and I agree. The president is a problem too. But what I hear you saying is that essentially the people like you, left of center people, libs also can't back down from this fight because the other side isn't taking their lighter away. But then so where is that going to get us? Then there's still a fight.
We go to civil war. We fight. What do you mean?
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead towards civil war? What kind of
civil war is better than extinction, right? What do you mean? What kind of a solution is that? It's up to the other side. You can't choose to have both people go to civility. That's not a choice that one person can make. One person can choose to either fight or be made extinct. And right now, that's what if the other side chooses to fight, those are your only options. That's all you can do, right?
But you say made extinct, okay? But so you're leaving.
What I saw when I watched Soy Pill a little bit talk about this with Destiny. Apparently, I agree with Charlie's point here, but apparently this gets entirely derailed by the conservative or whatever who just wants to talk about why January 6th wasn't bad. Destiny dog whistling for violence. I mean, I understand the general point he's making. I don't think he's dog whistling for violence. I think he's making a principled point about, we should expect the right to tone down their rhetoric as well. 100%. I don't know if I think maybe people can interpret it as calling for violence, but truthfully, I don't think he wants that to happen. Uh-oh. Clipped by yours truly.
if you're right, Destiny, and I don't think you are, but let's say you are, then what is the best thing that a Democrat should do right now? What are you advocating that a Democrat
Your moral obligation is to fight in whatever way you can until the other side is ready to go.
Are there any limits on that?
It's what you match. It's tit for tat.
It's tit for tat. You match whatever they're doing.
The most successful biological, that's the most successful survival pattern that's ever been discovered in all of computer science and all of evolutionary history. Yes, every other strategy is defeated. Yeah.
We can caveat and say in a video game, but I think we know exactly what that means. If it's tit for,
if you're right, Destiny.
Wait, what did Destiny?
And I don't think you are, but let's say you are.
Respond to
then the best. What is the best?
I'm missing the context, so it wouldn't surprise me if like Destiny went on to say immediately after, like, no, I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about the rhetoric.
Thing that
discovered in all of.
We know what that means, but I think we know exactly what that means. If it's tit for tat, well, what was the tit that just happened? Which means what is the tat in response? Like, is that not a problem?
Wait. Are you implying that?
You just said the solutions go tit for tat, right?
Are you implying that I'm worried that Republicans are going to call for violence now?
No.
Because you know they've already all done that. What are you talking about?
Okay, and I'm saying the tit for tat. We've had the tit, and now you're saying that what has to come next is the tat. And
I love tits.
Yeah, and that's where we've been for 10 years since 2016. Is the back and forth. Yeah, and the other side is unwilling to return to civility.
So yeah, I would look though at who have been the most effective political leaders as far as actually effectuating real change in the country, really throughout its history. Is it the people? Just to take one example, was it MLK? Was it Malcolm X? Was it the one who said, let's actively practice civil disobedience as we're being hosed down, as we're getting dogs set on?
Wow, Destiny himself has made this point before. I don't know if
lying to the entire country about who's committing the violence, about who's radicalizing everybody.
That does seem bad. I don't know. Like, what I expected from that was like Destiny to go on to say like, no, I don't like literally mean tit for tat in the sense of like, you know, political violence. What I expected from him is to say like, oh, I just mean like if the Republicans aren't going to come out and like strongly condemn all the political violence and tone down the rhetoric on their side, Democrats should not be sort of expected to infinitely cuck out and simply like condemn harshly like all the violence that's happening. Supposedly coming from the left. Tony Robinson dude or whatever, likely on the left. I don't think we technically know for sure yet, but almost like pretty likely relatively left leaning. Although he's also probably some autist with incoherent politics. But that's what I kind of expected. But he did not say that, which is interesting. I can get that take, to be honest. Well, yeah, I think that's more generally what his point's been, but he probably should have clarified that there if that is what he means. Or maybe he does really mean the dog whistle evil thing, but
again, we're doing it's bizarre the analogies we're making here because we're kind of talking about rhetoric online and then we're also talking about actual violence in real life. But obviously,
what do you mean we're talking about rhetoric versus actual violence? What do you think politics
what I'm saying
is?
when you say I'm not trying to say that these things are entirely separate, but when you say we're facing facing possible extinction, do you mean that in a literal sense?
Eventually it'll get there. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. But yeah, if we played this game over and over again, I'm sure most of you on this panel watch Big One Peers and have the same argument a year ago, where every time something happens, the right either makes a conspiracy theory, doesn't own their side, or they blame the left, or they want civil war. The left announces and cucks out. Fucking Dodd just got fired for saying that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric played into this. He got fired from MSNBC. Give me a fucking break, right? And we're just gonna keep doing this over and over again. Well, Donald Trump is literally encouraging violence, like over and over again. It's insane. It's insanity. Like, yeah, people should fight back until the other side stops. I mean, like, what else? Yeah, what else are you gonna do? Just sit there and just keep getting killed over and over and over again, figuratively, metaphorically, literally? I mean.
But I guess what just confuses me the most is like I feel like the most recent arc we just went down was the liberals need to kick out the crazy lefties because they don't help electorally and they go out and do crazy stuff and then they cheer each other on. And I know you can try and denounce it as 6 follower blue sky accounts, but I mean, are we not?
We need to denounce it, but that's not what this conversation is about. The only reason why those people have so much like say or sway is because of how dominant they are on social media, because the right likes to point them out all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly you can look at the political strategy of doing that. It is effective because when we can all agree, and it's anger is what sells and whatnot. But I feel like
it's anger that sells the Republican Party. The Republican Party is driven by spite and vitriol and hatred more today than at any point in my lifetime. It's just not even close to what it used to be like. Could you imagine Donald Trump being the president after like fucking 9/11 or something? Or like he's incapable. He's not effective as a leader. He's incapable of leading. Every conversation you have with a conservative is constantly saying, well, he's funny, lol, the jokes are cool, who cares what he says? Like, he's not a good leader. This is what the conservatives have wanted the entire time.
But I guess that's what I'm just trying to get towards, and like I think we can all agree, right? It's when we look at these crazy individuals, and yes, it's anonymous 6-follower accounts on Blue Sky, but it's also non-anonymous, larger accounts. I can pull, I was screenshotting them today just to see if we need to go through them. Just pretty much everyone I saw where it's 500,000, million plus, and not just Hassan. It's other, I don't know how these people get their followings, but dishing out the same kind of rhetoric and cheering each other on. And so if that's the crowd, I think that's the crowd that we should all agree is like a crowd that deserves no place in the political process.
We all agree with that. They don't have a place in the political process. They're not in Congress. They're disavowed by all their leadership. They don't.
No one even like. No, I've seen genuinely no one with like any political power say anything even like remotely close to celebrating it or whatever. Like any like fucking like erudite is like reacting to clips of like people in the street saying like celebrating it or whatever and being like, oh my god, this is so unbelievably horrible, blah 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 blah. Like the only Democrat who said anything remotely I don't even want to say non-condemnatory because obviously she condemned it too. But like Elizabeth Warren was the only Democrat that said something like, "Oh, the right needs to tone down their rhetoric too." And I like, as far as I know, that's Elizabeth Warren was the only Democrat who did that. I think the who was the Republican that just said Donald Trump should tone down his rhetoric too. I forget the name of that Republican. There was some Republican dude in Congress who also said like, "Hey, maybe Trump should tone down the rhetoric a little bit too." I'm OMG, your shrimp. I may have tweeted about Charlie Kirk. What? Yeah, he got shit on for that? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's crazy. I was gonna look up something I forgot.
Exist except for in the Twitter retweets of conservatives that are trying to make them a bigger deal.
I forget the guy's name, but good on him. Yeah, it's like Tom fucking, it's like Tom Kane or something. Tim Kaine, I think. Question mark? Oh no, this is a Democrat. No, that's the guy who said stuff about natural rights or whatever.
And they are.
So then explain to me how in the day after the election, when you're on there with Brian Tyler Cohen and all the other folks that were in that call, and you're specifically talking about we need to jettison these pro-pallies that threw the election for Trump, which by the way, if I was on the left, I would discount to
Tom Massey. Yeah, Thomas Massey. Okay, I got the Tom part right. Okay.
I'd probably kill myself if that was the case. If we're losing elections because these crazies think, yeah, do what they're going to do. But if that's not the fight that the internal fight the left is trying to go through right now, is we need to kick out these pro-pally, crazy, far left, just whatever term you want to use for it. But now it's like and of course we have more to learn about the shooter. But from what it seems, it's going to be someone who is obviously not a fan and it would presumably puts them onto the left and puts them into this category. Why are we like focusing on? It's the right.
You said, did you vote for Donald Trump on all 3 times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you watch Charlie Kirk's neck explode when the fucking blood came gushing out after he got shot?
Yeah.
Do you accept that you voted for that?
No.
Okay, then you're fucking delusional because there's no reason to have this conversation.
Because
I don't know why are we talking about the radical left right now when the president of the United States, a guy who has done violent rhetoric over and over again, who has pardoned every single person that he can that's involved with violent crime on the right, you voted for this. This is what you wanted. This is what you want. This is what you voted for, and this is where we are now. Why the fuck are we talking about the far left? I don't give a fuck about Hassan on the far left right now. The leader of the United States, the ex-leader of the free world, I don't know what the fuck the United States does right now, will not disavow violence. When the people on Fox and Friends are begging him to disavow, he won't do it. Why the fuck are we talking about tankies?
I guess I just reject that we're pinning this exclusively on one person. I think you can understand this is a much broader problem.
No,
we can agree. We can agree. No, hold on. We can agree. Trump may have the biggest impact as being the president. I'll agree with you there. But this is just such a bigger problem than any one individual person.
The problem is Donald Trump. That's the problem. He's signing off on the violence on the right. There's a reason why every 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in U.S. history have happened on his watch over the past 5 years of his presidency. Like, it's not a coincidence. At some point, you have to wake the fuck up and realize that the voting's not a meme, that his rhetoric isn't a joke, that all the memes about invading Chicago and deploying the National Guard and bombing Iran and calling it the Department of War and invading Greenland. And at some point, you have to wake the fuck up and go, fuck. Maybe this shit is actually not a meme. Maybe it's not funny. Maybe I should probably rethink when I'm voting to watch people like Charlie Kirk get fucking assassinated on Streamable. Like, I don't know what it takes to wake you guys up to it. The fact that you want to come here and talk about tankies is just insane to me. When your own leader of the United States of America won't just simply say, hey, everybody should stop killing people.
Yeah, if you wanted to say something real quick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out that
by the way,
it's probably
it is people should notice if I don't know if I've dated about this. It feels like, generally speaking, Democrats do sort of not cuck out, but sort of like appeal to tankies or like more crazy far left people on like almost any issue except for like Israel and the political violence shit, right? Like every Democrat is like super strongly condemning like the political violence shit, but like Democrats are like totally unwilling to do things like talk about abortions at 9 months and or like trans women in sports, right? Like, I shouldn't say totally. Certainly there are some that are willing to do it or whatever, but like, you know, a lot of Democrats are like scared of being canceled by those types of people and therefore suck up to them, except for on like Israel and on the political violence stuff. Like that seems like to be the two big things that they don't do it for.
To look back at 2016 or 2020 and say that this is a recent development of Trump's, but it's really not, right? I looked this up. I looked at the text of this. I wanted to make sure I wasn't just going off my memory. In August of 2016, when he was still running against Hillary, he said, I'll just read it exactly. He said, Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. And by the way, if she gets to pick her judges, there's nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know. Now that sounds like a veiled call to shoot Hillary if she fucking wins the presidency. So this is something that Trump's been doing for a while. It's not some new thing that he's been radicalized into or the right wing's been radicalized into. This has always been here. It was hidden with memes, and a lot of people fell for it when it was hidden with memes, but it's always been here.
So I guess my question then is, if you think that that's the case and that Donald Trump is pushing us to civil war and that we really can't de-escalate, what next? What should we do?
Well, it's not going to be a civil war. I disagree with Destiny on that. It's not going to be a civil war. It's going to be more like Italy's years of lead. It's going to be more like Ireland's The Troubles. We're going to have like 10 years, maybe 20 years of sectarian violence that's essentially random.
I think Soy Pill, from what I saw, when he eventually joined at the end, was spitting. By the way, I don't think we're... Oh, shit, I'm going to die. I don't think we're going to watch this whole thing, by the way. I don't think I care that much, but I am curious, generally, what they chatted about. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, at the end, they did, like, Soy Pill called in and talked to Destiny before they went back to other call-ins about talking more about conservatives, because Soy Pill's on a left. Soy Pill obviously agrees with everything Destiny says about Trump and violence and January 6th and everything. This conservative dude apparently doesn't, which is why they talk about it so much. I don't know how much he agrees or disagrees with that stuff. So a lot of conversations about that instead of like between more reasonable, in my opinion, left-leaning people about what Democrats should actually do.
Down eventually after basically the revolutionary people age out of the system. Like whenever you see, like it happened in Spain, it happened in Portugal. Whenever you see countries go through violence like this, you don't get to de-escalate. You have to work through it. It fucking sucks, but here you are.
Well, heck, it was the 60s and 70s here, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't as bad as the years of lead in Italy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Go ahead, Tali, please.
Am I just hearing a prescription then from you, Dev, also of like essentially accelerationism? Like it's gonna get bad. There's no way to de-escalate. So
we're not. It's accelerating. It's not acceleration. Like we're accelerating it. Donald Trump is accelerating. There's nothing we can do to stop it. You can't decelerate from one side.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
So the only option is to fight fire with fire.
And hope they stop. Yeah.
I guess like fight in what way do you mean, Destiny? I guess
whatever way.
I
don't know. Whatever way people want to. What do you mean? What do you think is the solution? What do you think would happen if the Democrats were to disavow? Tell me what you think would happen if the Democrats were to disavow, like they've been doing for the past 10 years.
Democrats, right? They are disavowing. I guess
What's
like
happened?
my problem is, I'm not saying things have gotten better. Obviously, I'm not saying things have gotten better, but I just don't see how like saying, well, if the right's gonna do whatever they want, I guess the left should do whatever they want to. I don't see how that makes anything better.
Aren't you? You're a huge like pro-Israel person, right?
Yes.
Should Israel just lay down all their arms when Hamas invades and let them take over? Why not? Why do they keep contributing to the violence by fighting back?
No, because Hamas is making the everyday life of Israeli civilians puts that in jeopardy, right? So if I felt that like literally my life was in jeopardy right now, walking down the streets as a liberal or as a gay person, that might be a different scenario. I don't feel like we're actually there yet.
What does it take? What city do you live in?
And I don't want to get there.
When Donald Trump is deploying the National Guard to DC for crime purposes, when Donald Trump is using the National Guard against governor's consents in California, he's sending the Marines down there. When Donald Trump is deporting people sometimes at random, when he's invoking the Alien Enemies Act, like at what point are you like, maybe this is probably not a good thing. Maybe this is kind of unsafe.
I think we can say all of those things are not good things and that they're unsafe, and I don't know why the answer is, again, so we should just be just as violent and disregarding of the Constitution, etc., as the right. I don't know. I don't see why that's the
because the alternative is just extinction.
That again just feels like just extreme hyperbole to me.
What do you mean? What part is extreme hyperbole?
That was another dog whistle, in my opinion. I guess fight. What would you mean fight? Destiny, whatever way. I don't think that was a dog. I think the other thing is probably a better dog whistle if it is one.
Is Trump driving more violence or not?
He doesn't think that this is going to end. Yes, he is. His rhetoric is...
Trump is driving extreme violence. Trump will never disavow violence on his side. The opposite of that, he's actually pardoned every single person he could that's been involved in violence on his side.
The
right?
alternative is extinction.
Every single person is probably a stretch, but certainly.
But I don't think
probably six or at least.
He's not being. I don't think he's not being specific enough. It's stupid. He just said that. Yeah, but he's saying the alternative is extinction if we like. The issue, like again, he's not being specific enough about what he means by reciprocal. Or tit for tat or whatever, like, yeah. But I don't think it intrinsically has to mean violence. Like, I think it could just be like, again, the rhetoric thing. Like, he like really likes, for example, like what Elizabeth Warren says earlier. Like, he could just be talking about that, but he's not being specific. It's stupid.
People that were convicted of seditious conspiracy and everybody involved in his campaigns that have lied on his behalf and helped.
It's not a point that I'm trying to fight.
Okay, so he's done that. He continues to signal to people that violence is okay. He's talked about using the military to go to cities, whether the governors or the mayors like it or not. Like at what point do we like wait for the soldiers to start shooting? And they're like, wow, guys, I think maybe telling people to bring the temperature down, maybe that wasn't enough.
So then, if we're at the point though where it's extinction, it's fight or extinction, that you're saying this is the left, the only two options on the left right now. I guess it's direct question: is someone justified in killing Donald Trump?
We're not gonna do Fed. I'm not Fed poaching right here. We're not doing that. But if we were on a different platform, maybe we do a little bit of. I already got like 20 FBI agents. I already got 20 FBI agents watching all my shit all the time. So
it's hard to have this conversation without at least in a video game or hyperbolically or something discussing this. And I understand we don't want to pet that post.
Wait, can I ask a question? Real question. Hold on. For Gen Z attorney Kelly, do you recognize that Donald Trump's statements today like increase the chances of me getting fucking murdered at the next event that I do?
Are we saying based on his
Donald Trump today was asked he was asked by like multiple times on Fox and Friends. They asked him, "Will you tell people on the right who want revenge that they shouldn't do that?" He wouldn't say no. He said the opposite. He said, "Well, we could fight at the ballot box, but all the voting is rigged." So do you acknowledge that Donald Trump is saying things right now that directly lead to an increased chance of me being in the next video for my next event?
Yeah.
I would probably agree too, but is it more so of an impact than a guy picking up a gun and going and killing Charlie Kirk at a public event? Like what's more weighing in on that equation?
I don't know how it's relevant. I don't know if we can control every single individual person necessarily, but the president of the United States is the one driving the rhetoric right now for political assassinations.
And it's right now 100% purely responsive and reactionary to the fact that someone took a gun and went and killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, okay. They're gonna
at a public space at a college.
Not right now. It's been
for the rest of this, aren't they? Oh no.
Are you serious? These are the go-tos? Because they're saying things like our nation is in chaos. Give me a fucking break. Like these motherfuckers will find anything they can to spotlight. They're trying to make it seem like there's some genocidal intent on the left. And then meanwhile the left has to disavow over and over and over and over and over again.
With what, saying what, Nightmare on Wall Street?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's an attack. It's not an attack on the people and the victims. It's trying to make a.
Okay, I care about soy pill, my goat. Oh my god, they talk for way longer than I expected then. Oh god damn it.
What do you got for us, sir?
Oh no.
And we're gonna go quickly through these, by the way.
It was not working.
Okay, well maybe we'll have to bring him on after. Okay, well in that case.
No, I'm here. Is my camera not turning on?
It's not.
No.
Give us what you got.
Okay.
There.
Okay, Destiny, I apologize you had to talk to people who don't believe in January 6th, because I think I can just go ahead and concede we have the exact same views of everything on the right wing. That's not what I wanted to talk about. This idea of like not de-escalating is very confusing to me, because I don't know what you're trying to advocate for. Like when people on the right wing right now are calling for like more violence, we're going to war, like meeting them where they are in terms of playing dirty and saying let's gerrymander California to make sure they can't steal seats makes perfect sense to me. Let's talk shit, let's make jokes, let's like absolutely not like go high because they went low. What do you like? Where does this lead when we're meeting them when they're talking about this violent rhetoric? Like what do you actually
two things. I would say very simply tit for tat. The other side can't feel like they can operate violently with impunity. Number one, my question to you responded one and two. My question for you, number two, when the South wanted to secede, should we allow them to do that?
No, absolutely not.
And going to war was an okay way to stop that?
Right, but are we saying that what the right is doing right now is akin to seceding?
It's approaching that, yeah. When Donald Trump talks about sending the military to states to take over law enforcement things from them, when Gavin Newsom is making a speech inside and the federal officers are ordered to be stationed outside, is that not like a direct path towards what that looks like?
Right. So if you're talking about like abusing power and authority to maybe like get some things done in certain ways, like I'm not opposed to Gavin Newsom.
Hold on. I'm not talking about abusing power and authority. I'm talking about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief of our armed forces, the president of the United States, stealing the National Guard from governors in states and then deploying them against those states in order to do
right. So for that exact thing, right? Like how do you match people there? Like what is the match? What is like because if you're talking about let's not de-escalate, right?
We can quote the not quoted part of the Second Amendment with state militias. All I'm saying is that you cannot lay down and die, right? It has to be a
I agree, obviously, but the difference between like let's not de-escalate as in if they're trying
Donald Trump to lower the temperature. I call for Donald Trump to say, hey, chill.
Right, but you and I both know he's never going to do that. So what are you actually advocating for the left wing to do?
I'm advocating for everyone on the left to say, I'll say that the temperature needs to go down when Donald Trump does.
What's the point? Ad time, Tuskil Johnson. Hold on, can I even run ads? Okay, yeah, there you go. 60-second ad. Okay, I gotta get fucked. Destroyed. I just realized I have 71K channel points. Oh no. Are you a sub, Tuskil? You're a sub, right? So you don't even get the ads. You're just ruining everyone else's experience. Can I run ads on YouTube too? Hey, everyone on YouTube, get fucked. Insert ads.
If you know Donald Trump's not going to do that, like what are you actually saying when you say meet them where they are? This is the prisoner's dilemma. We have to do exactly what they're doing. What are we doing? Like if when I say that, I say okay, yeah, absolutely. If Gavin Newsom is going to be like carving up redistricting, that's fine. But
in prisoner's dilemma, what's the worst outcome for you?
That you go to jail for like life because you didn't agree for the 5 years that you would both get, right?
Yeah, prisoner's dilemma. Worst outcome is not the Civil War part. It's not where both of you betray each other. The worst outcome in the prisoner's dilemma is when they defect and you cooperate, right?
Right. Again, so this is why I'm trying to get this out of you. Is like, what are you actually advocating for? To meet something on the right? Like if Matt Walsh is saying, let's commit violence, let's crack down, let's do some insane shit. Are you saying the left should also be saying this?
I mean, I don't know. It seems like everybody's getting violent now, so I don't know what has to say anything like that. I'm just saying what I would say.
That's what I'm saying. So that's not meeting them where they are, right?
You should say what Elizabeth Warren is saying, which is I'm not going to say shit about turning down the temperature until Donald Trump says shit.
There we go. Yeah. This is what I don't know. This year, like Destiny's not being at all clear earlier. Tuskil Johnson. I don't know if this is what he means when he says I want the Democrats to just do what Elizabeth Warren is doing and like say you're not going to condemn anything or like do anything until Donald Trump also wants to turn down the temperature or whatever. And I think later he says like, oh, like Democrats should like as a demand of like in the Senate passing a budget bill or whatever, like demand that Trump like make a speech condemning violence and like maybe acknowledging like the Minnesota lawmakers or whatever. That's it. I don't like. I don't know if he just is not being clear enough. Like this is all he wants, or if he like is doing the dog whistle shit for violence or whatever. Yeah.
Turning on the temperature. That's it.
Okay, but to me that's a meaningless statement because you're not saying what I'm,
statement.
because no, prescriptively, like what do you actually have? Because when I hear this, when I hear you saying this, oh, it's the prisoner's dilemma, and I'm looking at how bad the right wing is right now, it's like, oh shit, are you saying we should take up arms and prepare for the actual civil fucking war right now? Which is very different.
To defend yourself. I think you should be ready to do that for sure.
But what are you actually advocating for in terms of meeting some of these crazy fucking like Laura Loomer, Valentina Gomez people on the right wing? Like, I don't think that we should be saying like, yep, we should start executing these people. Yeah, we should start rounding them up. And like, I get the education camps. Like, this seems like a total deviation from what I would advocate for, which is we're not going to back down. We are not going to stop fighting. But that doesn't mean we necessarily have to match every single thing that they're doing. Toning down the rhetoric is one thing. Like, hey, yeah, let's not cause for violence. That doesn't mean you have to. All right, yeah, let's step on my fucking back and do whatever you want. Like, that's I'm trying to get you to clarify what you're actually prescriptively asking the left wing to do. Because if it's already what they're doing, Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren, that does not seem that crazy. But that's not what is coming out of your mouth. That's not how a lot of people are reading it.
Read it however you want. Then, if you don't like how you're reading it for me, then tell the right to chill it out.
I mean, I don't want to have to be the silencer on the Destiny filter saying, hey, he doesn't mean be violent, guys. He just means what the left's already doing, which is, you know, if that is what you mean, cool. But like,
it doesn't mean anything. You can direct them to any video. I'll say the exact same thing. What should the left do? The left should say Donald Trump needs to turn it down. And until he does, fuck it. You don't say anything about any violence or whatever. Whatever's happening is happening. I'm not telling people to take up arms and go kill him. I'm just saying whatever happens is happening. And that's the state of our country right now is what Donald Trump wants it to be. Right now,
so you're okay. So
last thing.
Prescription.
Hold on, just real quick, so like also the housekeeping thing, since your camera just isn't working. So you're gonna have to give us your last thing, and then we're gonna cycle out. Okay?
You're gonna cycle me out in the middle of my role.
Are you in the middle of your role?
I'm in the middle of my role because you can't see me.
Finish the clip.
No clip needed. You shouldn't even be here. You have nothing valuable to add to this conversation.
Okay.
So Destiny,
Sure.
you don't even believe in January 6th, dude. Just whatever. Anyway, Jesse, so are you advocating for it when someone on the left is to go, like, let's say this Charlie Kirk thing comes out. Turns out this guy was a hardcore lefty. He was like, yep, everyone, I was totally like invigorated by this, and this, and all these left wing points, and this was the defend the trans community. You're saying we should not denounce that. All the people that you used and showed, look how much better the left wing is doing. President Obama, Joe Biden, all these people are denouncing this. Even George W. Bush, I think, did it. Donald Trump. I'm not trying to say we have to hold ourselves to the Donald Trump standard, but are you saying, oh no, we shouldn't denounce that?
You queue up the denouncement and you say, I'm ready to denounce it. Let me hear Donald Trump denounce violence on his side first.
What does that do?
It makes the other side calm their shit down. What do you mean, what does it do?
No, it doesn't. You and I both agree Donald Trump is not going to back down.
Stop. If it doesn't, then it wouldn't do anything we do either. So then fuck it. Easy.
It does. Okay, because the problem that you're facing here.
That's,
no.
But the problem, I don't know what you're trying to get another me. That's all I'm going to say.
Because you're not. Because it doesn't seem like you're actually advocating for anything right now. What you're saying is,
I'm advocating for you to pressure the right to tell their side to stop being fucking violent.
Why are you advocating for that when you and I both know that they're not going to do it?
I think they will eventually.
Wait, no, dude, Donald Trump is never going to back down.
They either do it or we end up, I guess, all fucking killing each other. That's it. I mean, what do you mean?
No, because the difference is, I believe that there's tons of off-ramps. Like, for example, if Donald Trump dies of a fucking stroke, I think they're just going to lose a ton of momentum. If they say, oh, violence, or this is very similar to what they were doing post-Trump assassination, and yet post that, like, absolutely nothing escalated to a degree that I think anyone is expecting when people are crying out civil war, because it's they're fucking pussies, everyone forgets, and this stuff like goes into the wayside. Like, if you truly believe, like I don't believe this, that we are in an existential moment in such that we cannot solve this electorally.
That is what, by the way, the ultimate anti-doomer pill, okay, is just the Americans are stupid and don't care pill, okay? Like, this is all, like, regardless of any bullshit that happens, okay, with Charlie Kirk or any other, like, political assassination, okay, you just have to remember, okay, Americans have Netflix, they have Cheetos, okay, they don't care, okay, the news cycle moves very quickly, Americans are stupid, okay, they don't know how to organize if they wanted to, all right? So this is the ultimate anti-violence, anti-black pill, okay? Well, I guess, in a sense it is. It's a different kind of black pill. It's Americans are too stupid and lazy to do anything. Black pill. Most people are NPCs, it's black pilled, but also kind of true. Exactly. I'm an NPC. I'm just repeating what Chorus and Unfuck America and every other dark money organization I work with tells me to.
People, I don't even need to de-escalate. You should go get arms and we should go fight in the streets, but we're not even close to that yet. Like, that might happen.
Yet, have they? If they say that, then maybe I'll start saying that. Just say what they say.
Okay, so right, if there's what?
No, can continue.
Yeah, if they're saying things such as, "Hey, let's crack down, let's throw."
I don't think so. I don't think they responded to my application, which I'm sure a fuck ton of people applied after all the drama blew up and everything. So I don't know, but Twitch censored because it said a white male twink. Testicle Johnson, that's incredible. Those are super in right now, real. I don't think they said anything. Which, like I said, technically, yeah, they haven't said anything. Technically, non-zero chance I get rejected, but did primarily fill it out just for the Twitter screenshot. Did not put much effort into the application. You know.
throw these people in camps. Let's like take guns away from trans people. It's like, okay, are we going to start advocating for that, or are we just saying, hey, are we going to say I'm not doing stochastic terrorism, but I'm not going to denounce people that do a terrorism until you do it? Like, what is this accomplishing? If one, you and I both acknowledge this is not going to change their minds, and two, in your prisoner's dilemma, you've got people on the right who are calling for violence, and then people on the left who are meeting them there. But then all these people in the middle who are not part of this prisoner's dilemma, who are like the 66% of people, I guess, according to Pew Research, who says politics is way too volatile right now, and are screaming and begging for a fucking solution. And now an entire side of people are like, actually, no, there's nothing for you to look out for. Everyone is extreme. We're all calling for violence. We will refuse to denounce it. Like,
then the democracy is dead. If that's how retarded people are, then the experiment has failed. People shouldn't be allowed to vote freely. And then we go to the next form of whatever fucking government is. Either the socialists are happy, we move to that, or we do some type of monarchy.
You know we're nowhere close to that. You know we're nowhere close to that, right?
You keep saying that. People keep saying that, but the situation is getting more and more fucking insane. No? Have you mentioned?
No, it is absolutely. No, that's the thing. Is like you and I are.
2 days ago, it's crazy.
I acknowledge that you and I are not going to disagree on a single thing about how crazy the right wing is. What I'm asking you is like, what do you if you think the only way to like combat this right now is to pressure them into like imagine like shaming the right wing into like toning down violence when we both know that's not going to happen, and maybe it could happen if left wingers do enough violence and we say, well, we'll tone it down when you do. Like, what is this? Where does this get us? What is going to happen after this?
Then eventually people either tone it down or we go to full on fucking conflict, I guess.
But, and that seems like, but like, why are these the two only options?
Where does your situation get us if we constantly disavow and the right just keeps amping it up?
If they get more violent and they lose the election, then it doesn't nearly matter nearly as much if we have the power.
They win the election, because what do people always say? I bet you even said it. The left is feckless. The left doesn't do anything. The left is weak. Let's say that they keep amping it up and the left doesn't respond. Let's say that Donald Trump, which he's kind of geared up to do, I don't know if he'll actually fucking do it. If you would ask me a year ago, I'd say fuck no. Now I'm not sure. Let's say Donald Trump doesn't find a way to fuck with the election next year, right? And let's say they find a way to keep whatever majority they need. They really don't need fuck all with Congress, because it's not like Trump listens to fucking Congress anyway. And everything keeps ramping up on the right. What is the outcome there?
Like obviously, if we get to the point where it's like, oh, the fucking right wing is escalating, they're seizing power, Trump runs for a third term, he turns off the fucking elections. Like, yeah, at that point, there is.
Okay, so
no, I'm not saying that we're not on the precipice.
We just haven't gone far enough yet, right? We have the same position. We just haven't gone far enough yet. So what's the line for you?
Yes. Well, the line for me is not where we are now, where I think there's obviously a way that we can electorally win both the midterms and the next election. So like, why would you? The line is where it's like there is no electoral outcome where this ever matters, so we need to fight back and be violent about it. But we're just not in that moment right now.
Okay, so if in 2026, if they start fucking with the vote, so for instance, they have done this a little bit, like when Congress wrote a letter to Texas saying, hey, we need you to wipe off 5 of your districts. If other states start falling in line with that,
if I believe the courts are so fucked that if he like does an executive order, ban mail-in votes, shuts down the polling stations, and it's like there is literally no path forward.
Can't save you.
Even then, by the way, it seems I don't think would be that. Maybe I'm too hope-filled again, but I feel like Americans would just fucking forget and move on anyway by the next election. But you know, who knows? Although I think a lot of that is going to depend on whether or not we have a Democratic or Republican president next. I think it is very important to get a Democratic president in next, because I think they're very likely to reverse a lot of the things that Trump did. And if we get another Republican president next, I don't think you're going to see that. And by the time a Democrat gets in, I don't think the Democrats would even be willing to give up some of the like new powers that the executive branch has, or any of the new norms that Trump kind of created by fucking with all that stuff, and whoever follows Trump, presumably, if they keep doing it. But you know, we'll see.
With an executive order, the court can't save you proactively.
The courts literally can, because we were like have TROs on certain like electoral executive orders that he's doing right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is not a dire situation.
My dude, the courts just got rid of the injunction. What are you talking about? The courts
I'm talking about the idea that if you think that there's no pressure to fighting back against what Trump's doing and anything in the system right now, which is very weird coming from you, because like I don't think that you believe in this, like, oh, the establishment is completely feckless and they'll never be able to get anything done. There's nothing we can do about it. Like, this seems so black-pilled and doomer. Like, yeah, if we're there, absolutely, I'm gonna start forming my little like military militia, but we're nowhere close to the. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. When I say we're nowhere close, we are close. We're on the precipice of a lot of things.
This is why I'm black-pilled. Donald Trump this morning on Fox and Friends, okay, was asked what should we do, or what people say that they're worried or whatever. What do you think about like bringing the country back together? And Donald Trump said, I don't care about bringing the country back together. Okay,
sure.
You hear me say that, right?
Yeah.
Gen Z and Tally, has Donald Trump done enough yet for you to have voted for Kamala instead?
No.
No.
That's the point, right? So yeah, it's fucked. Yeah,
if Gen Z, fucked. I would agree with you 100% if Gen Z was every single voter in the middle and the independent. Gen Z, we can both acknowledge is a fucking retard. Tally, I've also called this for the same thing, unless you disavow and say you wouldn't vote for Trump anymore. I think there are so many people, like, let's put it this way. My parents don't know who the fuck Charlie Kirk is. A lot of people don't know who the fuck Charlie Kirk is. So they're hearing this and they're like, what's going on? What's going on? If Dem politicians are now coming out and matching Donald Trump's rhetoric, if that's what you're advocating for, like Dem politicians coming out and saying, hey, you know what? No, this is the rights problem, in the same way that he's like, yeah, after the shooting, I'm going to crack down on the left wing. That's fucking insane, because these people who have no idea what the fuck is going on with the Charlie Kirk assassination are now going to see like the politicians they otherwise would have supported like falling into the same like fascist rhetoric that Trump is. And like, where does that get us? Those people are not going to keep voting.
These people already think the left wing are doing that though, because that's what the right keeps saying.
No, I'm talking about like my progressive liberal parents. I'm not talking about.
People lost 4 years ago. Like, people are online. People know this shit. People watch this shit.
I promise you, this is like online pilled as fuck. Like, like there's a reason like why I'm going to go home tomorrow or whatever and talk to my parents. I'm going to be like, who the fuck is Charlie Kirk? What the fuck is a boy?
No idea that Charlie Kirk, the guy who's made over 300 college campus visits, who's raised like fucking $500 million, the guy who's calling Donald Trump and has him appear on stage at an event, none of them have any fucking idea. Like, this guy's one of the most popular influencers in the United States.
Dude, you're vastly overestimating the fact that most people are not as politically tuned in as you and I are. Like, not even fucking.
I think almost certainly. I don't fully disagree with the way Phil here, but I think almost certainly, especially for young people, they know who fucking Charlie Kirk is. They see this shit. They think it's insane. Certainly a lot of young men who are obviously an important voting demographic. Not that boomers also aren't an important voting demographic. Obviously, boomers probably vote. They obviously vote more than fucking young people do generally. But I think almost certainly, I'm almost certain my parents know who Charlie Kirk is. I don't know if they know much about him other than the fact that he just died. But I tend to agree. Most people don't know who Charlie Kirk is, like more than in passing. I think most people probably, technically, I don't actually know that most young voters almost certainly know shit about Charlie Kirk. I don't know for sure about boomers, but certainly most of them do now. Like if I asked my parents, they would almost certainly know who Charlie Kirk is, probably at least. I don't know for sure if my mom would know who he was, other than the fact that he just died. I know my dad would almost certainly know a little bit more about him. I'll take your word for it as a Zoomer. I don't know for sure or anything. I don't have data to back this up, but there's a reason Charlie Kirk goes to college campuses, and there's the reason that Donald Trump and RFK and people in the administration are working with Charlie Kirk, right? That presumably is the big reason. So
fucking close. The people do not know who this guy is. This is such a online position to a degree. If you ask people that are hyper online, people that I talk to that make YouTube videos, they don't even know the fucking difference between Matt Walsh and Michael Bowles, because these people are fucking
don't know. Sure, there are people that are that unplugged, but we can't rely on those people to save us anyway, because it's not like
they're the majority of the voters.
Yeah, but they're not going to be voting. You're going to tell me that those people don't know who Charlie Kirk is, but they're going to know when Matt Walsh points out that a radical trans.
Those people are going to know when Joe Biden comes out and say we have to go after the right wing in a violent, fashy way, the same way.
What I'm saying is that what they need to say is we don't disavow until the right does. That's a super easy.
You don't think there's a huge swath of not tuned in voters who, if they saw Joe Biden say I will not disavow a terrorist on the left wing, that would push them away from Joe Biden?
Then our country's fucked, and we deserve to go to whatever the next stage is.
So
Our country's not fucked. It's not that is. What you're talking about is fucking retarded. You keep talking about all these fucking retarded games.
I do videos sped up because one, I am an intellectual whose brain operates at higher speed than all of you. But additionally, this is not a topic I care about particularly that much. I do want to watch some of it, develop some opinion on it, but I don't. We're going to move on from this pretty fast, I think.
Games we have to play. Well, we have two actual retards here that we have to pretend are normal adults. You're talking about a politically maneuvered environment where there's a guy driving us towards civil war, and you've got fucking dipshit on the left that doesn't know any legal event that's happened in about 10 years of being a lawyer, and you got a fucking Israeli Jew on the right who only cares about trans issues, and you're talking about how do we perfectly message on the left while the president of the United States talks about driving civil war.
What's up, Tolly? You wanted to see me, right? Sure. No, I unfortunately did not. I watched it mostly. Oh shit, it's Tolly. It is. To see Soy Pill argue with Destiny because I care more about that than the rest of the shit that happened. But Tolly, your tits comment was peak. Well, take that how you will, Tolly. It wasn't pretty funny. Pretty funny in my opinion. I agree.
Perfectly messaged. Hold on, stop.
I'm retarded, and I'm trying to act like everybody gets treated like a fucking retard.
It's not a retard. It's the bare minimum to say we disavow. It's the bare minimum thing to say, hey, we disavow assassinations on political targets.
And
that is the easiest thing to do in the world.
The president can't do it.
But we can.
Please, in good faith, answer me this. Do you not see that there's a potential, huge loss of voters on the left if they see now, a real equivalence between the left-wing politicians being okay with terrorist attacks, and they wouldn't feel a little disenfranchised? And the people that I'm describing, not the fucking retards that don't care about gender sexuality. Let me just finish. The people I'm describing.
There's a potential problem. If the liberals are weak and cucked and gay, the liberals need to stand up and take a firm position on it. I think you could very easily say, I think you should make the government shut down about that when the budget comes out. You should say, hey, we are not going to fund the government unless Trump makes one of our conditions. Trump needs to make a 5-minute speech saying all political violence in the country needs to end. And you know what? If that plays worse for the liberals, if liberals go, oh my God, Democrats are the president.
I completely agree with you.
People in this audience that like Tolly. She gets way too much hate, in my opinion. Is she still here? Can I be me? I technically probably agree she gets too much hate, okay? But, I understand people's frustration, okay? I'll say that much. All right.
Destiny, I completely agree with what you just said.
Uniform, and I'll sign up for whatever guard
I am
tower,
here to be nice.
whatever. I don't care. All right.
Understand this. What you just said is a far cry from what I think you were saying 5 minutes ago, right? If you're saying let's fight, listen. What do you want to do? Say war? Say kill somebody? Say kill somebody? If you're saying let's fight let's shut down the government until Trump disavows stochastic terrorism is a perfectly good example of this is the dirty let's go low
terrorism,
whatever. Excuse me. Yes, thank you, because he's being a stochastic terrorist. But yes, if you're saying let's shut down the government, let's play fucking dirty, let's withhold funding, all of these things are things I'm totally okay with. That is not if we don't do this, we're de-escalating. In fact, if anything, this is at least halfway as bad as they're doing. When when Gavin Newsom's redistricting, he's not doing it unilaterally. He's literally saying, hey, people, you should vote on this. What I'm saying is that's a far cry away. In fact, that is what people want. I think that's what we need to do right now. I think that's going to invigorate the left wing. But if you're then saying, okay, and also we have to match them on the rhetoric, which is very different from let's fight them, let's go as hard as we can. That's very different from saying, yeah, we don't disavow terrorists. That's completely fucking different.
You have, when one side wants to fight, you have two options. You can either meet it,
you're
or
on
you
Live
can
and Learn,
exceed it.
been on
Okay?
Rick,
You can
been on
Why are those the other two options?
de-escalate, because you can't de-escalate.
other places.
If somebody comes
I didn't say de-escalate. What you just said is an escalation.
I'm just saying, I just want you to be clear that when you're talking about, what I'm talking about is not escalation. Tit for tat is not escalation, okay?
No, it's escalation from the Democratic rhetoric of not doing shit for 10 years.
That's
like,
fine.
we both acknowledge, like, this is finally them fighting harder,
that's
right?
fine. And if the Democratic rhetoric goes all the way back to where it was before, whatever, you don't de-escalate at all. If anything, it might even get worse. There's a reason why MAD only works when everybody has nukes, right?
I agree, right?
One person
Again,
disarms.
wait, no, this is right, because this is what I'm talking about. This is a spectrum, right? This is not a dichotomy. I'm not saying we have to fucking disarm and do nothing, and we have to be like, oh, we're the better party, and we can't say mean jokes. Like, you and I literally were on the same team of a fucking debate saying, yes, let's fucking joke about these assholes. The difference is, when you say, let's fight, let's shut down the government, let's redistrict, like, these are all escalations, which I agree with, which we need to do to fight back, because this shit is fucking insane. It is potentially existential. It's not so far that we need to meet them on the level of let's endorse political terrorists on our side. Like, this is
maybe
not the same
not for
thing.
you yet, but for some people, I mean, like, it's cool for us because it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day, I guess, right? But the Supreme Court just said that if you go to LA and there's a brown dude doing agriculture, you can fucking ask him for his papers, right? They start rounding up and deporting random fucking people. I know it's a joke because fuck Hispanics. I agree. Okay, I'm racist too.
Cross-platform. Poly hate. Oh no. Oh no. How do I moderate this?
I guess whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's the laugh. That's the position, right? For how many people is fucking trans healthcare banned for now? And again, these people are jokes. Who the fuck cares? We're white and base. I get it.
You're preaching to the choir, dude. You will not get me to disagree with any of this.
At some point, it's going to be, oh shit, I can't get my certain type of medication anymore because RK just banned fucking SSRIs or
no, you're preaching to the choir. I agree with all of this. All of this. The difference is not that I don't think any of that is like the worst shit ever. Some people, are literally dying, like we said, and the fact that we're brushing off USA deaths is fucking wild to me. But it doesn't matter. That's besides the point. Like, the idea that somehow any of that would be helped by saying we're not going to disavow left-wing terrorists is fucking insane. If I don't see how that does do anything but hurt us.
Maybe it makes them afraid.
Cross-platform talk is
maybe when you go out,
you remember when you said prima facie, they already presumed the worst.
Maybe when you go out, no, but they don't really. They just sell it well because you know that they don't give a fuck.
What do people do when they're afraid?
Maybe they adjust their behavior.
Yeah, but they also, when you corner a rat, it strikes out. When you have people living in fear, they strike out, and it gets worse. Making them afraid, do you think that's going to help?
They're so fucking gay. Oh my god, it gets worse. The president of the United States already maximally, he's already said the worst shit you can. Why do you guys keep
pretending? Okay, so you acknowledge that we're not going to make them more afraid, right?
Can you? Okay,
no, you just contradicted yourself. You just said the president is at the worst level. I agree, and we're not contradicting.
This is what I'm saying. They're already maximally posting. They have no fear. They don't care. For Matt Walsh to type that statement out, I don't even know if I would have the balls to go on and be like, all right, guys, we need to fucking do the fucking worst to them, right? I'm already knowing that the things that I'm saying means I'm probably going to have to postpone or cancel the next couple of events that I do. The fact that all of them feel right now on the right that they can operate with absolute and utter impunity because the president is protecting them, because the left is tucked and weak, because nobody wants to say or do anything. There are some chilling effects that are good. You should be afraid to go out on media. Shut up the fuck up. You should be afraid to go on news channels and say, I think we should have a war. I think that we need a fucking
right. And the method of imposing that fear should be to approve people taking their lives. Is just to be clear.
Well, on the right now, that's where they're at. Is it killing people is based and awesome because we can just say the left did it. Do you acknowledge that right now people on the right seem to have no fear whatsoever? At least the media guys seem to not really give a fuck.
Well, this is what I'm getting to. It sounds like what you're advocating for is we need to make the right afraid by having more left-wing terrorists and even endorsing them because that's the only way to get them to shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying you don't have to cuck out and try to call it out all the time. Why is it so hard to just say that my answer is, if somebody asks you to disavow, you say, hey, you know what? I would love to disavow, which I would, because violence is bad, which it is, because it makes me scared, which it does. I just want the president of the United States, the leader of your movement, to do it first. Why is it so fucking hard?
Because that does nothing. You and I have already both acknowledged it's going to do absolutely fucking nothing. He's not going to do it. So what's the point?
This is real.
What do you know? Because we're not necessarily fucked if we can get out of the situation without endorsing all the liberal terrorists on the left wing.
Okay, then keep doing it. We'll see what happens. That's fine.
Okay.
It hasn't worked so far at all. So far, it's been a losing strategy. So, and historically, it's never.
Okay. Yeah. That's basically what I wanted to see from it. Okay, I agree with soy pill for the most part. All right. Okay, we're going back on the stuff I actually care about now. All right. Get some flannels and go start some medium-sized company. Did I do it yet? Wait, what? Huh? Did I miss something? This is what Democrats really need to fix. Okay, we're moving on to oh, actually, should I read this? I want to read Scott Sumner's thing. Kind of. I'm reading number 4 at the very least. All right. Wait, and 3. I care about the Fed. Yeah, 4 and 5, okay. Yes, the Fed should remain independent, but it's not because independent central banks are necessarily better than non-independent central banks. Rather, oh, thanks, Le Crew, Relo for the sub, or for the follow. Oh, wow, it's a bot. That's crazy. A kick bot? Rather, the real problem is that aggressive attempts to end central bank independence are often correlated with attempts to implement populist monetary policy regimes. Once in a while, a populist monetary policy actually makes sense. The most famous example occurred in the early 1930s when the Roosevelt administration weakened central bank independence in a variety of ways, but we are no longer on the gold standard, and populist monetary policies are likely to do more harm than good in a fiat money world, as we saw during the late 1960s and 1970s. Turkish President Erdogan is a big fan of populist monetary policies. In my previous post, Less Wrong, I pointed out that the same term can cover a multitude of sins. In my view, Nixon's attack on Fed independence was far less egregious than Trump's attacks on Fed independence. Even if direct consequences ended up being far more harmful than Trump's are likely to be. Nixon tried to influence Burns with the existing system. Trump seems determined to reshape the Fed. To be clear, I don't expect Turkish inflation. Trump will probably end up having very little influence on Fed policy. 5. It does make sense to stop paying interest on bank reserves and go back to the pre-2008 system where the monetary base was 98% currency. That is whatever. I was talking to Hunter a little bit about this because we were talking about reserve requirements. I don't understand why people hate interest on reserves so much. I know Cato has. I remember seeing a Cato fucking thing about it once, but I totally forget the exact reasoning. But ending IOR probably would probably not save money in the long run, as you'd merely be swapping one government liability bond for another interest-bearing reserves. The actual reason for ending IOR is that it moves the government slightly away from an interest rate-centric approach to monetary policy. The Fed would probably still be influencing the federal funds rate, as it did prior to 2008, but it would no longer be directly setting the interest rate on reserves. Ultimately, I'd like to move to a system where the government adjusted monetary base, which would be 98% cash, to affect NGDP expectations and let markets set interest rates. Prior to 2008, changes in the supply and demand for cash determined NGDP, which drove business cycle and inflation. There's no way that's the reason Cato doesn't like it even. I think there are more substantial critiques of it than that. Because I'm pretty sure people who don't even like NGDP targeting don't like IOR. Is consistent with the Feds, interprets the Fed funds rate as a market rate of interest rather than a policy tool to emphasize how the central bank uses its role as monetary supplier of base money to stabilize price level. Specifically, by paying IOER, the Fed shifted demand curve for reserves to the right. This increases demand in the Fed. Increase in demand allowed the Fed to simultaneously shift the supply curve for reserves to the right, as required by emergency lending, without also generating an increase in the aggregate nominal price level. And I said, therefore, two aspects of the Fed's 2008 decision to begin paying interest on IOER stands out. First, it made monetary policy tighter than it would have been, as measured by the higher federal funds rate or the lower equilibrium price level implied by shifting, but still intersecting demand and supply curves for reserve. I mean, that was half the point, kind of. The use of IOER to minimize the effects of emergency lending on the price level seemed prudent. However, it turned out to be a mistake. As Hetzel 2012 points out, monetary policy ought to have been substantially more accommodative than it was throughout 2008, considering the severe deflationary recession that followed. Second, the Fed adopted its interest on reserves policy in 2008, largely to facilitate interventions in private credit and capital markets that, as argued by Goodfriend 2011, extended well beyond those associated with its traditional role as the lender of last resort to depository institutions. Consistent with this interpretation, Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke described the central bank's large-scale asset purchase program introduced in fall 2008 and expanded in early 2009 as a series of credit market interventions rather than a continuous effort to stabilize the price level by increasing the supply of reserves and base money. I mean, this has always been my understanding, is that it wasn't even supposed to, like, QE was not, in 2008, it was just supposed to manipulate long-term interest rates and act as stabilizing when they bought, like, toxic assets directly from people. Federal Reserve's approach to supporting credit markets is conceptually distinct from quantitative easing, the policy approach used by the Bank of Japan from 2001-2006. Our approach, which could have been described as credit easing, resembles quantitative easing in one respect and involves an expansion of the central bank's balance sheet. However, in a pure QE regime, the focus of the policy is the quantity of bank reserves, which are liabilities of the central bank. The composition of loans and securities on the asset side of the central bank's balance sheet is incidental. Indeed, although the Bank of Japan's policy approach during the QE period is quite multifaceted, the overall stance of its policy was gauged primarily in terms of its target for bank reserves. In contrast, the Federal Reserve's credit easing approach focuses on a mix of loans and securities that it holds and how this composition of assets affects credit conditions for households and businesses. Yeah, that's always been my understanding. That's why it's always funny when people don't understand what the fuck QE is in the first place, and then they don't understand what the point of QE was in 2008. Now, in 2020, QE kind of was used to increase money supply. That was another goal, is my understanding. And that's why they bought shorter term treasuries during 2020, because they didn't just want to manipulate long-term interest rates and or buy toxic assets directly from banks, but they wanted to, have the money supply increase, which is why they bought like 2-year treasuries instead of 10-year treasuries or whatever. I wanted to kind of re-go over because I did this last night, but I don't think many people were there, and I was very tired, or 2 nights ago at this point, I think. It's relevant to the discussion we had today too. Although Hunter was smarter than this shit, okay? Respectfully.
All of the good things we have.
We have even the liberals